Okay, mate, 40 here. We might just be living in the presence of greatness. Right, it could be greatly awful, this Trump presidency, or it could be greatly good, or it could just be greatly exciting, but it is just awe-inspiring. It just takes your breath away what Donald Trump is doing. And as for his latest plans with regard to Gaza, one thing that jumps out to me is how much MAGA, the MAGA base, hates it, how much all the experts hate this plan, and quite disturbing, apparently Donald Trump did not submit this plan to peer review. So what the hell are we going to do without peer review? And all the experts tell us that this is a bad idea. Like, when have the experts ever steered us wrong? Now, plan, and who composes the experts, right? It's people who are invested in foreign policy, and what makes for a more exciting career in foreign policy and foreign policy analysis, right? The more the U.S. intervenes overseas. Now, you would think, oh, this is great for the experts. They should love this because it means unprecedented levels of U.S. intervention. Colin Liddell says, don't take the Trump bait. I'm sorry, bro. I took it. Pretty sure this Gaza garbage will be forgotten in 2 weeks, by which time Trump will have thrown even more low-grade chum to stir the internet waters. Trump is full of it, says Colin Liddell. What crazy times we're living in. And Trump, right, Trump's plans for Gaza not getting hardly any coverage on Fox, right? If I were in charge of Fox last night, it would have just been all night. I would have had Middle East experts talking about Trump's plans, but instead they just went with their regularly scheduled programming. They had Greg Gutfeld went on at 7 p.m. Western, did his comedy show, didn't mention Trump's plans for Gaza. And all the other networks, right, are leading with Trump's plans for Gaza. But Fox is devoting about as little coverage as possible to Trump's plans for Gaza. And almost uniformly, MAGA reactions to Trump's plans for Gaza have been universally negative. And the person who most gave the MAGA perspective on Mark Halperin's show this morning was Dan Turrentine, the Democrat. And almost all the MAGA people who came on the show this morning hated Trump's plans. So every cable news network, every news network.
Good morning. This is the morning meeting. You're looking live, not at Lambeau Field, but rather at the cable news networks. We're going to see how everybody frames their lead story, which presumably will be.
So that was one of the most exciting times of the week for me. Brett Musburger's NFL Today program before the NFL got started, and he would begin by saying, and you are looking live, right? That was such a great pregame show. Brett Musburger is the greatest play-by-play and pregame announcer that the NFL has ever seen. The quality of his voice would just give me the chills. And you are looking live at Chicago Field, covered in snow, as the Bears prepare to play host to the New York Giants. And you are looking live at Seattle, where the Seahawks will be taking. And you are looking live at Washington, D.C., where the Redskins will be hosting the Dallas Cowboys. And you are looking live. Like, ooh, just get the shivers. The only thing that comes close to that today is when NFL Red Zone begins. And the host says, and 7 hours of commercial-free football begin now.
Here, when they get to 9 a.m. on this feed, which is a little delayed because that's the way things are. Latency is my life. We're going to get to see how they're framing the Gaza story, which will be a big topic for us today. Dan, Sean, and I will run you through the news, let you know what's happening in the coming day, talk about it a little bit, and then, as always, we'll want to hear what you have to say. Emphasizing the importance of peace, love, and understanding, please raise your hand if you're here on the two-way platform. We'd love to have you participate. We've had some great first-time people this week. Let's keep that going. And then if you're watching on YouTube or Twitter, X as it's sometimes called, please, the presumption of grace as you enter your comments in there. We've had some lovely comments this week. We've also had a little bit of a return to the trash, so please cut that out. This meeting is based on the network news morning meetings. where they run through the day, and that's what we'll do now. Let's just take a look. Guys, what do you good morning. What do you think of shocking plan, says CNN?
I mean,
covering it straight.
I think it was the first time last night that I saw the MAGA world splinter online.
Well, look at Fox not leading with Gaza. Fox is leading with Doge disruption.
Yep. That tells you everything you need. By the way, Mark, do you know why Brent Musburger would open with "You Are Looking Live"?
Because they were flaunting that they had the technology?
No, because he was such a gambler. He was letting gamblers know last second, this is the weather at what you are looking at. I've heard him talk about it in interviews. That's why he would always be clear that was not a tape. You are looking live. It's, snowing in Chicago for the...
So I got into a little bit of trouble with gambling. I wasn't able to handle gambling, and about a third of people who gamble seem to get into trouble with it. But those of us who get into trouble with gambling or any other vice should recognize that most people can indulge in the vice without serious harm, that it's a supplement to their life. So what is poison for one person is a pleasant tonic and an added sense of excitement for another.
The Bears game. Put your money down.
Thing. All right. CNN's stunning proposal. I just want to see how Fox frames this. They're still on Doge. Interesting. All right, you can take that down. All right, what's going on today? President Trump has a big schedule, no surprise. He's got a bunch of people coming to kiss the ring and have substantive meetings over the next few weeks. Today, the governor of Texas at 2:30. So we're not sure what he's doing until 2:30, but at the president, 2:30, governor of Texas, 3 o'clock, signs executive orders, no men and women's sports executive order in the East Room, not in the Oval. We'll see if he turns that into another press conference. 4 o'clock, he meets with a guy, the White House official schedule identifies as the governor of Texas.
The reason it's in the East Room is guests. You know that he's going to be Riley Gaines. There's going to be a ton of folks, my guess is.
Yes, sir. Good point. Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, he meets with at 4. And at 1 o'clock, the White House press secretary briefs. I'm sure Sean noticed this. Yesterday in the press conference with Bibi, the president sort of going around acknowledging various officials, and he got to Eylon Levy, and he was like, well, she's doing the best of anybody in the administration. He clearly, as we predicted here, or suggested here, he clearly is loving the briefings. Sean.
Yeah, just in contrast, when he was asked a similar question to grade his team, I think around the same time he said, I don't know, like a C plus. So
you mean in 17?
Definitely getting a lot better of a grade.
Yeah, I mean, MAGA loves her online. We've said what's true, which is, again, whether you agree with her or not, she's objectively off to a very fast and confident start. And again, she's being the exact press secretary he wanted. Bibi is still in D.C. He's meeting today with the secretary of.
Okay, Colin Liddell has a perspective on Donald Trump's plans for Gaza. So let's get to that. Kindly politicians' plan to turn Gaza into Dubai 2.0, misconstrued as Arab Auschwitz. So kindly politician refers to the special counsel who was appointed to look into Joe Biden's misappropriation of classified documents, and it describes him as a kindly, well-meaning politician who, is elderly and doesn't have much of a memory. So Colin Liddell writes, a senior U.S. politician's daring plan to build a gleaming metropolis of glass and steel on the bombed-out rubble of a giant Arab slum has been unfairly characterized as a second Auschwitz by unsympathetic voices in the mainstream media and international community. Meanwhile, on the internet and in social media, the plan has been rightfully praised for its revolutionary vision and humanitarian generosity. According to the plan, which the senior politician appeared to have thought up on the spot during a press conference, the 2 or 3 million people living in tents on the site would be lovingly bulldozed into the sea, while in their place an army of HP-1 visas workers would be flown in from India to construct a city with even higher skyscrapers and more prestigious properties than Dubai. Another benefit of the scheme is that it enabled Trump to finally overtake Elon Musk as the richest man in the world due to licensing issues that no one really wants to read about here. Every single country in the Middle East, except Israel, has expressed undying opposition to the scheme, while America's NATO allies have collectively rolled their eyes, yawned, and muttered it's all so tiresome under their collective breath. So, in Los Angeles Orthodox Judaism, it is about the most right-wing Orthodox Jewish community in a major city in the United States. And most Orthodox Jews essentially agree with Meir Kahane of ridding Israel and the occupied territories of Palestinians. And so the Israeli right, the Jewish right, loves Donald Trump's plan to rid Gaza of Arabs. Just loves it. And that's the world I inhabit. And I'll admit it, I just love the plan as well. It's incredibly exciting. So fun things going on at the President's press secretary's conference today with the news media.
At a future briefing continue to flood in. We are at more than 12,000 and counting. If you're watching right now and are interested, you can continue to apply on our new media website, whitehouse.gov/new media. And in the seat today, we have a longtime national television broadcaster. I'm sure many of you recognized her when she came in, Sage Steele, who is now the host of an incredibly successful podcast, The Sage Steele Show, on YouTube and all podcast platforms. And previously, Sage was a fixture at ESPN from 2007 to 2023. Primarily hosting SportsCenter, which we all know well, before leaving the company to exercise her First Amendment rights more freely. We are honored to welcome her to the briefing room today. She will be joining the president at the big EO signing later this afternoon. I know many of you will be there as well. So, Sage, why don't you kick us off on this very exciting day for women and girls across the country. Thank you for joining us.
It is exciting, and Caroline, thank you for welcoming people like me with a little bit of a different perspective, different background in this seat. It really does mean a lot. Thank you. Obviously, the House already passed the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which was a really big step for women and girls. So far, the Senate, as we know, has not brought it up to vote. We all know executive orders can be overturned, so I'm wondering how important it is to the president to get Congress to bring this, to pass legislation. So there are
involved all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has.
Okay, so the only way that the United States is going to do what Trump talks about is if the population leaves Gaza, the current population. The United States is not going to send troops in to fight it out with Hamas. So in a scenario where this works out, right, the people in Gaza will be strongly incentivized to leave. And let's imagine that, say, 1 million or so of them are resettled elsewhere, whether it's tents in the Sinai Desert or wherever they're resettled. And then there will be an announcement, I would suspect, where Israel says, we're just going to bomb Gaza to smithereens because we presume that all civilians are out and all that remains are Hamas fighters. And then there is heavy bombing for a few days, and then there'll be a pause. And anyone who's reconsidered, who's currently residing in Gaza and has reconsidered that and would like to leave, we're going to open up a 24-hour window where you can leave. Then I suspect more people will leave. Then Israel will bomb the hell out of Gaza for another few days and then give another pause for people to reconsider. And eventually, Israel will just bomb the hell out of Gaza until no one is left. And only at that point would the United States, I think, take over. So I guarantee you that Donald Trump is not going to engage in this at a massive cost, a massive intentional foreseeable cost in American life. Now, what could happen is that parts of this plan start to go through, and then there is just a massive amount of terrorism against Americans around the world, in the United States, and you could have, untold amounts of American deaths that are not foreseen by the Trump administration due to Palestinian and Muslim terror. But I'm sure Donald Trump does not intend on American armed forces to be fighting their way through Gaza. Right? They would allow Israel to completely smash Gaza, and then American troops may take over to provide minimum levels of protection, maybe use private security forces as well. There's no way that Donald Trump wants to have American casualties with regard to Gaza, and he's only going to engage in a reconstruction if there is funding for it, so it doesn't add substantially to the U.S. deficit. So if Saudi money, Kuwaiti money, European money, private investors see potential and they're willing to invest after all of the Gazans are cleared out, all right, then we'll get reconstruction. That's what I would anticipate.
Also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort to ensure stability in the region for all people. But that does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort. It means Donald Trump, who is the best deal maker on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
He did not rule out American troops in Gaza last night. Are you doing that now?
I am saying that the president has not committed to that just yet. He has not made that commitment, and you know that.
And on the foreign partners, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, the Saudis have already panned this plan. What foreign partners, if any, have expressed any interest in being part of it?
Well, the president has said he's been socialing this idea for quite some time. He's been thinking about this. He said in his remarks last night this was not a decision or an announcement that he takes lightly. And the president has already spoken to the president al-Sisi. In fact, that was his first foreign leader call. He's meeting with the King of Jordan, King Abdullah, next week. He spoke with...
Oh, fantastic. So apparently Donald Trump has submitted this plan to peer review, and it sounds like it passed with just excellent grades.
With the King of Bahrain, he spoke with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and he has made it very clear, he's been very vocal, that he expects our partners in the region, particularly Egypt and Jordan, to accept Palestinian refugees temporarily so that we can rebuild their home.
Right, the normal thing after a war is that you take the women and children, right? Why would Egypt and Jordan not want to take at least the attractive women and maybe the particularly bright women, right? Add them. Now, normally citizens, right, residents share the fate of their country, and Gaza effectively operates as a country, and Gaza effectively went to war with Israel, and Gaza effectively lost. Gaza has effectively been launching attacks on Israel since 1967, and is lost convincingly. And so the normal thing after you launch a war and you lose is that you pay a price for that. So what happened to Germany after World War II, right? Millions upon millions, something like, 5, 8, 10 million Germans were ethnically cleansed. They were pushed out of the Soviet Union. They were pushed out of all sorts of countries in Eastern Europe back into Germany, and approximately 2 million Germans, civilians, lost their lives. Now, did every German support Adolf Hitler in World War II? Was every German a Nazi? No. But the Nazis were so effective that they took control of Germany. And then, therefore, the way reality works is that if you have a highly cohesive, effective group who takes control of your country and then launches a war in your name, and the war doesn't work out to your advantage, you again have to pay the price, even if you weren't a Nazi, even if you did not agree with the war plans, even if you were opposed, right? If you allow a highly cohesive group to take control of your country and then launch wars in your name, then you are responsible. What's that story in the book of Genesis where Abraham prays to God to save the city of Sodom? And at one point, Abraham says, if you can find 10 righteous men, right, then please save the city. And apparently there weren't even 10 righteous men. So Gaza allowed Hamas to take control. Gazans will have to pay the price. Throughout history, there's been ethnic cleansing after lost wars. And this is typically the way that many wars are resolved, through massive ethnic cleansing. There was a civil war that partitioned India into India and Pakistan, and nearly 1 million people lost their lives, and millions of people were ethnically cleansed, right? Many Muslims in adjacent India moved to the Muslim state of Pakistan. Many Hindus in areas that were now Pakistani moved to the Hindu state of India. So what Donald Trump is doing is completely against the expert consensus, It is completely against current rhetoric and understanding of international law and what's humanitarian, what's not humanitarian. But this is how things have traditionally worked in the real world for thousands upon thousands of years.
To show you some images of Gaza that were taken. Fox News aired this. I mean, that is, as they put it, in an apocalyptic scene in Gaza. This is an uninhabitable place for human beings. Do you really think?
And Team Blair has a good response in the chat. He says, you'll be supporting it domestically next. God forbid. Do you seriously think that people in the United States would like to transfer unproductive subpopulations in this country out of the country? Like, you seriously think that, oh, just because a group has an astronomical violent crime rate, that we would want to be rid of that group? Or just because a group consumes far more in social welfare spending than it contributes to the tax base, that we would like to transfer that group out of the country? God forbid that we even think such thoughts.
That families can live their dream in a region that looks like this, with no running water, no electricity. And the special envoy to the president, Steve Witkoff, recently traveled to Gaza, as you all know. And he came back with images that he showed the president of the dire situation here. And the president made this decision with a humanitarian heart for all people in the region. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So
thanks for the question.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you
no choice but to leave Gaza and go elsewhere. But Palestinians say this is their home. They don't want to go. The president last night said he's willing to use the military.
Okay, I'm just curious. Are there many examples in history where one side launches a war, loses the war, and then even they don't want to go, they are forced to go? Right, that is often what happens in history. So even if the Palestinians in Gaza don't want to go, it is entirely possible that they might be pushed out against their will. Very sad.
If necessary, is the U.S. prepared to remove Palestinians from Gaza by force?
The president is prepared to rebuild Gaza for Palestinians in all.
So I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump is not going to do anything that's going to gratuitously cost American lives. He's not going to gratuitously risk American lives in his administration's estimation. Now, they may estimate things incorrectly, right? They may fail to predict the blowback for these kind of plans, but he's not going to plan on massive American casualties.
All people in the region, peace-loving people who want real economic development and opportunity in the region. This is a region that has been controlled by Iranian-backed terrorists, Hamas, who have brutalized not just Israelis but Palestinians too. It is because of Hamas that you see those images on that screen, that Gaza has become a demolition site, because Hamas...
Okay, looking here at X. All right, a lot of interesting things going on X, but one thing in particular, Attorney General Pam Bondi orders the Department of Justice to pause all federal funding for sanctuary cities, orders prosecution of any jurisdiction impeding immigration enforcement. And there's some similarities between, say, Trayvon Martin and the Palestinians. Right, so here is a post on X. Trayvon Martin was walking down the path of personal destruction. Reminds me of the Palestinians. There's absolutely nothing to say that he would still be alive today if not for his encounter with George Zimmerman. So apparently today, Trayvon Martin should be celebrating his 30th birthday. So people are saying that $1 trillion was given to Gazans and they did not use it productively. Now, have I gone through the accounting and fact-check and peer-reviewed that assertion that $1 trillion have been given to Gazans? No, I haven't. But a lot of money has been given to Gazans, and Some people are saying they have not used it productively.
Launched that brutal attack on Israel on October the 7th. And so, again, I would stress, President Trump wants to ensure that...
So did Donald Trump finally see that film of the brutal attacks of Hamas on October 7 and then like flip his lid and say, okay, these people need to go elsewhere, somewhere else with beautiful housing?
This can be a place where all people can live in peace. He is a peacemaker in chief. He made that very clear in his first term. And as for how that will be accomplished, the president and his team are talking with our allies in the region to consider next steps.
But should the American people be prepared to see U.S. military on the ground fighting a ground war against Hamas?
Again, the president has not committed to U.S. troops in the region.
But it is an option.
I have said that the president has not committed to that yet. Sure.
If I could just follow up on that, though, why not rule out the idea of committing U.S. troops? This has been a long-standing argument that the president has made really over the last decade or so, talking about endless wars and not something the U.S. wants. Why not rule out troops?
Okay, you don't rule it out because you just want to leave it out there as a negotiating ploy. Tyler Cowan, he's an economist, sometimes has some interesting observations, and he writes a blog post today, Trumpian policy as cultural policy. Trump administration has issued a blizzard of executive orders, set many potential changes in the works. They might rename Dulles Airport. Can you guess to what? A bill has been introduced to add, to Mount Rushmore. Here's Doge and the ongoing attempt to reshape federal employment. Trump National Airport, and Trump has added onto Mount Rushmore. Many people have been asking me why Trump chose Canada and Mexico to threaten with tariffs. Are they not our nice neighbors, major trading partners, and closest allies? I have a theory that tries to explain all these and other facts, and many other factors too. And so that is the type of reasoning, abductive logic, where you reason to the easiest, most concise explanation for a bewildering confluence. Is confluence the right word here? Of observations, right? You see all these different things, hard to explain, not really amenable to deductive or inductive reasoning, so you go with abductive reasoning, reasoning to the easiest explanation. And so here you go. Here's abductive reasoning. What is the simplest explanation for what's going on with the Trump administration? So imagine you hold a vision where the partial decline of America is largely about culture. Right? We have more people, we have more natural resources than before, and compared to other major powers, we are stronger than we've ever been. Our top achievements remain impressive, but is the overall culture of the people in great shape? What about the culture of government and public service, interest in our religious organizations, the quality of local government, quality of life, right? The quality of our society, right? Social trust and social cohesion, right? The quality of life is not great in much of the United States. You don't have to be a diehard Trumper to have some reservations on these questions. We see countries such as China that have screwed up policies that have grown in large part because of a pro-business, pro-learning, pro-work culture. Latin America did lots of policy reforms but is stagnant. So how do you fix the culture of America? You want to tell everyone that America comes first, that America should be more masculine, less soft, that we need to build, that we should own the libs. So imagine you start a political revolution and ask a simple question: does this policy change reinforce or overturn our basic cultural messages? So every time the policy or policy debate pushes culture in what you think is the right direction, you just do it. Do it in the view that the cultural factors will surpass everything else in importance. So you simply pass, simply announce, or simply promise such policies to turn the culture around. You do not worry about any other constraints. You don't worry about legal constraints or peer review or international opinion. Right? You don't even have to carry through with these policies. They don't even have to be illegal. They don't even have to be legal. Right? They don't have to persist. You just create a debate about the issues, knowing that because of polarization, at least 1/3 of the American public is automatically going to take your side, sometimes more than that. And generally speaking, Donald Trump's policies and executive orders are popular. So you are invested in changing the culture, and you want to do it on as many issues as possible. Right? Think of it as akin to the early Jordan Peterson cranking out all those videos. Flood the zone. Right? That is how you have an impact on an internet-intensive, attention at a premium world. You're not going to win all the cultural debates, but you will control the discussion. You will control the ideological agenda. Your opponents will become exhausted, dispirited, and disorganized, and that does describe the Democrats. Then you just keep going. Right? You may end up owning far more of the culture than you suspected was possible. Yes, policy will be a mess. The culture is worth a lot, both for its own sake and as a predictor for the future course of policy. Right? Just saying some things out loud is incredibly powerful. So in the first week, Trump strikes down DEI and affirmative action. Right? And Christopher Caldwell says this is the most important thing that the Trump administration has done. We see many efforts to make statements about the culture wars, trans issues, trans out of the military. No more Black History Month for Department of Defense. Right? It's no accident these are priorities. The main point is not to eliminate Black History Month. The main point is to get people talking about how you are eliminating Black History Month. So how is the war against U.S. aid going? Will it be abolished? Will it be cut off from the Treasury payment system? Will it be rolled up into the State Department? Presidential impoundment invoked? I don't know. Perhaps nobody knows. The point, however, is to delegitimize the left, to delegitimize much of the left-wing bureaucracy, to delegitimize U.S. aid, right? To delegitimize the perspective that puts other countries first, to delegitimize a pathological, self-defeating kind of altruism, to delegitimize NGO left-leaning mindsets and lifestyles. The core message is simply, we do not consider this legitimate. And then you make that the topic of discussion for months, and you don't worry about converting each and every debate into an immediate, tangible policy victory. What about those ridiculous nominations, starting with RFK Jr.? Like, I can't stand any of Trump's health nominees. I can't stand Pete Hegseth as SecDef. But maybe there's something else here going on that I've missed. As a result of these crazy nominations, people start questioning whether we should automatically be in an attitude of obeisance towards the medical and public health establishments. Are they as legitimate as we have been told? Once these questions begin getting debated, the answer will not come out 100% positive for the establishment, whatever the details of your worldview. People end up in a more skeptical position. JFK disclosure, right? The point is to get people questioning the previous regime. Why did they keep secrets from us? What's really going on with many other issues? It will work, right? We can expect some juicy secrets to be made public. We're restructuring the federal government. Trump's war against universities has barely begun. Let's stay tuned. Universities set to lose tens of millions of dollars right now, and they're hardly pushing it back at all because they're so afraid. Gaza real estate. This is a cultural discussion. Instead of operating under the old liberal paradigm, right, we're looking at things differently. Tariffs, right? Trump believes in tariffs, but why did Trump choose Canada and Mexico? It is a symbol of strength. It is a symbol of Trump's ability to ignore and to contradict mainstream and expert opinions. These are the two countries that most Americans have heard of. If Trump announced high tariffs on Burundi, most people would have no idea what it means. They would have no idea how to debate it, and they would not know if America was debasing itself or elevating itself. Right? Putting tariffs or proposing tariffs on Canada and Mexico gets a cultural point across. Right? Canada, to most Americans, is the exact kind of soft, wussy country we need to distance ourselves from. So we have conflicting interest groups, we have competition for Trump's attention, and Trump believes that cultural issues are important, and thus results a spontaneous order in which the visible strategy looks chaotic, but maybe there is some kind of plan.
I think the president is very good when he's making deals and negotiating, not to rule out anything, because he wants to preserve that leverage in negotiations. And so I think that's what he's doing here.
If I can follow up on that, though, he also said that everyone loves this plan. He said that in the Oval Office this morning. Sure. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister of Jordan called it a declaration of war on the Arab people. So how does he square the fact that even some Republicans on the Hill are objecting to this or questioning this? How does he square the fact saying everyone loves this plan?
Well, King Abdullah of Jordan will be here next week, so I can provide you more context on the conversations he will have directly with the President of the United States after that meeting. And I would just point out that there's been a lot of leaders and officials all around the world who have doubted, I suppose, the deal-making ability of President Trump. You heard the Panama leader saying that he would not agree to some of the concessions that he has now made because of Secretary Rubio's visit. You had the Colombian president saying he wouldn't accept flights of Colombian illegal nationals who have entered into our country illegally, and those flights are underway. So actions speak louder than words. Dasha.
Caroline, you said the president has been working on this idea for a while behind the scenes now. Is there a written plan based on the president's proposal for Gaza? And if so, when was it drafted and who had a hand in that?
The plan was written in the president's remarks last night as he revealed it to the world and to the American people, and his team are continuing to be engaged on this effort. I saw the National Security Advisor this morning. He has a very busy day of calls.
And Jeffrey says in the chat, wouldn't it be good if RFK was able to put an end to the revolving door between pharma and the FDA? Yes, sounds good to me.
And they will, again, continue to engage with our partners. That includes Steve Witkoff as well. Mary.
Two questions for you on the news of the day. So how is today's executive order going to impact the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles? For example, would a man who thinks that he's a transgender woman be allowed to compete as a female on U.S. soil?
Tax on foreign nations, and he's committed to cutting taxes for the American people here at home. He also believes tariffs are a great revenue raiser for this country, and that's exactly why he has committed to the creation.
So apparently back in 1906, America raised half of its federal government revenues from tariffs.
Of the External Revenue Service, which I think is a phenomenal idea. We'll just go down the whole row. Go ahead.
Tom Bateman with the BBC. Can you confirm that under the President's plans for Gaza, any and all Palestinians who want to stay in Gaza on their land will be allowed to do so?
I can confirm that the President is committed to rebuilding Gaza and to temporarily relocating those who are there because, as I've showed you repeatedly, it is a demolition site. There is no running water. There is no electricity. The President wants these individuals to live in peace. He is committed to doing that with this very bold new plan, and we will continue to keep you apprised.
All right, Axios, fairly centrist news summary organization. Here's the headline: Trump's Gaza shock wave stuns Middle East and some in White House. President Trump's stunning declaration that the U.S. could take over Gaza surprised many of his own advisors, threw out right-wing Israelis, deeply alarmed governments in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan. Trump's plan to displace 2 million Palestinians comes at a sensitive point in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and hostage deal. It could embolden both Hamas and Bibi Netanyahu to resume the war. When Donald Trump made this announcement, the sense of shock was palpable among the 150 journalists in the room. Very few people on Trump's team knew in advance that he would go so far as to pronounce that the U.S. would own Gaza. Some members of Netanyahu's delegation left the room jubilant. Arab leaders not so shocked. Trump's comments shocked, not so happy. Trump's comments shocked Saudi Arabia. And it's not clear how Trump settled on the idea of a U.S. takeover of Gaza. One source close to the president said it was Trump's own idea, and he had been thinking about it for at least 2 months. Trump was genuinely moved by the scope of the destruction of Gaza, realized it could take 15 years to rebuild. Trump presented his plan because he came to the conclusion no one else had any new ideas for Gaza. And Trump sees the Gaza Strip as prime real estate that could be at the center of a regional deal involving Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other countries. But his plan doesn't grapple with the deep historic trauma of displacement for the Palestinians. You don't think it was a deep trauma of displacement for the tens of millions of other people in world history who have been displaced and then gotten on with their lives? Okay, and then another. What the heck? I'm trying to read Axios here, mate. Start with the frickin' behind the curtain, Trump's wild Middle East vision. Freaking. I'm just trying to do my job here, guys. Pop-ups won't let me read AXIOS.
Surprised of updates as we receive them.
Ed Lawrence, that's not an answer.
Yes, go ahead, Ed.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So now that the President Trump's policies are starting to take shape, how long will it take to cycle through and get some of the actual prices that Americans are paying to come down?
Prices at the store and at the grocery pump?
All of the above.
Across the board, sure. Well, the President is doing everything he can.
Okay, behind the curtain, Trump's wild Middle East vision. On the 15th day, he proclaimed Gaza ours. There are two ways to view President Trump's epic, historic, shockingly unexpected declaration Tuesday evening that the U.S. should seize, control, develop, and hold a long-term ownership of Gaza. One, it was a wild bluff or bluster to gain leverage in the Middle East. It's like the threats of tariffs against Canada and Mexico. The other fuses several Trump obsessions, his hope for a grand Middle East peace plan, his belief that Gaza will be a hellhole for decades to come, and his genuine intrigue about developing the seaside land. Trump's words were premeditated. It mirrored ideas he floated to some staff and family members privately. He's moving the goalposts of crazy, a longtime advisor told us. This time around, he's not intimidated by headlines or pundits. He's going to throw out there whatever he feels like throwing out there. Trump's message to the Middle East: I can make it a lot worse for you guys, or you can come up with a better plan. There might be some obstacles to Trump's plan, right? Relocating 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza might not be easy. Leaders of Egypt and Jordan don't want them. Nobody, it seems, wants the Palestinians. Trump's America First allies are quietly raising their eyebrows. People want to put a frame around Trump's most dramatic moves, but everyone on the inside knows it's Trump being Trump, feeling wholly confident, unrestrained, liberated to say and propose whatever comes into his mind.
Report card, I brought it up in my remarks last week. It shows that fourth graders are not reading at the level they should. Make academia great again.
When the president announced his taking over Gaza policy yesterday, was Netanyahu aware of this, and what was his reaction when Trump presented that idea to him?
I was I won't get ahead of the president's discussions or negotiations on your first question about what would be offered. I think the president's made it clear that he expects these nations in the region to step up and to accept Palestinian refugees who will be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding of Gaza. As for whether Prime Minister Netanyahu was aware before the president's remarks, he was indeed. I wasn't present for that reaction. But again, this is something the president has been socializing and thinking about for quite some time. Nick, good to see you.
Oh, Jordan.
Jordan, sorry.
Thank you, Caroline. So Secretary Hegseth announced yesterday that Army recruiting levels have reached 12-year highs in December, 15-year highs in January. What is making young people want to serve the military under the Trump administration, and how does that contrast to Biden's failure consistently to meet recruiting average?
Yeah.
Does DEI President Trump's anti-DEI agenda play a role in this?
Well, first of all, the recruitment level for all branches of our military are at crisis levels, and it serves as a national security risk that our military branches are not fully staffed to where they need to be. And I do believe it's a culture problem within these institutions that the president is very much committed to fixing, as emphasized by the executive orders he has signed to root DEI out of the military. And I think when young men and women who are honorably signing up to serve in our nation's military see somebody like Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, who is a proven warfighter, who risked his life in battle for this country, who understands what it means to deploy and to defend the Constitution and your nation abroad and to put your life on the line. When they see a leader like that and a leader like President Trump, who is committed to peace through strength, that's very inspiring. And we look forward to seeing those recruitment numbers and retention numbers skyrocketing over the next 4 years. And I know Pete Hegseth is committed to increasing recruitment at all branches of the military. I would defer you to the Department of Defense on exactly what he plans to implement. Jeff.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so I emotionally love this Trump plan to take over Gaza, and it is a popular plan with my religious community of Orthodox Jews in Los Angeles. But rationally, I've got some concerns, and This is an excellent summary from Glenn. He writes, the United States of Exception Substack. If you want another 9/11, take over Gaza or let the Israelis depopulate it. So Donald Trump suggests that the United States plans to take over, own Gaza, level the site, force Palestinians to resettle permanently, deploy U.S. troops as necessary. If any part of what the president said is true, and there is a good chance that he means it, it is the best possible thing that he could do to provoke another 9/11. I think he's right. I wish this wasn't true, but I got to hand it to this critic. Trump could spend the next 4 years live streaming himself from the White House, burning the Quran and painting portraits of the Prophet Muhammad, and it wouldn't even come close. Every jihadi in the world just cackled and started cutting their next recruitment video. Osama bin Laden made it clear that he attacked the United States on 9/11 because he believed that the U.S. was occupying the land of two holy places, the Arabian Peninsula, and dominating and weakening Arab states to guarantee Israel's survival and the continuation of the brutal crusade occupation of the peninsula. Right. This was not only a staple of his English and Arabic propaganda, it was also the conclusion of the 9/11 Commission report and the 2004 report of the Pentagon's Defense Science Board on communicating with the Muslim world. I didn't know there was a Pentagon Defense Science Board on communicating with the Muslim world. But this is true, right? I wish it wasn't true. I wish that America's support for Israel was not a key reason why Osama bin Laden attacked the United States on 9/11, but the facts point against my wish. Political scientist Robert Pape, assembled and maintains the world's only database on suicide terrorism, found that in every suicide terrorist campaign between 1980 and 2001, the terrorists' central objective was to expel a foreign government from occupying their homeland. Suicide terrorism can be sustained over time only when there exists a high degree of commitment among the potential pool of recruits. The most important goal that a community can have is the independence of its homeland, population, property, way of life from foreign influence and control. So a strategy of suicide terrorism is most likely to be used to achieve national goals, such as gaining control of what the terrorists see as their national homeland and expelling foreign military forces from that territory. So the global jihadi movement has been delegitimized and fragmented over the past decade as the United States has abandoned the heavy footprint occupation strategy it pursued in Iraq and Afghanistan and failed. The Obama and Trump administration allowed local actors to defeat the Islamic State Caliphate in Iraq and Syria while assassinating key terrorist leaders and disrupting transnational networks. This steady degradation of militant capabilities caused pan-Islamist ideology to lose its allure, led many regional terrorist franchises to disaffiliate themselves from Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But the fortune of the global jihadi movement is fickle. Day after 9/11, the number of jihadi militants worldwide was several times greater than it was the day before. Just like after the 1967 war, the number of American Jews who were passionate about Israel multiplied by a factor of 5. After the beginning of the Arab Spring, new affiliates opened up. Opportunistic fighters seized on the weakness of decrepit Arab regimes across the region. Even today, jihadi organizations exist in a diminished capacity everywhere from Algeria to the Philippines, and they are primarily motivated by their local and national disputes with apostate rulers insufficiently committed to their vision of political Islam. A renewed crusader occupation of the Middle East, as bin Laden would have put it, right? One that would mean the displacement of more Palestinians than the Nakba, is probably exactly what it would take to reinvigorate and re-internationalize the flagging jihadi movement. Right, after the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, Iraq became the cause célèbre for jihadis, breeding deep resentment of the U.S. involvement in the Muslim world and cultivating support for the global jihadi movement. It's common to hear that hatred of Israel in the United States is already at a fever pitch in Gaza and the Muslim world, and there's nothing that can be done to provoke more jihadis to take up arms and to heighten this terror threat, but that's untrue. Right. It's hard to overstate how bad it would be for the U.S. to commit to the wholesale ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Expelling the population would require years of urban warfare by Israel and the United States, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, engendering unprecedented resistance from the local population and the Muslim world. Affiliates of Al-Qaeda and ISIS have lately focused on local and national disputes. They may return to attacking the American homeland. more Americans could die at home and abroad than they did on 9/11. The only thing about Trump's plan that is reassuring is that it is so far removed from reality that it is doubtful it will come to pass, but the odds are worrying. Right, when Trump's envoy met with Israeli officials last month to discuss expelling the Palestinians from Gaza, the Israelis told their country's Channel 13 they got the impression that the Americans are serious about this idea. It's not just talk. What happens next is anyone's guess. In all likelihood, the United States will greenlight the Israelis to complete the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, but will support it only from afar. All right, those were some well-written, pretty sharp observations on what might well happen. Oh God, so much to catch up on. Very rational, very empirical. I cannot contradict any of those arguments they're presented against Trump's plan.
Defense and the National Security Advisor. We'll see what comes of that, whether there's obviously more conversation about something we'll get to in a minute. 11:30 a.m., opponents of the president, including some members of Congress, are holding a rally in D.C. called Rally to Restore Foreign Aid Now. We will see how successful that is. Don't know what the vice president's doing today. I need a new system for tracking the vice president's schedule. I will get on that very soon. Capitol Hill. The House, again, this happens every Wednesday. The Republicans meet and the Democrats meet separately in closed meetings. Then at 10 o'clock, Speaker Johnson and the major leadership, majority leadership, has a press conference at 10. Then some of the Democratic leaders, Pete Aguilar and Ted Lieu, hold a press conference at 11. The Senate is working on various nominations after yesterday's successful committee votes for the nominees for Gabbard and Kennedy. And it's just a matter of time. The Democrats are so upset with Donald Trump and everything that's going on, they're going to drag everything out, and it's going to be up to John Thune to see if he can get them to agree to not drag everything out, or this will take a little bit longer than it might. All right. So,
so I'm looking at Fox, and Jackie Heinrich, their White House correspondent, is in the anchor desk right now, and she looks amazing. But the other day I saw her in the White House press room with unflattering lighting, and she did not look amazing. So the ability of good lighting to make someone look amazing cannot be underestimated. I mean, you think I look this good when I wake up? You think that if I didn't have flattering lighting right now, I would be this devastatingly handsome?
On Gaza, lots of worldwide reaction. I just read a super interesting article about an issue that I haven't seen much of any place else, which is that this is all, not all about, but a lot of this is about energy. One thing I'll say is, President Trump mentioned this, but it's underappreciated, is it's not practical for people to go back and live in Gaza anytime soon. It does need to be rebuilt. Someone's going to have to do it, and he's proposing that the U.S. do it. Guys, let's look at one thing, and then I just want you to talk as long as you want about it, talk to each other, and then we'll bring folks in. Let's play, please, the clip. This gives you just some sense of how the international media covered the events of yesterday. Roll the videotape.
अमेरिकी सदर ट्रंप का गजा की पट्टी पर तवील अरसे तक कब्जा करने का ऐलान। व्हाइट हाउस में इस्राएली वज़ीर-ए-आज़म के साथ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि मैं गजा में तवील और मुद्दती मिल्कियत की पोजीशन देखता हूं।
It's insane. It's ethnic cleansing, and he said all of this.
It's not. I mean, it's insanity. I might go. I mean, they are going to supposedly they're going to be moved to beautiful housing areas. I don't know if that's quite ethnic cleansing.
The US President Donald Trump is saying he wants the US to take over the Gaza Strip. How is that being covered by the papers? Let's start with the Middle East.
I'll start with Al Akbar Eve, which is a Lebanese paper with close ties to Hezbollah. After announcing his intention to clean out Gaza a few days ago, the US president is persisting, opening a new chapter in the wars. Al Had, which is a Jordanian daily, describes Donald Trump's statements as a total surprise, especially when he says that he's considering transforming Gaza into a Middle Eastern Riviera.
Gaza back into that sort of environment, Liz, is a big ask.
This is just insane. Yesterday, this was a conspiracy theory, okay? The idea that this was someone's end goal for this. And here we are with Trump standing next to Netanyahu saying, no, this is what we're going to do.
Just saw BB's on Hannity tonight, exclusive interview. Sean, Liz of Australian TV, who speaks like she's from Brooklyn for reasons I don't understand. Liz says, this is insane. What say you? Sean Spicer, international man of mystery.
Her pronunciation of idea.
All right, let's have a look at X. Joshua Rayner says, liberals still don't understand. They think they are fighting against conservatives. When they talk about being mean or dark woke, they imagine the timid GOP eternal losers from the past. And Dennis Prager was as strong an anti-Trump conservative talk radio host as you could get, but he warmed to Trump over time. And the thing that he most appreciated about Donald Trump is how he taught conservatives and Republicans to fight. I love whoever does the makeup at Fox. I just adore what they do for women. It's just makes me so happy and proud to be an American conservative when I look at the quality of the makeup at Fox News. We should all be so blessed to have a Fox makeup artist in our life. If you ever wonder why Stephen Miller, a Jew from Santa Monica, is the most right-wing public figure in the modern era, it's because he grew up behind enemy lines. He gained notoriety while in public high school, which wasn't even part of the Los Angeles Unified School District, about all the left-wing nonsense he was seeing. He had to be so aggressive just to get a word out. They have no plan for someone like him. This is why LA, New York, and other big city MAGA are so right-wing. We've seen the rot from the inside our whole lives, the crime, the corruption, the insanity. We've been an extreme minority. We've been browbeaten for even the slightest question that there may be something amiss with the liberal order. What Trump did is he brought together the coast with the bedrock of America, the people who liberals pejoratively refer to as flyover. The heartland faithfully showed us all it didn't have to be like this. They watched their jobs go overseas. They watched their towns deteriorate. Everyone had enough. Trump was always moderate, liberal, center person. His only time as a Democrat was during the Bush II era. He's a builder. He's a mogul. He exists in the real world. Materials, structures, prices, regulations, builders. He's also an entertainment tycoon, so he understands the artistic and personal element. The conservative position was one of eternal defense. MAGA is on offense, and MAGA is here to win.
As idea,
yeah,
sounds
like Brooklyn.
No, that's a Rhode Island. That's definitely pushing Rhode Island for you. Look, I didn't have it. I couldn't find the appropriate coin, but this is the equivalent of he just changed the entire dialogue by saying, look over here, folks. No one's talking about USAID. No one's talking about reconciliation. No one's talking about firings. We're all now, everybody last night was in a tizzy. Oh my God, the new shiny, look over here, folks. It was amazing. He is the master at this. And I will say this.
I think Dan Turrentine's analysis was the best of this morning's meeting.
When it comes to real estate or land deals, I would never underestimate.
I don't believe Sean Spicer's analysis there. I don't think that Donald Trump is just trying to distract and gain attention here. I believe he's serious.
How serious he is. I don't think that this is a joke. I don't think this is some one-off. I actually think in a perfect world, he would love to see these things happen. It's one thing to talk about the Panama Canal, but the idea of taking over, whether it's Greenland or Gaza, are not some crazy ideas with him. Second, I would just say what we've been doing for 50 years hasn't exactly been working out. So you know what? Maybe Washington needs a little something new. And the last thing I'll say on this subject, because I do want to touch on USAID in a bit, is I heard a lot of people, even some, as Dan pointed out, on the MAGA front, talking about how this wasn't consistent with America First. Of course it is. It's 100% consistent. There's a difference between getting involved in foreign wars that are somebody else's problem, someone else's land, and saying we want to buy that. That becomes America. If we take over Gaza or Greenland or Panama or Canada, not that I'm advocating for that, just to be clear, especially Canada, it becomes ours. It's one thing to bail them out or to pay for them or to fight their war. It's another thing to own them. Then it is part of us. So it's consistent with America First.
Yeah, Dan, let me just say two things real quick, and then I kick it over to you. First of all, just to amplify what you said about Trump being the master. It's common for a politician to try to change the subject, right? Bring up something else. The two things that Trump does, because his fingertip feel for the media and public opinion and everything else is so developed. One is he knows he can calibrate. Like, how big does it have to be to change the subject? Like, exactly, not too much, not too little. And then execution, right? He knew full well what he was doing when he did it, which doesn't mean, as you said, John, it's not a real proposal.
I think I'm in love with Fox News' legal analyst, provided she's not married, Kerry Urban. So please tell me if she's married, because it would be unseemly for me to profess my affections if she were married. But the flaws in her lower teeth, it just makes me adore her anymore. Have you ever really loved a woman? And when you really love a woman, her little flaws and idiosyncrasies, they just make me love her even more. Like, there's little vulnerabilities that she might be sensitive about. I think it's amazing. It's so beautiful. My heart is so full right now with love.
The other thing I'll say is, you said this is if it's not working for America, it's not working for the people of Gaza. 50 years of status quo, and it's not working for Israel, particularly after the tragic attack on Israel last year. So October 7th. So I don't know that this will happen. I think they're going to have to get the Saudis on board. Obviously, there's lots of issues here, but people who think it's a stupid idea because it's new don't understand the ethos of what's going on.
Dan.
Wow. All right. Mark Halperin really bends over backwards to give Donald Trump a fair shake. So if you follow Politico and you follow its founding editor, you follow the global editor-in-chief of Politico, right, John F. Harris, you know that 95% of the time his writings just overflow with sheer contempt for Donald Trump. And so here's the column that came out a couple of weeks ago. Headline: Time to admit it, Trump is a great president. He's still trying to be a good one. The most consequential presidents divided the nation before reuniting it on a new level of understanding. I've also heard it said that the most consequential, successful presidents are strong enough to go against their base and then move their base, which is what Donald Trump may be doing here. So this is a column John F. Harris wrote January 21st. Donald Trump, in his second inaugural address, was everything his supporters hoped he would be. He was breathtakingly expansive about his intention to reshape the vast federal government around his vision. He was raucously jingoistic in proclaiming that the country would do whatever it wants to advance its interests in the world. He was openly triumphal in asserting his belief that his survival from an assassin's bullet and his victories show he is God's chosen instrument to lead an American revival. He was everything his adversaries feared. He was messianic in tone. He was lovingly protective of his grievances. He was wholly uncharitable to the people sitting just feet away from him under the Capitol Rotunda, who he defeated so convincingly. The second occasion of Trump taking the oath of office put him in an entirely new light. For the first time, he is holding power under circumstances where reasonable people cannot deny a basic fact: he is the greatest American figure of his era. Right, this is an objective description of the dimensions of his record. He began a decade ago by dominating the Republican Party. Now he's dominating America and the world. He's not a fluke. He's not someone the American public misunderstands. Right? He sees opportunities that most politicians do not. He forges powerful, sustained connections with large swaths of people in ways that no contemporary can match. He is a force of history. And this is something that his doubters, myself included, writes John Harris, have been slow to reckon with. For Democrats, the inaugural ceremony and all it symbolizes were a meal made of ingredients scraped off the kennel floor. Once they gargle and spit, the opposition party may find something liberating about the moment, because they can no longer place confidence in a strategy that once looked plausible but now has been exposed as an illusion. Right? Affirmative action has always been unpopular. DEI has always been unpopular. Perhaps Donald Trump is putting a nail in the coffin of DEI. Right? Democrats cannot push Trump to the margins. They cannot treat him as a momentary anomaly. They cannot denounce him as lawless and illegitimate and think that's enough. Right? Some voters bought these lines, but not enough to win an election. Opponents of Donald Trump have no choice but to acknowledge that Donald Trump and MAGA represent a large historical argument. They will have to rally similarly large arguments to defeat it. Trump in 2020 showed himself ready to undermine democracy for his own purposes. Trump in 2024 showed that he is a potent expression of democracy. Most flamboyant rhetoric of Trump's inaugural address, such as retaking the Panama Canal, sending federal troops to the border, are all expressions of his genuine world view. Trump has been a communications innovator. He has exploited technological shifts more effectively than his rivals. He has uncommon psychological toughness, Have you ever known someone who is facing legal hurdles? In many cases, even if people ultimately win, they end up being consumed and shrunken by the searing nature of the experience. Imagine running for president amid huge civil suits, criminal prosecutions, felony convictions, and emerging from this morass as a larger figure than before. You don't have to admire the achievement to recognize that Donald Trump is possessed by some rare traits of denial, combativeness, and resilience. Could someone who's so zealously divisive ever join the roster of presidents as among the nation's greatest? Right. Great presidency unifies mostly in retrospect. This is Arthur Schlesinger Jr., the liberal historian. Most great presidents divide the nation before reuniting it on a new level of national understanding. And here's another interesting Politico article. They've done their homework. The unexpected power of Musk's digital assault on Washington. Overnight, banal-seeming federal IT systems, meaning information technology systems, have become an ideologically driven bulldozer because Elon Musk and his team, they just have to look to the DEI, and almost everything associated with DEI in the federal government is going to be corrupt and worthless. So Elon Musk's campaign to cut Washington's bureaucracy is aiming at a very specific digital power center, the federal IT infrastructure. Musk and his allies have access, and they can just look for the woke. They can just look for the DEI, and they know they have found gold. Right? Ann Lewis, former director of Technology Transformation Services, said they have done their homework. They are going where the majority of the volume of government transaction data. This seems very strategic. Right? This is unlike any other program to reform the U.S. government. And he plans to run every federal government contract through AI. Incredible times that we're living in. Right, I respect Dan Turrentine's analysis here.
I apologize because I'm getting the age where if I don't say it, I'll forget it. So I don't mean to interrupt you. But just two things. Mark said.
I don't like how Sean Spicer interrupts Dan Turrentine and Mark Halperin interrupts Dan Turrentine by a ratio of 10-1 compared to the times that the gracious Dan Turrentine interrupts his fellows.
The word when. The when is a critical component of this for two reasons. Long-term wise, Al-Sisi and I'm trying to think of who, whether it's Jordan, I think are all coming next week. So the when, number one.
More winning, guys. Panama agrees to anti-migrant collaboration after Trump threatens to retake Canal.
He planted this right before some major visits. The second, the short-term when, he had to sit down on a bilat with Netanyahu, with press in the Oval, and nothing was said. Then they paused the presser for 45 minutes, and clearly Netanyahu was read into this because of. So Trump, I mean, to Mark's point, the when was calculated. This isn't something that you just said on the colonnade, on the walkover. Hey, can I pull you aside in the medical office there because I got something I want to run by you? They held this back intentionally, and then he sprung it because the audience was bigger, the effect would be bigger, and he could pop it there. And Netanyahu was clearly read, and you could tell by the expression on his face and the pronunciations of especially people on the right in Israel. They were so. I just the word when was key to this. I apologize for jumping in.
That's
Dan,
okay.
All yours.
Well, for everyone on here who constantly says we all agree to.
Okay, more good news. There's a hearing in the New Hampshire legislature where you got a representative introducing legislation to strip non-profit status from NGOs that bring illegal immigrants into New Hampshire. Right, Dan Turrentine with some thoughtful analysis here.
Too much. I totally disagree with both of you guys. I mean, usually I'll go in order here. Usually when Trump tosses out the shiny red ball, I totally agree. He's the master at it. He tosses out a ball that the base loves. The base completely fractured on this. It wasn't just online. you had Senator Graham, Lindsey Graham, saying, I don't think people want their children in South Carolina going anywhere near Gaza. You had Josh Hawley come out and say, I don't want U.S. tax dollars to be better spent in America first. That was almost a quote. It's not that it hasn't worked, guys, for 50 years there. Nobody's been able to make it work for 2,000 years there. And I mean, so just if you even say don't take them literally, this is kind of part of a bigger play, energy, whatever. Who pays for it? Who builds it?
The Saudis.
Okay.
I'll answer your questions. The Saudis. Okay. Jared.
Oh, wait,
Jared,
hold on. The Saudis said absolutely not. We're not cool.
So far, the bazaar is open. Let them come visit.
I hear you. So maybe private equity goes in there. Who's going to defend it? Saudi Arabia doesn't have
the Dutch.
Wait, hold on a second, Mark. All the Europeans that we're kicking the shit out of and we're taking Greenland, they're all going to come because we asked them to defend the Middle East.
The Dutch and the Saudis. I'm answering all your questions.
Yeah, no, but I'll make you guys a gentleman.
The Dutch and the Saudis.
Not a single other European country will put.
Okay, I want to apologize to my audience, to Kerry Urban and Mr. Urban. She is married. She's a mother of two, and I will stop mooning over her. Right? That was wrong. That was bad. That was not my true self. I don't know where that part of me came from. Like I have largely transcended physical desire. I overwhelmingly live on this spiritual plane, right? I ascended to spiritual master status years ago. It's just so unseemly for me to be publicly mooning over, my God, I'm so embarrassed, a married woman with children. That was not my true self. I don't know where that came from.
Their troops in Gaza for the next 10 years.
Once the war in Ukraine's over, what are all our NATO troops going to do? They're going to be patrolling the Trump Hotel in Gaza.
Okay, I like it. And then I think the last thing is just it reminded me of the Godfather adage, right? If you watch the Godfather in the trilogy, in the opening scene, when the mother is pleading with the local Don to not kill her son, and the Don says, "I'm sorry, because when he grows up to be a man, he will seek revenge." And that region has been a tinderbox. The idea that we're going to go in and, okay, we displaced them, they should be somewhere else, nice homes. They're going to say, you're right, it's time that I just like.
This is a great point by Dan. This is a great point by other people. I can't argue against it. Right. Executing on this plan, displacing people from Gaza is going to massively fuel anti-American terrorism. I wish that wasn't true. I see no strong argument against it.
Go of my homeland.
Okay, here's the thing. The two-state solution.
Everything.
Of course it does. So it does. But here's two things. If Trump and Bibi are in power, there's no two-state solution. There just isn't. There just doesn't happen. And two, again, there's no Gaza to go back to. What if you think? Okay, put Trump's solution out the window. Someone's going to have to build infrastructure, school, hospitals, water, housing. It's going to have to be done. There's no going back. So
why?
If you say,
but why are we doing it, Mark?
Because Trump sees an opportunity on energy and on Israeli security to do it, and no other country will do it and can do it.
Is Donald Trump going to make the argument? Okay, we're not talking about the economy. We're not talking about lowering inflation. If Donald Trump is going to spend the next 4 years talking about what is best for Israeli security, if you think that is a winning message with MAGA, and I'm watching the chat, I'm watching X, the guy who polarized the Democratic Party talking about what was best for Europe and Ukraine.
Of course, if we get a cut of the energy revenue of selling energy to Europe out of this region, if no American dies, and if there's not a war because there's Abraham Accords too.
But who's spending money to build all of this?
The Sovereign Wealth Fund and all of Donald Trump's rich developer friends, and Jared, who would love to build the Riviera of the Middle East.
And the Iranians and the Russians and everyone who foments opposition is cool with this.
They're not cool with it, but good luck, Iran. Good luck in your senior year, Iran. They're weaker than they've ever been.
Mark, hold on.
They're weaker than they've ever been. The Russians will freak out.
Okay, but they're weaker than they ever are. Do you think in their own neighborhood they're just going to be like, yeah, you're right, guys, go have. The Iranians will keep. I mean, this is where I just think you're making it sound like it's a real estate transaction in Florida.
Yeah, you want to give up and consign the Palestinians to living in tents over sewage. And Donald Trump wants to try something different.
Mark, it's not that I want it. No, I know what you're saying, but I just think, again, to me, it is the ultimate irony that here we are talking about USAID and how Iraq is a waste and all of this stuff.
These are all great points. Right? Dan Turntine is making great points, probably the best of the three, but Mark Halperin's coming with interesting points, and Sean Spicer is coming with interesting points. This is why this is such a great show.
For 9 years, Democrats have gone totally on a back foot politically because he has pulverized us that basically any dollar overseas is a dollar that should have been spent in America.
But if we own it, it is America.
Yeah, and now we're talking about, let's go do the Middle East. After Iraq.
MAGA will follow their general. They might be venting on X today. They will follow their general if he's got a good plan in place. All right.
Let me ask you this then. Would one U.S. troop go to defend this infrastructure?
No, Dutch and Saudi. There'll be some American leadership of the Dutch and the Saudis, but no, there won't be like a U.S. Army.
Like in Vietnam?
Yeah. But Dan, it's not going to be like Vietnam because there's going to be a deal with the Saudis. All right, there's lots of hands up, and I assume people want to ask about this. So let's speed through our 3 other topics and then open it up because I want to get folks in. So Trump and Musk. This two-way could be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week channel where all we do is talk about the remaking, reimagining, and limiting of the federal government. Wall Street Journal says they're now offering buyouts at the CIA after the initial round exempted people in national security. The USAID fight continues. Trump reaffirmed yesterday that he told his Secretary of Education nominee, you're going to put yourself out of work. Like, there's a lot going on here, and there's a lot of criticism of it. And obviously, it's still centering around Musk. So for the third straight day yesterday, Donald Trump said on paper favorable things about Musk, but also said he does not have carte blanche. And I don't know if that's to send a signal to Musk or get the media off the trail, whatever. Dan, just...
So Steve Saylor reads Tom Clancy novels because they're a fun way to get a handle on the state of military technology and to play a mental game about how various military conflicts would play out. And I read the Tom Clancy novel Executive Decisions, where something similar to what Donald Trump proposed was instituted. So why hasn't the Commentary Magazine podcast dropped yet? What the hell? It's always dropped by this time, and it's not out yet. So John Podhoretz says, yesterday was a potential turning point in history. A new way forward was proposed on a matter where the players seem to want to stay on the old path, despite the murder and destruction to which it led. Blubber not to me about displacement of Gazans from their home. We've been told not that Gaza is their home, but that it is a prison. So Trump is offering Gazans a way out of prison. Do they really want to stay in prison? Does this mean that it never really was a prison in the first place? It's now only 16 hours after Trump inaugurated this revolution in consciousness. Where this goes, nobody knows, but the knot has been cut. The bond has been bitten and burst. The world before October 7 was unsustainable. We know that because October 7 happened. There's no going back, because going back means more October 7s. Going forward may lead to disaster, but what have the past 25 years in the Middle East been but a disaster and uncertain and incomplete efforts to cope with the disasters emanating from there from 9/11 on? I presume this is an article posted on Commentary Magazine. So I'll see if that's true. I'll see if I can find more from that particular article.
What's your 30,000-foot summary of where we are in reinventing government Musk style?
There can only be one star in the Trump movie. You just always have to remember that, and that is Donald Trump. And I think as long as Trump feels like Musk is producing, a good narrative, he's okay. The moment there's problems, I think he's going to start saying either you're over your skis or you've extended your stay.
And how about on the substance of what they're doing in terms of public opinion, in terms of making America great again? How's that going?
I think for USAID, I think they'll win that. I think I've said this before in the last month. Democrats cannot defend the status quo. If I were the Democratic Party, I would do 3 things here. I would try to take the strength and make it a weakness, which is not that they're proposing change. They're going so fast and they're so indiscriminate that...
John Podhoretz is a great writer. He is a great podcaster. He is terrific on social media, and I don't agree with him on a whole bunch of things. So he's not my favorite guy. Kip had a very telling observation yesterday. He said, I really don't know if 40 has any thoughts that he hasn't pre-digested from Steve Saylor and Mark Halperin. I have to hear other opinions, other perspectives before I can start to gather my own. All right. So here is John Podhoretz. Headline: Donald J. Nietzsche solves the Gaza crisis. In his Beyond Good and Evil, Friedrich Nietzsche proposes what he calls a rule as a riddle. If the bond shan't burst, bite upon it first. So if you can't fix a problem with conventional means, go unconventional. If something is insoluble, do something radical. So it is with what Donald Trump did at the most dramatic presidential press conference of my adult life by announcing his plan for Gaza. To all those who've been screaming for 16 months about the day after, take that. You want a way forward for the area that has been decimated as a result of the terrorist war launched against an unsuspecting Israel on October 7, 2023, a war that Israel neither sought nor planned for nor expected to have to fight. You want to cry bitter tears over the uninhabitability of Gaza as a result of the consequences of the war that is entirely the moral, logistical, and geopolitical responsibility of the terrorist organization Hamas and its sponsor in Iran. Dry your tears, says Donald Trump. Here's the plan. Gazans will have to go elsewhere for a while. Gaza will be cleared. It is currently a demolition site. Unexploded ordnance has to be dealt with. Many existing structures have to be torn down. It's an area the size of Chicago. It's quite the job. Following the demo will come the rebuilding. And this will be paid for by the wealthy countries in the region, which will also be responsible for housing the displaced Gazans. Gaza will be turned into the Riviera of the Middle East. And at that point, people, once residents in Gaza, can return if they want to. Otherwise, it will become an international city for world people. Bam, a plan. But President Trump, they won't pay for it, and they won't take in the Gazans. Oh, I think they will, Trump says airily. What is going on here? Simply the shifting of tectonic plates, not naturally, but through the force of will, the will to power, as Nietzsche might have put it. So I remember yesterday evening, Tablet Magazine tweeted, take a breath, stay hydrated. Like, we're going to be really busy following this Trump Gaza announcement. Yesterday, Donald Trump asserted the will of the United States as the world's most powerful, richest, most influential, most dominant nation in saying something must be done about Gaza. Here is what needs to be done. Here is who is going to pay for it, and here who's going to manage it. What must be done is it needs to be cleared and must be rebuilt. Who's going to pay for it? The fellow Arabs who've been supporting the Palestinians to keep the Palestinians far away from them. Who's going to manage it? The United States. More of a real estate management company than a political entity. Is this all a fantasy? Maybe. But are any of the other ludicrous cockamamie ideas being floated for the future of the area any less fantastical? So you could see by Bibi Netanyahu's body language and words yesterday that he'd only been presented with this plan a short time prior to the press conference. A Palestinian state in the wake of October 7, not going to happen. Right? The Biden administration kept talking about this, not going to happen. Some form of UN management, not going to happen. We spent half a century listening to the sage counsel of responsible and sober men who tell us that they understand history and its consequences, leading to Sullivan and Blinken and Biden and Harris. They weren't playing the great game. They were playing 52 pickup. Time for a new deck, time for a new dealer, time for a new Middle East. Damn, that John Podhoretz, damn, that boy can write. And I don't mean anything racist.
They are putting stuff at risk. I would highlight the where some of these agencies do good stuff, and I would embrace this to say that basically we are for kind of smart reform, they're for reckless grievances. If you blow out the CIA leadership, like, they're working on a terrorist case. They're working on trying to keep us safe, right? That is risky to just blow out everybody. The second thing is, or third thing is, I would start trying to find, if I were Democrats, wasteful spending and stuff like the Department of Defense and Commerce. I would draw Republicans into this. Make them defend the fact that like that a ship is repaired for $10 billion versus a new one built for $3 billion. Why is that? You got a bunch of Southern senators that want to defend the jobs in their district. So I would start putting mud all over the walls that, like, we'll play this game too, right? That, now, Eylon, go hunt in the Defense Department. Let's get the headline and make, Lindsey Graham squirm and Ted Cruz squirm. And then, the last
Sean,
thing I would do, anyway, sorry.
Well, that's all right. I just want to speed through these if we can, because I want to get folks in on the Middle East. Sean, where are we on Trump and Musk, and where are we on reinventing government?
So first of all, a couple things. One, I'd love to squirm, Dan. I mean, hey, you want us to come hunting at the Defense Department and Commerce? Well, I think you'll get more Republicans on that team than anything else. One thing occurred to me overnight that I thought was interesting. There was this philosophy, and many have extolled it like Dan did, which is, go in surgically, whatever, and as opposed to whole. And I started to think about this. For Republicans and conservatives that have thought that government is too big, too bloated, too ineffective, you pull it out by the root, right? Taking out USAID by the root, taking out the DOE by the root, so it can't grow back.
So much of Donald Trump's funding has come from Miriam Adelson, who is a right-wing Jewish supporter of Israel. I wonder how much money she is willing to commit to Donald Trump after this announcement.
If you just leave part of it there, it'll grow back. Welcome to Washington. It knows how to reconstitute itself like the Terminator. So what they're doing is they're literally pulling all of these weeds out by the root. And I think it's actually a lot smarter than we're giving it credit for. On Eylon himself, I mean, the thing that's interesting on this, where the president, I think, is actually really smart on this is Elon's not just getting the credit. He's also taking all the hits. So it's, to Dan's point, he might be partially the star, but he's also taking all the arrows too. All those guys standing outside the building at USAID, Chris Van Hollen and Ilhan Omar, are yelling about Elon Musk, not Donald Trump. So as far as Trump's concerned, it's like, yeah, you go take the hits. You go be the bad guy. He actually, to some degree, has set the guy up. I actually think it's smart. Now, here's where I think this is. I'll finish with this, Mark. The first quote I want to read you is, man, Trump will be well satisfied to have this fight. When you talk about, that was by the esteemed philosopher David Axelrod. And the other one is, when you talk about cuts, the first thing people say is, cut foreign aid, said Rahm Emanuel. You don't fight every fight. You don't swing at every pitch. This is exactly the point. They went hunting in a smart place first. So I actually think they're going about this well. The base is behind them. The movement is behind them. And as you mentioned,
Democrats cannot just sit there and say, you can't do this, like kind of from a process standpoint, and all is well. Like, it's suicide for us to keep defending everything always.
Right. So just real quick, I think King Abdullah of Jordan has also added his voice this morning just now to rejecting the notion of taking Palestinians in and this plan. So we'll see.
Well, remember that there's different things about building where they resettle them is I think the big issue there, at least from what I can tell.
Maybe,
so if you
maybe Poland. The Poles like to take folks in.
Or Greenland.
Yeah, or Greenland.
Greenland.
So let's talk about the Democrats. We talked with Tim last night on two-way night about how there's a
Dooovid back to the show. You had some insights yesterday. Dooovid, what new thoughts do you have on Trump and Gaza, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been enough breaking news. Like I said, just the practicalities of what it means, what's likely to happen versus the rhetoric. So I guess more just the reaction of people to what Trump said. And I mean, I would basically, think the main reaction is like, well, you have the Jewish people kind of like, I'm shocked. Like, I would have never said this myself. But like, now that Trump's saying it, it's kind of sounds like a good idea, as opposed to, kind of like, well, of course, that was Israel's idea the whole time. That was even Biden's idea. That's even what Biden and Blinken wanted to do from the beginning. It just failed. And, just this kind of messianic euphoria that like Trump will be different, but like Trump might be able to get it done. And just the question of how many Jews are going to be willing to go all in now that it's a possible, like you were saying, like once the words have left the mouth, once the subconscious has become conscious. I think Richard Spencer eventually did a take on that. He was saying now the subconscious has become conscious. Now it's kind of clear that America is fighting a genocidal war on behalf of Israel that has basically zero benefit to America. Although to some extent, I think that like basically Jews are like, yeah, that's great. But then the scaredness will like, no, like it's only going to work if people think that they're doing it for America. Like we can't actually get away with committing genocide. We can't actually get away with forcing America to fight, to do these war crimes on our behalf that completely doesn't benefit America. But yet you're going to have a certain amount of euphoria where people are just going to start saying out loud these type statements like, well, yeah, God forbid, what's wrong with genocide? What do they have better? It's a crap hole anyways. They got nothing. So yeah, I think these reactions are going to become more and more interesting. And for like the general goy supporting Trumper, how they're going to take it. I mean, Trump's going to have to deliver because like he's basically failed on everything where he basically said it's because it wasn't him. Like if he was in office, this never would have happened because like, supposedly he's highly competent. He's different as opposed to Trump is basically like a Zelensky. He's just an actor. And the question is, will it be any different? What's going to be the difference when Biden and Blinken told Jordan and Egypt to take in the Palestinians and they said no, now Trump's going to say it, just like, Trump said within 24 hours, he's going to have the war over in Ukraine. Now it's been 3 weeks. He hasn't done it. So I think you're going to see the cognitive dissonance starts stepping in. And I mean, honestly, I think Trump is basically senile, and just like he's not in the same sense as Biden, but just kind of like I see old boomers yelling at the TV. He's kind of making the non-coherent, not serious arguments, echo chamber type things that I see right-wing boomers make when they yell at the television.
So I'll admit it, I entered a state of ecstasy when I found out about Trump's plan. I just had such a overwhelming emotional reaction to it that it just transported me to a different emotional state. And I think that many right-wing Jews experience the same state of ecstasy, that their fondest wishes were being articulated by the President of the United States. Do you think that this read of the emotions of right-wing Jews is accurate?
Yeah, I mean that's why I put in the chat. Like basically every right-wing Jew sounds like Charles Moskowitz now. Like Charles Moskowitz sounded like you sound today for the last 4 years, and you're just like, that man's crazy. But now, like Trump is actually president, those words have actually left his mouth. You basically sound like Charles Moskowitz.
Yeah, and he should have access to a lot more Jewish funding, right? You'd expect someone like Miriam Adelson to be all in with funding him.
It doesn't matter. I mean, Trump doesn't need the funding anymore. He's already won the presidency. He's already, I mean, it was like kind of, like the Trump meme coin that was basically clearly just a scam. Like all these things, Trump branding, selling things. Trump, he's probably delusional, and he probably has an echo chamber around him of people that fill into it where he thinks he's going to make money off of this. You think there's going to be like Trump Tower in Gaza, and I think right now Trump is sitting on potentially billions of dollars from his meme coin. Some of his supporters, have already made hundreds of millions of dollars off of it, and basically it was stealing from the suckers that support him, and saying like, oh, unfortunately, Luke, you're just one of those suckers that Trump is tricking. He's a con man. He's a snake oil salesman. He just said what you wanted to hear, and even though his actions are not, it's like people completely forgot. Like I was watching the right-wing media last week, and Trump had turned on the Jews. He forced Netanyahu to take the hostage deal that was bad for it. But now all of a sudden you're in a state of euphoria, even though all he did was sell you a bunch of words. And, so it's almost like shocked. Are you kind of like shocked that you fell for it? Or you're like, no, how dare you say something bad about King Messiah Trump? And then, like now you're like Charles Moskowitz.
Now, MAGA does not like this plan, and Fox News is giving it minimal amount of attention. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the plan is. I like John Mearsheimer. Like, I tend to watch him every week on Judge, and sometimes there's other things, and he's just like, it's not a serious argument, and he's saying like the fact is that Israel has put itself in an extremely bad position. It's unclear how Israel is going to get out of it. Israel's intention the whole time was to ethnically cleanse Gaza, and they really don't have a plan B. And so the question now is that Israel's ethnic cleansing has failed, and they've already accepted the hostage deal. Hamas is already taking back over Gaza. Israel is already retreating. That's the facts on the ground. So Trump just gives you like some words that mean nothing. But like he said it, like it did actually leave Trump's mouth, and it's causing people to enter a further state of distance from reality. And that's the reality that whatever Israel was trying to do in Gaza failed.
Now, is there anything that Trump's doing that you think is good?
No, I think he's just senile, delusional. I could see like what Elon Musk is doing might be good. And then you have like the pushback, like in terms like, I'm kind of straight libertarian. So like anything that decreases the size of government, decreases the size of the empire, gets rid of regulation, whether it's DI, just spending, any of these things I think is largely good. Although, it's really just a charade. All Trump did was sign a bunch of executive orders. And you're saying like, Trump is just an actor. He's not actually governing. he has a Republican majority in Congress and the Senate. If he was a real leader, he needs to pass legislation. And, all this pandering to the media I'm almost surprised at you that it would even be able to whip you up into a state of Charles Moskowitz euphoria. Just like, can't you see through the lies and the illusions? And just like, what about the facts? Can this Republican majority in Senate and Congress actually pass legislation? Then, just these sound bites he's giving to the media, these largely meaningless executive orders that aren't actually going to change governance.
Okay, so what else are you thinking about on a public national level these days, aside from all the Trump news?
I've given up at the national levels. I'm more focused locally because I said, like, when I was younger, like in high school, I used to watch C-SPAN, and like even under Obama, I would actually used to read legislation like the Affordable Care Act, even some like the 1,000-page things. I would skim through it, and to say to like a certain extent, like policy. Everything now is just politics. Nothing is actually policy. So I don't think there's actually much policy happening to follow. I mean, do you agree with me that there's not actually any policy? It's all politics.
Well, I think I haven't formed a clear perspective, but I think I agree with Tyler Cowan that this is trying to move the culture and trying to begin national conversations where Trump thinks he's hit on some changes that are going to culturally and politically become popular. And so I'll stand by that analysis. It's not primarily about policy. It's about commanding national attention and shifting national conversations onto topics such as anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action that Trump believes are popular.
But even that, like it's you would say maybe it changed the culture, but it's really just created a sense of euphoria in people. Like a few people got fired, maybe. I'm here in Metro Detroit, and around mostly African Americans, and say I haven't yet heard of somebody losing their job. I know, already like the DEI officer of University of Michigan lost their job a few months ago over anti-Semitism. But they say, have there actually been on the ground locally things that you could chalk up to this national conversation and say, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's actually going to happen. So it's just like an echo chamber of, you're narrow casting people who you'll think that you're going to be winning without actually any results, and then think, well, DEI has been embodied into congressional legislation. Trump executive orders, okay, like there is the power of the purse and the spoil system that just through the act of presidency and the executive orders, Trump could do some, but relatively, like, no, not even DEI. Like Trump would actually have to, it would actually have to repeal the, going back to the 1965 Civil Rights Act and all of the legislation. I'm not sure if you still watch Frame Games or Mike Benz that, is actually talking about the policy angle of it. And you could be right, in the assessment that if there's enough of a cultural shift that Congress and Senate will actually overturn and pass new legislation that will actually change your life. But, as of now, it's just a state of irrational euphoria.
Okay, Dooovid, I'm going to move on, but I'll keep an eye on the chat, and if you chat anything that I want to discuss further, I'll bring you back if you're around.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Just stay rational, look for the actual policy, or keep your eye on the ball, don't lose your mind over this.
Okay, thanks, Dooovid. Talk to you later.
Up yesterday because, on the one hand, we're a long way from the rebuilding phase, but on a practical level, it seems somewhat impossible to pull this off. Do you think that this is really just an opening salvo to try to get to a bigger Middle East peace deal?
Well, Jackie, I didn't have this on my bingo card either, so count me as surprised, too. I don't think we really know yet what play the president is making here. It's possible, as you suggested, that this is a diplomatic negotiating tactic. We've seen this from the president before. Say something provocative, put an extreme idea on the table in order to sort of move the window of what's acceptable and possible and setting the stage for future diplomatic talks. Is this an example of that? It might be, and I think think what we're going to have to do is watch the White House, see what comes out from the president and his advisors over the next couple of days, but we should also be watching the region. If this was designed in part to provoke a response from countries in the region, I want to hear from them, okay, what are we prepared to do? If we think this is a bad idea, and some of them have said they do, what's their plan? What is their plan for rebuilding Gaza? What's their plan for de-radicalizing Gaza? Because we don't want Hamas and its toxic ideology to survive this war. How are you going to deprogram the people of Gaza who have been subjected to indoctrination for generations?
Yeah, I mean, you would think if you're Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, peace in the region is beneficial to the economic plans that you've got in place, but the devil's always in the details. And the takeover of Gaza would seem to be quite at odds with what Trump said on the campaign trail about ending U.S. involvement in foreign entanglements. Here's how the Wall Street Journal saw it. Trump campaigned on ending foreign entanglements. Now he wants to own Gaza. Taking control of the hotly contested territory would put the U.S. at the center of the world's most complicated diplomatic and national security conflicts, raising the prospect that Trump is signing the country up for exactly the kind of foreign entanglement he told voters he would avoid. Owning Gaza could kind of be like owning Afghanistan or Iraq. And we've been there, done that, didn't work out well.
We don't have the best track record of nation building in the Middle East. So I think the president and his advisors are aware of the limitations of American military power. And I think what we'll see coming from them is a bit of humility and humbleness about the limits of what we can do and what we can't do. But I think the big picture here is important to keep in mind. We can't go back to business as usual in Gaza. We've tried for multiple generations now to entice the Palestinians, to entice the Palestinian Authority into a peace deal with Israel, and they keep saying no. So we need new ideas, and I've got to commend the president for being willing to put previously unthinkable ideas on the table as a way of driving that conversation. So let's see what the Saudis come up with, or the Jordanians. The king is going to be here in Washington soon. Let's see what his idea is. It's not enough to say we don't like America's proposal. You got to put your own ideas on the table.
Well, Trey just reported that the Saudis are pushing back on this over the issue of displacement, and Saudi Arabia has been trying to market itself as like a tourism hotspot. I mean, they had a big PR campaign to that end several months back, and they have been able to market themselves as a friendly country to the West. But is that possible to pull off what the president, I mean, listen to what the president wanted to achieve. He spelled this out during his presser yesterday. Take a listen.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute, I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad, this could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed, that live there now, can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell.
Gaza is not a place where a Riviera seems possible, does it?
Not today. And so you need peace before you can have prosperity. It comes in that order. And so in order to build that prosperous future for the people of Gaza, for the people of the region, there has to be an understanding that, look, like it or not, Israel's here. It exists. It's not going away. And for generations, people in the region have been brainwashed by their leaders into thinking, well, Israel's just a temporary thing and we'll defeat them militarily or we'll defeat them with terrorism. Not going to happen. So you need to accept reality. And once you have that change of mindset, peace becomes possible. And when peace is possible, prosperity can follow.
Once upon a time, Beirut was considered to be the Riviera of the Mediterranean. That was many, many wars ago.
Many wars ago and many terrorist attacks. And, if you funnel weapons into a country like Iran has been doing in Lebanon for years and into Gaza.
But that's the key, right?
That's the key.
So you're probably wondering, what does Seth Mandel of Commentary Magazine have to say about all this? And wait no longer. Let's go to Commentary Magazine. He's got an essay, Mr. Netanyahu's Opus. Right at the end of the 1995 movie Mr. Holland's Opus, right, it's all about a high school music teacher who's writing what he hopes will be the great American symphony in his spare time. He's failed to save the school's music program from budget cuts. As he packs up his boxes and turns to leave, he discovers that a contingent of his students secretly has learned to play his symphony. and he's, oh my God, I'm checking out right now. I remember watching this, and the movie didn't really do anything for me until this turning point at the end. A contingent of his students secretly has learned to play his symphony, and he is invited to the stage to conduct its first ever performance in front of his family, friends, current and former students. Whoa, I don't know why I'm so choked up on this. This is the closest scene I can think of to which I would compare Bibi's presence at the White House yesterday, culminating in a see it to believe it press conference with President Trump. The whole scene was something else for Bibi. Right, what a roller coaster ride. So, Bibi has once again appeared to have made the right bet. His willingness to sign the ceasefire deal to give Trump a big policy win to start his presidency seems to have won him barrels of goodwill. Trump acts as though the 4-year Biden presidency was a rude interruption of the US Israel victory tour. Bibi knew just what to say. Bibi has spent his entire career prophesying about the coming of a new Middle East, brought about through the defeat of Israel's enemies, and a cold assessment of what that requires. He almost single-handedly focused the world's attention on the Iranian nuclear threat. He helped Israel navigate the global right-wing populist surge, neither bowing to it nor making enemies of it. Right, this broad picture of Middle East realignment that Trump has facilitated looks like the one Bibi has long anticipated. Trump's Gaza plan is extraordinarily unlikely, but it is motivated by the common goals of defeating Hamas, pacifying the Gaza Strip, and ending the Arab world's 8 decades of manipulation of Palestinians to create a normal Israel. Pete Hegseth will be meeting with Netanyahu after Trump's Gaza comments. And high-quality show this morning. But again,
we are hearing that this is a serious proposal from President Trump that they're to take over Gaza, that they're describing as an out-of-the-box thought. But there are big questions that remain unanswered, including how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Who do we buy it from? In the briefing room, we heard Eylon Levy talking about how right now Gaza is controlled by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists, and so they're obviously trying to create a public, get the public behind this idea that the Israelis and the rest of the Middle East would rather have the United States there with a big presence instead of Hamas terrorists who could be attacking anybody at any time. But the logistics of who do we cut a check to are a little bit more complicated than the already complicated idea of, say, trying to buy Greenland. Martha.
Yeah, we have heard suggestions that, or directly really, that Saudi Arabia doesn't want the Palestinians to be removed from the Gaza Strip. And we hear from Palestinians who say they don't want to leave. However, the point is not, is well taken, I should say, when you look at these images, Peter, of how destroyed the entire area and how unlivable it is. Obviously, it needs some sort of, small-scale Marshall Plan to make it inhabitable and safe for people in that area.
And President Trump's suggestion that the United States could just take over Gaza comes after his team spent the whole day describing to us how it is basically impossible for anybody to safely return. When they talk about needing 10 or 15 years to go in there, that's not 10 or 15 years to go replace some broken glass and repave the streets. That is 10 to 15 years to go get unexploded munitions, to hook up basic utilities like water and power. What they are describing would probably take longer than 15 years. The 15 years might just be to clear the entire, what they describe as a demolition.
What would be terribly sad is if the Gazans were told that they could return after Gaza was cleaned up, and then the Israeli and American government changes their mind and say, maybe not.
Site here. So there are two things that are true. A very delicate ceasefire is still just hanging by a thread. President Trump says that he doesn't really know if it's going to hold up or not. And these people have nowhere to go. Going back to Gaza does not seem like a safe idea, even though that has been the home for a lot of these refugees for their entire lives and for their families' entire lives. Entire family trees are rooted there. But they have to come up with somewhere else for these guys to go. And there have been various arguments from Middle Eastern partners about why they don't want some of these Palestinian refugees who might not have been vetted properly coming into their countries. There have been huge problems with that since October 7th. But
Look, here's the brutal truth. Jordan and Egypt are going to have to learn to become multicultural. Without welcoming Gazans, without welcoming Palestinians, I don't think Jordan and Egypt can survive. Now, Israelis are going to play a leading role in Jordan and Egypt becoming multicultural, and Israelis will be resented for this leading role. But without embracing Palestinian refugees, Egypt and Jordan are just not going to survive.
We are being directed to the King of Jordan's visit next week, when President Trump is saying that he has heard positive reviews from partners in the Middle East. They're telling us, well, King of Jordan's coming. Let's ask him next week. And we will.
Yeah, obviously Egypt and Jordan, both large recipients of U.S. aid, and it is a strong ally relationship with Jordan and really with Egypt over the many decades as well. So we'll see if maybe there's some sort of partnership that can be developed that would provide more stability in the region through this, sort of throw the chessboard up in the air suggestion. Peter, you have covered the Biden administration, obviously, for the last 4 years, and now the first weeks of the Trump administration. So we are finding it interesting to sort of compare similar moments and meetings.
Okay, I want to know what the Commentary Magazine crew has to say about
to begin
this.
With jokes, because there are so many jokes and funny things that have come out of the last 12 to 15 hours. I think largely the result of the need to release excess tension and energy from shock and awe. Something happened yesterday at around 5 o'clock that has never happened before. A policy is being promulgated that was so not on the radar screens of people who have been following the matter in hand for 75 years that we don't know where to go with it. So we start kind of defaulting to Twitter jokes. But it's no joke that the president of the United States went before the American people and the world at a press conference and announced that the United States would be taking over or taking a position, as he said in a previous moment,
an ownership position
in the Gaza Strip or Gaza. The classic thing people say is, I didn't have that on my bingo card. I mean, there is no bingo card on which the United States taking over Gaza has ever been printed. In 1967, there was a huge fight inside Israel during the triumphant and unexpectedly triumphant march toward victory during the Six-Day War, when a question was raised in the Israeli War Cabinet about whether or not, because it was the quickest route, Israel should go into Gaza to go march down into the Sinai and take over the Sinai from Egypt. And there was a huge fight because the question was, do we want even to set foot in Gaza? From biblical times, when Gaza was the land of the Philistines, Gaza has been nothing but trouble for the Jewish people. Nobody wants Gaza. That's why Gaza became a refugee camp in 1948. Nobody wants Gaza. No one has ever wanted Gaza. No one has wanted Gaza for 3,000 years until Donald Trump came along.
Well, maybe we should just put on our decoder rings and point them at the TV screens and try to maybe make sense of what Trump is saying and where he's coming from and arriving at this remarkable statement. Just one
that
of
would be
many.
Helpful for him too, by the way.
Well, that's why I'm here. I provide a service, John,
yes,
to all who listen.
Yes, you do.
So what was amazing about the press conference was that it was doubly radical. For weeks now, Trump has been arguing that the Gazan Palestinians should leave Gaza. And he has been calling on the Arab world to accept the Palestinians because, as he says, Gaza, as a result of the war, is virtually uninhabitable. we hear in the mainstream media about all the ruined buildings, all of the problems. So Trump has been saying the Palestinians should leave Gaza. That in itself is radical, because no American president has suggested this before, and kind of called the bluff of the Arab governments who, since the beginning of the conflict, have refused to accept, and I mean the beginning of the conflict, 1948.
Okay, let's get Kip onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, all the information has me kind of delirious. It's kind of like, on one hand, Trump seems to be like a hot knife going through a plate of butter, doesn't he? But
yeah,
on the other hand, you know he's got that P.T. Barnum aspect, and I don't know if he's got the army of lawyers behind him going to be necessary to carry out these mandates. Can I get some feedback from Lukey Ford on that?
Yes. So I don't think it's primarily about policy. It's about changing the culture. It's about grabbing national attention and particularly focusing national conversations on cultural issues that work to Trump's and Republicans' advantage. So it doesn't really matter whether or not we overturn birthright citizenship and any of the other 150 things that Trump has pushed onto the national agenda. What's important is that people start thinking about these topics, that these topics seize national attention because they generally work to the favor of Republicans. So there are certain topics that will typically work to the favor of Democrats, such as social welfare spending, health spending, but there are other topics such as ending affirmative action, ending DEI, exposing the deep state, exposing government corruption, exposing ineptitude, incompetence, and criminal behavior by government workers that will usually work to the favor of Republicans. And so I think what's primarily going on here is seizing the national conversation, the national attention, and directing it at issues that favor Donald Trump and MAGA and Republicans. And so that's what I think is going on.
What's kind of like consumed my thoughts maybe over the past 2.5 days are some of these revelations coming out from the US AID. And because I think back to all these color revolutions that they've done, that we've done historically, you know, basically we've been doing a lot of coups since about the Arab Spring. What was that, around 2012 or whatever? We've been doing a lot of destabilizing.
We've been doing that for 120 years.
Yeah, but so the revelations start coming about all the ways that USAID does this stuff abroad, and it gets old Kip's wheels thinking. And I hate to get all conspiratorial and Alex Jonesy, but I start thinking about everything from pink pussy marches to J6 infiltration by the feds, and I think about all these little St. George Floyd riots, and how a group like Antifa just pops right up, and how it's all so organized. And then you realize that that's the way we get rid of the populist people who we fear are either in power or either we fear are coming to power abroad. So these well, let's call them, they sound like progressive, progressive tactics to destabilize countries in the same fashion as we saw being done here. Sounds eerily similar, or do I need to make more of a case here? Are you understand where I'm going here?
I know your point, and you sent a link to a show that I watched. It was Matt Taibbi and Walter Cowan deconstructing US aid, and I had it on my list to play some excerpts from it, and it just got overtaken by the breaking news. But yeah, I think you're touching on something.
Right. Yeah, they were. I can't say if they were the first ones, but it just keeps, this stuff keeps burgling it out. But Trump is shooting howitzers everywhere. Pow, 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 pow. And you and I were only hearing the echoes of the last 2 or 3, and these that are even 3 and 4 days ago. But this one, it keeps consuming me, because I'm like, it makes a lot of this stuff make sense. I start thinking back to when was the big kerfuffle in Charlottesville? Was that 2017 or 2018?
2018, the summer of 2018.
okay, I do feel that it's strange that, let's say, somebody like who's the guy with the glasses, the Scotsman that had the podcast? I want to say Miles, but I think that's his daddy's name. He's friends with Cumia. What's his name?
Opie and Anthony?
No. Who's the guy that bought Cumia's podcast? Was what the remnants were left over of his podcast. He was the one that started the Proud Boys.
Okay, I've forgotten, but
okay. Well, the guy.
The Canadian dude who started.
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis.
Yeah, and you think about, he had federal funding from, I don't know if it was the Canadian government or maybe the Quebec government or whatever, way back in the day, and you're like, okay, that just cause he was part of, like, you know, a government entity at one point or was funded by the government, that don't necessarily mean that he'd be captured by the USAID or whatever. So I'm thinking, well, it's not that simple. Maybe he has, because, you know, he seemed to be charismatic, not to you or me, but there was a brand of young person that they would flock to Gavin, or they would flock to Nick Fuentes or whatever. So it's got me wondering, you know, it gets you chasing a lot of threads, but you just try to think about, okay, what about Charlottesville was legitimate, and what about it was a USAID type of operation, you know?
Well, there's a great expression, overdetermined, and the dysfunction of the alt-right so is overdetermining. It's so fully explanatory for the problems at the Charlottesville rally that it really doesn't need any left-wing help, and the self-destructive aspect of part of the most extreme version of MAGA that led to the January 6th riots, again, it was just overdetermined. You didn't need the deep state tricking people. You didn't need FBI informants tricking people. There was just sufficient levels of dysfunction on the alt-right and on the extreme MAGA on January 6th that you have all the explanation that you need for those debacles. I don't think you need any left-wing conspiracy.
10-4 on what you're saying there. I'm not gonna say that some stuff might be organic. I'm just saying when something like Antifa springs up, who's funding that? You know, sometimes I think we give the George Soroses of the world too much credit, and it could be because horseshit like DEI and climate change, these are the ways they destabilize and demoralize and propagandize.
Okay, two quick thoughts. So 3 thoughts. Number 1, you know, I don't believe that we evolved to be gullible, so George Soros isn't tricking people. Number 2, George Soros has been highly effective at pushing his agenda, and so we should learn what exactly has enabled him to get so much bang for the buck. And what the hell was my... And now I've lost my third point, so go ahead.
No, it'll come to you. No, so that's what I do. That's why you and I are talking, because I don't want to, get ahead of my skis. I'd love for someone to give me rational explanations of why, Antifa was so.
Who funds Antifa? So that's a good question. This is the point I wanted to make. So Chris Rufo got a big donation, he says, and he studied left-wing activism, particularly around Washington, D.C., and its potential for disrupting the second Trump inauguration. And so he paid for a deep investigation, but there wasn't disruption because there was no support for it in the wider public. So you do have forces out there who are ready to fund left-wing activism, but if this left-wing activism gets no resonance among the public, it's much less likely to occur. So it's an important question, who funds Antifa, but there's another important point to realize, and that is if the complaints and the slogans of Antifa don't create a resonance in people outside of Antifa, Antifa is not going to be particularly effective, right? You become effective by expanding your coalition. You become effective by reaching out to people who aren't already loyal and getting them on board. Pass.
Mm-hmm. I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that subversion game well, but they were trying to get a moment. They could have been using that force, Antifa, whoever they were, to get a moment that the network media could propagate. They couldn't get that moment in reality, and they ended up trying to propagate lies, and it took the truth years to what was it?
Yeah, I don't think that's a useful frame. I don't think that's useful frame to think about our opponents propagating lies and that they're subverting. Everybody's trying to. Every biological living organism is trying to create an environment around it that is most conducive to its thriving. So people on the left, it's not just that they see the world differently than you and me. They experience the world differently. They are biologically programmed differently from you and me, and they've had different life experiences, and they're responding to different cues. So everybody, like a slug, a type of pond scum, plants, all animals and human beings are all trying to create a niche around it that is most conducive for its own thriving. It's called niche construction in biological terms. The left does it, the right does it. The right tries to take advantage of crises to build a niche that's most conducive to its own thriving. The left does it too. Everybody's trying to change the world. Everybody's trying to change the niche around it to make it more conducive for its own thriving. Like husbands generally want to have more sex. Wives generally want to have less sex with their husbands. Workers generally want to put out less effort and get paid more money. Employers generally want to extract more work and pay less money. So everybody's trying to change the world. Pass.
Instead of thinking, well, just on my end, instead of thinking this is some cosmic forces trying to coalesce all against Trump, willing to tell a shitload of lies, it's almost, it's kind of like the Wuhan leak versus some wet market, or did it come from the lab? Actually, this kind of makes more sense if the goal all along was to thwart a populist leader like Trump, who was looking to wrangle away the deep state power. Then a lot of these things, the strangeness of a lot of the things we've seen over the past 8 or 10 years, they seem to make a little bit more sense. But you and I can. I just want you to leave that open in your mind. Don't close it. Don't let Halpern be the final decision, or a Steve Saylor tweet or something. I just want you to keep that open, because I think there's something there. But I'm not willing to
Okay, got it. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in evolution?
I still think about that. I don't know. Somewhat, maybe somewhat. Some things make sense, but there again, I told you at the I think we agreed that what was the last part of the title of the book said more about the book, what the book might be trying to lay the tracks for, which is talking about how all groups aren't created equal, in the same way that all creatures aren't created equal, and they're kind of going along a path. So, wow, where are you going with that? Thinking.
Well, if you believe in evolution, then everything I was just saying makes immediate sense. So, I just recently read On the Origin of Species. Recently, meaning 2 or 3 years ago, and what was the full title? On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. Right? It is a work of scientific genius, and it is a work of stunning pursuit of truth, and it is exemplary in a useful attitude towards life. You read this book, and the author seems to just bend over backwards to pursue truth and to be open-minded and to try to explain the world around him the best that he can. And so I strongly recommend, you can get it on Audible, all right, on the origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life by Charles Darwin. It was initially published 1859. I commend it to everybody. Pass.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what had happened in the preceding centuries to create those 19th century minds, that people like Darwin and, Marx and Nietzsche and all of them had. But they could write big books on things like, the banana, a simple topic like that, and write a big thick book, and it would actually entertain you and you'd learn some things. I don't know what happened to us, but maybe they had just few enough distractions to where they could enjoy themselves, but write these tremendous tomes that I wonder if we could pull off now. But I wanted to kind of change gears a little bit, because I know you and I see a little bit different on the COVID. And I got to thinking about COVID the other day. And what I did is I went to look at the year-over-year deaths on the years leading up to COVID. Some people die every year. You get what I'm saying, Luke? And the death totals leading up to the big cough was it had been like 2.7, and then the following year 2.75, and then the following year 2.8, and then the following year 2.85, and then COVID hits. You see where I'm saying, Luke? So COVID, if you were to act like COVID, what didn't hit, it would be like 2.9, 2.95, 3, and 3.05 for the years 2020 to 2023. So basically the total number of deaths, had COVID never been a thing, was going to be around 12 million for that 4-year total. So the total number of deaths for that 4-year total was actually like 13.05. So it was actually like 9% more deaths than naturally occurs. So would 9% be more or less than what you thought in your own mind before I explained it to you?
I'm not sure. I do know that for the first time in 50 years, average life expectancy dropped in the first year of COVID, and it dropped by 2 years. And I do know that the most in-depth academic investigation we have on the average age of life that was lost per COVID fatality was 16 years. So there was a stunning decrease in the average life expectancy and a stunning number of years lost due to COVID. So it was 9% more deaths during COVID. Yeah, that might be right.
Right.
So I'm looking at a chart right now. So it says that during the first year of COVID, the number of deaths was 3.4 million.
That's right. And we went down to like 335 the next year.
And wait. Prior to that, it was 2.84. So half a million extra people died that first year. And then in 2021, wait, let me finish. And then in 2021, the number of fatalities was 3.49 million. So that was an extra 700,000 deaths. So in 2020, there was an extra 500,000 deaths. In 2021, there was an extra 700,000 deaths. And in 2022, there was an extra 400,000 deaths. Okay.
Right. You're using, I see what you're doing there. You're basing that versus the 284. But the 284, that incrementally goes up every year. It goes up, like I was telling you, it goes 275, 28, 285, 29, 295, 3. Because, no.
It goes up by about 0.1. It goes up by about 100,000 or 200,000. It doesn't go up by 500,000 per year.
Okay. So, like I say, we can bicker. Was it 9%, 10%, 11%? Because I was doing some quick napkin type math in my head. But so I got to think that 10%, that's nominal. You wouldn't want it to be your grandma. You get what I'm saying, Luke Ford, on one hand. But I'm saying
it's an extra million Americans. So to you, that's nominal. To the average person, I don't think that's nominal.
But I'm telling you, between 20 and 2023, which is a 4-year period that those lunatics were wearing the mask around, the normal number of deaths would have been.
That's nominal. to the
That's
average
right.
person,
That's
I
right.
think that's nominal.
But I'm telling you, between 20 and 2023.
I don't know. I'm doing
I don't know
something
what
wrong.
happened. I'm getting feedback.
I am too. I'm getting the same thing, so I'm going to turn you loose due to the
Bro,
feedback.
talk to you
We'll pick
later.
it up later, man.
Okay,
Bye.
man. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, let's get back to this commentary magazine discussion.
Have refused to accept the Palestinians from Gaza. So then he decided, in classic Trump fashion, let's just go even farther. And he said that his plan is, at the end of this process, America would have some type of role in Gaza. We would take it over. An ownership position, by which I think he means that the Americans would own the new resorts and condos and skyscrapers he's envisioning will rise from Gaza, like, say,
the Riviera of the Middle East,
as he put it, or Dubai. We're
going to flip Gaza. We're going to flip Gaza.
And that's his vision. Important to note, there's no real timeline on the vision. And I think the second thing to note is somehow people on social media took from this that American troops would be involved in Gaza. I'm pretty sure he's not saying that either. I think what he's doing here is, one, turning the entire Middle East on its head, which he's done before. And two, he's saying that, the situation is so stupid, the way that it's been working out over the past half century, that rather than say we're going to have some type of Arab consortium come in and run Gaza after the war, America will do it. America will preside over it. And that will be the way to reach an actual enduring peace. Now, I put out my decoding ring. I gave you the explanation. Do I think it's going to happen? No, not really. But it is a pretty bold and imaginative view of what direction U.S. policy should take and the Middle East should take. And finally, it also is the death knell for the two-state solution, because there's no question, there's no way Trump is going to support a two-state solution after he's saying the Palestinians should leave Gaza, and then once they leave, America will rebuild it.
Okay, I think you could make the argument that the only future for a two-state solution, not in the next 4 years, not in the next 8 years, not even in the next 20 years, when there will be no two-state solution. Israel cannot make itself party to a two-state solution until this generation of Gazans and Palestinians passes this mortal coil. I mean, it is essentially a kind of reverse story of the Jewish travails and travels through the desert after leaving Egypt. The Gazans, the Palestinians are in no shape, condition, moral, spiritual, technical, juridical, whatever, to be entrusted with this land if Israel is to be safe and survive and not have multiple October 7th. There will be no Palestinian state for at least a generation. But at the end of the generation, if Gaza is rebuilt, if the Palestinians find themselves in the bracing light of reality in which there is a future for them to be defended, and a world in which they have a stake in which they can be protected and find some pathway to a normal and profitable existence, could there then be peace between Israel and the Palestinians? I think the answer is yes, but that again gets to your no time frame point here. And this is the secret of, you could look at Trump and say he's a chaos agent and a sower of chaos, or you could look at this and say that he has done the equivalent of the ancient parable, or whatever you want to call it, of the Gordian knot. You have an unsolvable problem, an unbreakable puzzle, and you take your sword and you simply slice it in half. You don't stand there for 75 years trying to unknot a knot that cannot be knotted. You say, that's not a knot, or you say it's a knot. The way to solve it is not to try to unravel it so that you leave the rope intact.
Or you say, it's my knot. That's basically what you say. It's ours. It's not now.
The most beautiful knot you have ever seen.
The most beautiful knot. Seth,
go
I
ahead.
want to point out that Seth, where we have a precedent for what Trump has done here is two steps. One very small, though it looked huge, and then one much larger. And the very small step that looked huge because of the resistance to it was the moving of the embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Jerusalem being Israel's capital, its declared capital, the home of its government, the home of its parliament, and the United States, like many other countries, simply refused to accept the idea that Jerusalem is Israel's capital and placed its embassy in Tel Aviv. And multiple Congresses and platforms of presidents running for office said that upon taking office, they would move the embassy to Jerusalem, and then did not do it. And Seth, in our pages and elsewhere, would make fun of the idea that the embassy could ever be moved. It was like, it was a cost without a benefit. You couldn't see why would anyone upset this status quo. It was understood that the embassies were in Tel Aviv. Big deal. Tel Aviv is a 45-minute drive, from an hour drive from Jerusalem. It doesn't really matter. It's like it would be like, the embassy would be in, Morristown, New Jersey instead of in Manhattan, or it was in like Middleburg, Virginia instead of in Washington. Big deal. No.
Well, the main point was that I just wanted them to stop promising it.
Right, they should stop
was the
that,
promise.
because it was embarrassing.
The promise. The idea is, obviously Jerusalem is the capital. It was actually ridiculous that there was a debate over whether the embassy should be in the capital. But it's like, no one's going to do it.
No one's going to do it, and then Trump did it. And Trump did it, and the idea was, the Arab Street's going to go on fire. Oh, oh my God, there are going to be riots everywhere, and thousands of people will die, and there was nothing. And that small move was in part a signal, along with much grander things, including the fact that we tilted decisively toward Israel, and Israel and Saudi Arabia had started making a pretty quiet but very noticeable entente against Iran after the Iran nuclear deal, for the larger prospect of a separate peace system that came to be known as the Abraham Accords. One, I don't think the Abraham Accords would have been possible without moving the embassy, though you might think that that's sort of ridiculous because the embassy is a tiny baby step and the Abraham Accords potentially revolutionary. Nonetheless, that is what happened in Trump's first term. He is looking, as he goes into a second term, at where he succeeded. And what he sees is boldness worked. Boldness worked, and not incrementalism. And our entire policy in the Middle East since 1967, when the fact that Israel was going to be there forever, and that Israel was a military power to be reckoned with, and was going to have to be something that we looked at as a major country that we couldn't simply brush off. Since 1967, the idea has been that changes there have to be necessarily incremental at best, because it was too incendiary for anything to be changed. And Trump, I think, we don't really know what Trump looked at or how this happened, but you're looking and you're going, well, all these other methods haven't worked. And look at Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken and Biden and how they screwed everything up, and look at what the Council on Foreign Relations says, and look at what everybody does. The hell with this. We'll take over Gaza. It's a wreck. You know what I know how to do? I know how to clear a development site. That's what I do. That's my business. You know what you do? You take bulldozers and what's more, I've even had to do Superfund cleanup. There's a lot of unexploded armature there. Armature, that's not the word I'm looking for. Ordnance. There's a lot of unexploded ordnance. Someone's got to deal with that. Bulldoze the place, clear the brush, make everything, and then you can start building. You can start building foundations, doing this, doing that, doing the other thing. That's why the language that he used all day yesterday was real estate language. It was developers' language. It wasn't the language of international relations.
Ownership position.
Those were his words.
The President of the United States used the words, I see a long-term ownership position.
Yeah. Can I explain?
Can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah.
Because one thing I think we're not fleshing out here, which is, given the potential infeasibility of this undertaking here, and in light of his tariff wars that weren't, why isn't this just a way of saying, I'm going to shock Arab leaders who aren't doing anything into doing something? Because what I'm throwing
I think it is. Yeah, I think it absolutely is.
Yeah, I think
I wanted to, Seth, just let me fit one quick thought on the real estate front. When he says ownership position, again, we're talking real estate language. That's a very specific thing in real estate language, because it is actually taking back on the we're taking Gaza. When people develop large-scale office buildings or office parks or are part of a big development, they often do this in tandem or with 4 or 5 different partners. And somebody builds the office building and somebody else builds the apartment building. And then at the bottom of all these buildings, there is retail. And if you have a condo, the person who develops the condo sells the apartments, and somebody sells the apartments, but keeps the retail at the bottom 2 stories as a perpetual, as sort of like his profit. And he will rent out the retail space. So in the end, if you read about why it was so hard for Trump to think about unwinding his real estate business when he became president in 2016, it's because he's got a little bit here. He's got 12% of this. He's got 18% of that. He traded 14% of this, of the underlying ground lease of this building for 11% of the retail in this building. That's how large-scale real estate works. It's an agglomeration. It is kind of like every one of these projects is a stock market of its own. You don't own it 100%. You own 14%. Somebody else owns 12. Somebody else owns 18. When he says ownership position, he doesn't mean that the United States is going to own the Gaza Strip. He means he's going in, he's going to put, it's like slapping the word Trump on a building because it's a good marketing ploy, but he only really owns 5% of it.
We'll own the hotels.
Or he'll lease the hotels.
Well, so can I just put this in context from
Trump, and
what we're seeing?
12% of it. Yeah.
The day before this announcement, he signed an executive order instructing the Departments of Treasury and Commerce to begin the groundwork for a United States sovereign wealth fund. And there are many sovereign wealth funds around the world. The United States doesn't have one. We haven't really
can
needed one. The sovereign wealth fund is a huge pool of investments that the government runs. Typically, they're called strategic funds. They're meant to pursue some sort of objective. They often can lead to rents. They can get to, the closest we have to a sovereign wealth fund is the Alaska Fund, where every Alaskan gets a piece of the oil profits from Alaska. So Trump laid this out in an executive order. I mean, something as big as a sovereign wealth fund would, to me, my old-fashioned thinking, would require an act of Congress. But he's laying it out. So this is, again, an extension of Trump the businessman. Why does he want the sovereign wealth fund? Well, he thinks, as he said, maybe we can use it to buy TikTok. And Trump the businessman, too, is now into neo-manifest destiny. Since the election, neo-manifest destiny. He's the real estate man, and he's going to have a legacy, and that legacy will be more territory for the United States. Control of the Panama Canal, acquisition of Greenland, Canada as the 51st state, and now Gaza. All of this is, I think, his sense of mission and his redefinition of his role as the president. Looking back, the first term was rather kind of conventional. He was trying to be a conventional president. He couldn't do it because he had no experience. He led this populist movement. He didn't really have any friends in government. This time, he's saying, I'm going to shape the office to me, for me. And that's where you get this electric press conference where just anyone who hasn't seen it should take a moment to look at the various expressions that ran over Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's face over the course of this press conference, because it's kind of, oh, wow, we're really doing this. This is the best thing he could think of.
And he had all his advisors stand up early on in the press conference and wave to the crowd and be applauded, right? He said, Steve Witkoff, you've done a great job, stand up. And then before he asked the first question, he said, JD Vance, JD, stand up.
Well, that's the other role he has, Trump the MC, Trump the television host.
Right, and he said Caroline is here, meaning Caroline Levitt, his press secretary, and he said people have been talking about her more than they've been talking about me, whatever. He said to Bibi, look at all the seats you look at all the butts you put in seats, you really bring them out. It was like a pep rally.
Yeah, but I think it's more than that. And again, I don't ascribe to him Machiavellian third order, 3D chess playing. But it meant something that he told J.D. Vance to stand up at this press conference in which he said the United States is taking an ownership position in Gaza. We all know that in the ideological division inside the administration, to the extent that there is an ideological division, which we can get to, there are two camps in terms of foreign policy. There's a non-interventionist camp, and there is a kind of old line, not even old line, just sort of like from 2000 onward, hawkish post 9/11 camp, right? The hawkish post 9/11 camp is represented in the administration by Mike Waltz, theoretically by Marco Rubio, but though he's bending in a lot of ways, by Tom Cotton in the Senate. And then you have the non-interventionist camp, and that is represented by people at the second level, that is Mike Anton at State, and this supposed appointee Michael Domino at Defense, and Elbridge Colby being policy planning at Defense. And J.D. Vance is thought to be the leading figure in this non-interventionist, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't want to do anything, we shouldn't do anything. And Trump made J.D. Vance stand up at the press conference where he said, we are taking Gaza. And I don't think that was nothing. I don't think it was just, I think it was, we are all playing from the same hymn, we are all singing from the same hymnal, right?
And because there's no time limit, JD may be the person who has to turn on the lights on the Trump Tower con Yunis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
8 years from now, right? Because he could be president at the time.
So I don't think that was nothing. I don't think it was just, hey, everybody stand up. It was, this is my administration. Here's the Treasury Secretary. Here's the Defense Secretary, because Hegseth was there. Here's the National Security Advisor. Rubio wasn't there because he's in South America. And here is the Vice President. Bibi Netanyahu.
Rubio was on, according to him, Rubio was on the phone listening to them, and therefore he got an introduction.
Right.
The same way everybody else did.
Fair enough. And here is the Prime Minister of Israel, our best friend. I wanted him to come here first. We've done wonderful things together. We're going to do more wonderful things together. I'm not here with the Prime Minister of England. I'm not here with the President of France. I'm not here with the Prime Minister of India.
Or Canada.
Or Mexico or anything. I'm here with this guy who runs this pisher country of 9 million people sitting there in the middle of the Middle East. And he and I are going to wedge world change together.
And now that's a good time to mention the executive orders Trump signed before the press conference, because we have this developing schedule in the White House now where almost every day practically since he became president, he signs a series of executive orders. And every other day or so, maybe twice a week, he turns that executive order signing into a rolling press conference. Again, a television show. It's all becoming just this fascinating television show. And during the rolling press conference where he was signing these executive orders, Trump signed orders removing us from the UN Human Rights Council, defunding UNRWA, American contributions to UNRWA, reinstating his maximum pressure campaign against Iran. And then when Peter Doocy of Fox, who's typically the interlocutor in these rolling press conferences in the Oval Office, says, well, you know, Mr. President, what do you think about Iran trying to kill you and other people in your administration? And Trump said, it's a terrible, I'm paraphrasing, but Trump said, it's a terrible, terrible things. You know, they know that if this were to happen, and it won't happen, but if this were to happen, we would obliterate Iran. I've left instructions.
Yes.
I've left instructions to obliterate Iran. Don't know where, there's a letter somewhere, but you open it up. Yeah. In the case of my
If you're reading this.
If you're reading this, it is time to obliterate Iran. And it was just one of many moments during the day yesterday where I burst into laughter and a huge smile just spread across my face. That's how I'm feeling the past 24 hours.
And I have to say, like, that rolling press conference was really wild because I'm not the rolling press conference, the rolling, that scene in the Oval.
Oh, yeah.
I went back to rewatch the clips after I watched the press conference with Bibi. And, you know, when he's doing that, when you say rolling, you really mean it. No, he's got the press around him for everything he's doing. He's just sitting at his desk and people are coming in and out. He wants the press there, right? There was something kind of wild about the way that he kept everybody there, cameras on him, you know, like a reality show in a way even his first term wasn't, where he was just like, the camera's going to follow me everywhere, the people are going to follow me everywhere, and, you know, it's all going to rotate around me. And the other thing was that when that UNRWA executive order came in, you know, pulling the U.S. out of funding the Relief and Works Agency and the Human Rights Council, he's sitting at his desk and, you know, he's talking to the reporters, and then, you know, somebody comes in with a piece of paper. What do you got? Well, Mr. President, you know, based on your directives, you know, we've got this executive order pulling us out of funding these United Nations agencies. Oh yeah, you know, and he takes it and he's sitting there and he's signing his name. He's going, you know, the potential, the UN, the potential was so great. A lot of people disagree with me. But the potential was just incredible. And, you know, it didn't happen. It just
didn't work out.
And they got to get their act together. And you know, it's just not happening. And
we might not be in the United Nations by the end of this term. That's my prediction.
This was a sort of like, there was something imperious and imperial about it that surpassed the first administration too, which was like, you know, he's like leaning on his, you know, Chase sofa or whatever, you know, and they're bringing him grapes to feed him and executive orders to sign.
Okay, so look, if the world if the world as we know needs to be analogized at all times to The Godfather, because The Godfather is, next to the Bible, the greatest work of imaginative. Well, the Bible's not a work of imaginative literature, but is the wisest and sanest work ever.
Guide to Politics, certainly.
Yeah, it's since The Prince. So in his first term, Trump was sunny. Losing his temper, going to war, come at him, he comes at you. Yeah. He's going to curb stomp you if you say something nasty about his sister.
No real friends.
No friends, no nothing, scary. But, you know, the other someone's going to take him out, and they did whatever they could to take him out at the Causeway. Now he's kind of a weird combination of Michael and Vito. Look at his demeanor. Granted, it's only 2 weeks, but look at his demeanor. He's relaxed. He speaks softly. For the most part, I don't mean like Brando softly, but he does not yell. He does not get heated. He does not start saying you're a moron.
He said, I don't want to be a wise guy here, but I think America will just take over the Strip after the Palestinians leave.
Yeah.
I don't want to get ahead of my skis.
Right, but then there was, of course, the moment when they said, well, no Arab country is going to take him in. And he said, my offer is nothing. And I would really appreciate it if Egypt and Jordan would pay the $250,000 casino fee. That's what I expect. And of course, what follows from that is if Egypt and Jordan don't pay the casino fee and take in the Palestinians, that he's going to put 2 dead hookers in the beds of Sisi and the King of Jordan. I mean, I don't know.
I think he'll crash their economies through tariffs.
Well, okay, so I'm using the metaphor and you're being literal. Okay?
I'm taking him literally, and you're taking him figuratively.
I'm taking him seriously, and you're taking him literally.
Yes.
I'm just saying that if you're looking for a way of trying to understand what is going on here, it is that he is approaching this. He is doing the as if. The United States is the most powerful country in the world. It is the strongest country in the world. It's the richest country in the world. We're not scared of China. We're not scared of anybody, right? I'm not scared of anybody. So what follows from that logically? Egypt, you're going to take 1 million Gazans. Now, we might say, and I think this is important, you might say, what? He's insane. They'll never take them. This is crazy, right? Countries across the world take in hundreds of thousands of refugees every year.
There are millions of Ukrainians throughout Europe.
There are millions of Syrians
right.
throughout Europe, and they're not even on the border.
Right.
They came on a boat.
I think Europe might regret that decision, but the Ukrainians.
I'm not saying that they don't regret.
If Angela Merkel were still in power, this would be resolvable.
We could do this.
Yeah.
Egypt.
But I mean, how many South Sudanese are in Sudan? How many Rwandans are in Ethiopia? The flow of populations across borders to get away from incredibly crippling crises that's since the world began. Just because Egypt built a wall and said it doesn't want Gazans in, Trump is saying, oh, what the hell are they talking about? Look, we're the United States. I'm stopping it. And they're not really refugees, but we took 15 million Mexicans and South Americans in just in the last 3.5 years.
And we basically paid
who
for
the hell
that
are you
wall.
to say you're not going to take them? You're going to take them.
Yeah. Well, that's
so. Why are you exempt?
Part of this is though that he's doing something else, which is empowering Arab states. And I think that that's an important part of this. So he's not just pushing them around. When we did we did an issue on Israel's anniversary in 2018, and I wrote a piece for that issue called "The Palestinian Authority Loses Its Authority." And this is what I keep thinking of, which was the point of the piece. The point that we made was that for the length of the conflict, the tail had been wagging the dog. The Palestinians had been in control of what people do. Jordan said, I want to formally make peace with you. We can't sign a deal until the Palestinians sign some sort of deal. In Egypt, there was a whole fight Jimmy Carter didn't even want the 79 deal without a Palestinian thing. For the longest time, the Palestinians were able to veto what sovereign nations around them did. The Saudis could be vetoed by the Palestinians, the Saudis. This was all sort of insane. And what Trump is doing is restoring a sort of proper order. What he's saying to them is, it doesn't really matter if the Palestinians want this or that, because you're actually more powerful than them, and you can decide what you want to do. Egypt, what would you like to be next door to?
I have a slightly different take. And the way I see it is how we view the timeline of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Obviously, the conflict begins in 1948. Then for much of the second half of the 20th century, it's an Israeli-Arab conflict, right? But that ends with Camp David, and there's no Arab-Israeli war since Camp David. Then after Camp David, with Carter and Sadat and Begin, it becomes an Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But remember, the first Intifada in the 1980s was a bunch of people, Palestinians rising up, throwing stones at Israelis. It was a kind of an issue for Israel and Israel's position in the world. The peace process, as we understand it, is an institution created in the post-Cold War era. The peace process began after the first Gulf War, right? That, and then leading to Oslo in 93, when the terrorist Yasser Arafat is brought in as the official government of the Palestinian Authority. What does Trump think about the post-Cold War era?
He thinks it's garbage.
He thinks it's garbage, and it's a loser, and America's been cheated, and it hasn't achieved a damn thing. And so what is he doing? He is blowing it up. He has 4 years in office, and he is tearing it apart. And that means, yeah, we're going to threaten these tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and yeah, we're going to bully NATO into spending more money. And it means we're going to totally reevaluate this relationship we have with China, which again comes out of that post-Cold War era, and the peace process. The peace process has led nowhere for 30 years, and so he's ended it.
I think that's a brilliant insight, and I think there's another part to it. When I said Egypt won't take the Palestinians and Jordan won't take the Palestinians, and there's something a little bananas about this because other countries don't get to shut off. I mean, don't get to just say no, refugees can't come here, or they can, but it's ineffectual, or they do whatever they can. They try to extort money. We, the United States and the West, wanted the Palestinians frozen in Gaza and in the West Bank to put pressure on Israel to create the two-state solution. That was implicit American policy. We did not want the Gazans to leave Gaza. We wanted the Gazans in Gaza so that at every moment, Israel felt the pressure of doing something to deimmiserate them and make their lives better. And the same with the West Bank. Palestine, the Jordan is 70% Palestinian. In 1982, Ronald Reagan, in form of the Schultz peace plan, said the obvious thing should happen here is that the Palestinian people on the West Bank should become part politically of some kind of confederation with Jordan. Jordan should become the political actor for the Palestinians as we figure out what's going to happen with the territory of the West Bank. And the King Hussein of Jordan said, we're washing our hands of this. We want no part of this. We're not part of your deal, George Shultz. Let Israel handle this. And the United States said, fine, the hell with you, Jordan, whatever. But for 40 years, it has been the implicit policy of the United States that the Palestinians should stay locked down where they are under the conditions that they are in, so that Israel has no choice, ultimately, but to surrender the West Bank and create a two-state solution. And where, Matt, when you said the two-state solution is done, that's where Trump has finished. That presumption, which has been implicit, no one's ever said it, but it is very much of a piece with American policy. And indeed, by the way, leftist Israeli policy, or Israeli policy that wants a two-state solution, is things have got to be bad for the Palestinians on the West Bank and in Gaza so that the guilt of the West will incept this state into being and create a new condition that will supposedly solve things. Why did the peace process become a Palestinian? Why was it decided, as you say, in the wake of the Cold War, that the future to peace in the Middle East ran through the creation of a Palestinian state? Because it was decided, again, that the onus for this peace had to be on Israel. Because the only way there would be a Palestinian state is if Israel agreed to it, which is what happened at Oslo. Israel agreed to a process by which, at the end result would be a Palestinian state. That had to be agreed to by Israel. It was in control of these two territories. And what happened was destruction, war, murder, death, terrorism, and Israel basically, without ultimately giving up on the Palestinian state until relatively recently as a policy aim, had to go along and go forward.
So Trump,
and what did that do? This is Seth's point. It denied agency to the Arabs. It denied agency to the people who are the brothers and sisters of the Palestinians to do something except give them money. They had to do nothing. It was, the plate was taken from their lips, and other things happened. And Trump is putting it right back on the table. You fix this. These are your people,
right?
You fix it.
And yes, he framed it as a real estate deal, but he also framed it as a humanitarian undertaking. I mean, that was the sort of, to the extent that there was a moral thread going through it, that was it. And he said, Gaza's a hellhole, and it's been a hellhole for decades. So, which is a sort of nod to what you're talking about.
I also think we should mention, just Seth, you might actually know the answer to this. There were reports that Trump watched the terror tape yesterday, prior to the press conference, the 45-minute tape of the Hamas atrocities. And we know that Trump is very much affected by what he takes in visually. And so I think watching that video may have been another impetus to this radical idea of we're going to take things in a very different direction. Because as he said when he was with Bibi in one of the episodes yesterday, October 7th can never happen again.
Yeah, well, that's what happened with Syria, right? He was Syria. Ultimately, the images from Assad having gassed children, right, was pushed him over the edge. He couldn't, he felt he couldn't stand by. But I also think that, Abe's point is key here, which is what happens when you take the Palestinians and their advocates at their word? What happens when they say, this is an open air prison? This is a hellhole. Trump says, okay, I believe you. Let's get you out of there. Right. A prison, nobody wants to stay in prison. That's what a prison is. If you're telling me you are in prison, you're telling me, get me out of here. I have an idea. Oh.
I'm looking at the chat, and Bill is throwing down some links to videos that say only 3% of women are marriage material and only 4% of men can support women in these modern times. I don't believe that for a second. There is an enormous black pill market out there for dating, for justifying for people that they choose to live in a prison of their own making, justifying to people that their own loneliness and unhappiness and ineffectiveness in life is the fault of society when they have it in their own capacity to create something bigger. So I don't believe those numbers for a second, Art Bell.
Oh, but wait. That's another one of the interesting aspects of this, that where the ironies are just folding in on themselves. So Gaza, what we heard, I heard John King on CNN say, Trump is talking about forcibly relocating people off their land. Gaza legally is not their land. Gaza is a refugee camp. That would be like saying that the DPs who left Buchenwald and Theresienstadt and Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen and were relocated to DP camps for a couple of years, often a couple of years, in Italy and elsewhere and in Europe, right? DP camps, displaced persons camps, that when you said, okay, it's time to go to America, they were like, this is our home. We live here. Now, granted, the Gazans have been in Gaza for, the Gazans, whatever. They've been there for 75 years. Legally, technically, it's not their land. It was Egyptian. Egypt, Israel won it in a war. The world did not recognize Israeli sovereignty over Gaza. It became a stateless.
So from my perspective, no land belongs to anybody, right? You can only say this is our land if your group is strong enough to seize control of the land and to defend it. So people don't just spring out of the earth, right? People move to land and they drive out competitors, they seize control of land, and if they can successfully defend the land, then you can practically say this is their land. But no people from just a purely empirical, evolutionary, biological perspective has rights to any land, right? That requires a leap of faith.
Land that is viewed in international law terms as a refugee camp. What do you do? This is what people have been saying for decades now as a matter of logic. What do you do with refugees in refugee camps? You relocate them out of the refugee camp. You don't make the refugee camp a permanent residence such that John King, who is not an unintelligent person, but mostly knows how to move things from red to blue on a board.
He's very good on the board.
He's very good on the board, but he doesn't understand the board because Gaza is neither red nor blue.
He can circle Gaza with the telestrator and then draw arrows pointing to Jordan and to Egypt. Maybe that would help him understand what's happening.
It's not their historic residence. That's not what Gaza is legally in terms of international law or anything. And now the idea is, Trump, by the way, didn't even say forcible resettlement.
No.
He said they should be moved. He said 4, 5, 7, 12, maybe wonderful sites, maybe even one big site, which is kind of funny because that would be like another giant refugee camp somewhere. But he said we need 1, 4.
Doggone it. I think I want to listen to Will Kane here, see what he has to say.
And I wondered what expert would I like to hear from. I wondered what would be my first take. And I thought to myself, I don't know any other way to do this but to sound it out loud with you, to reason together. Honestly, at first take, I hated this idea. It's the world's most intractable problem, an absolute mess for the better part of a century. It's cost untold number of lives, and not just blood, but treasure for the entire world. It has been something completely unsolvable for presidency after presidency and nation after nation in the Middle East. But then on the other hand, I thought, why doubt Donald Trump? Donald Trump has brought out-of-the-box solutions to some of the most intractable problems in 2 weeks in the United States of America. Why freak out? Have we learned nothing from art of the deal? Is he simply staking out a negotiating position for all vested parties to eventually find some satisfiable solution? That seemed to be one of the suggestions today by Press Secretary Eylon Levy as she addressed this issue in the Middle East.
The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region.
In 1980, U.S. Olympic hockey coach Herb Brooks had a problem on his hands. He had a U.S. Olympic hockey team made up of guys from half Michigan, half the Northeast. They hated each other. They fought in training camp. They didn't get along when they competed. So what was Herb Brooks' strategy? His strategy was to make them all hate him. And then they would come together as a common team with a common goal, a common purpose, to defeat the Soviet Union. And they did in the famous Miracle on Ice. Maybe this is President Trump's strategy, to be the man in the room that everyone must negotiate against, bringing parties that hated each other together for once. But then part of me thought, why do we have to be the world's bad guy? The other side of me once again said, don't be naive. We've always been involved in the Middle East. We've always been involved in this negotiation. And we've more often than not been the bad guy. Recognize reality. Seek a solution. I still wondered, how does this serve America first? How does this serve the people of America? And yet, in the end, as our defense secretary said famously today, Pete Hegseth, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. We might as well look at one of the world's longest problems and bring in a leader who thinks outside the box, who's crazy may just be crazy genius. Now, to continue thinking about this together, I brought in some experts to discuss this incredible moment. George Birnbaum is a former chief of staff to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. David Hoffman is a former CIA station chief. He served in Moscow, Iraq, and Pakistan. He's a Fox News contributor. And most of the audience knows my friend, your friend, Joey Jones, former Marine EOD, and often someone who sat beside me on the couch at Fox and Friends. All right, guys, I want to get into this. Let me get, I'll start with you, Mr. Birnbaum, first. Your first reaction. What do you make of this moment, this idea that the U.S. would take ownership in the future of Gaza?
Well, as you stated in your opening monologue, it is an out-of-the-box idea, and it does require out-of-the-box thinking to solve not just a decades-old problem, but a centuries-old problem. For most of the past 500 years, Gaza was ruled either by the Ottomans or the British or the Egyptians, and only after 1967 did the Egyptians allow the Palestinians to settle there as refugees. And if we look at what's happened over the past year, Gaza is pretty much uninhabitable. Even from an infrastructure standpoint, all your viewers, I'm sure, saw the Israeli Defense Forces blowing up the terror tunnels that Hamas had built with cement and iron that was meant to build houses and schools and hospitals, but instead they built terror tunnels. You can't build on top of that right now. This is an enormous reconstruction project. And in order to do that, we need out-of-the-box thinking. We were told in 2005 when Ariel Sharon pulled the Israeli settlements out of Gaza that Gaza would become the Singapore of the Middle East. Well, it became another hub for terror in the Middle East. And so the only way to really change the trajectory of Gaza of the past 500 years is to start with something unique and new. And I think President Trump has got the entire world thinking in a new and unique way.
Joey, I woke up this morning. I saw many of your posts on X. You, of course, know the price of a long and unanswerable entanglement for the United States of America. You've seen it personally, obviously, in Iraq and Afghanistan. You, my friend, you have paid the price. And you were worried this morning. I saw that future Americans would pay the price for something far away like Gaza. You did hear Eylon Levy, though. No boots on the ground, at least at this point, nothing committed in Gaza.
Yeah, you know, Israel's a unique situation because there are so many United States citizens that are dual citizens or citizens that live there. A lot of times I think Americans have trouble understanding why is their problem our problem. And President Trump campaigned on that message. The Middle East problem isn't our problem. The problems around the world aren't our problems to fix. But then you have Israel, and it's treated differently. I don't think it's a double standard. I think people don't take the time to understand why it's differently. But at the end of the day, when the President of the United States stands there and says that the unexploded bombs and weapons will take full responsibility for, brother, that means that I'm going to, you know, a guy like me that did what I did is going to go over there and take IEDs apart. I'm not for that at all. My intuition, my belief is that this is a part of his chess, and this is his way of getting places like maybe Saudi Arabia or Jordan to say, no, 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 you can't have this, let us do it. Maybe it is that simple. But, you know, I'm a hypocrite if I don't stand up and say, hey, wait just a minute. I just voted for you because you said we wouldn't get involved with more wars. So, you know, I've got one, much like you will, I got one side of me saying I voted for this guy because he will scare the hell out of our enemies and say things that are hyperbole and then have a strategy behind it that's different. And the other side of me says, no matter who that person is, when they're the leader of the free world and they're talking about sending my guys and gals to war or to take apart bombs, I got to say something.
You know, Dan, to that point, and Joey, I appreciate that answer, by the way, because I came onto the show today and I woke up this morning thinking, I can't pretend expertise on this. And I actually don't believe there is much expertise in this. And I respect, Dan, what you have done for a living. I also think most experts, when it comes to Israel and Gaza or the West Bank, have been wrong for half a century in trying to find a solution. And so why should I keep leaning back on experts who have told me this would be crazy? I woke up to that, Dan. This is crazy, right, in response to Donald Trump. Are we all taking crazy pills? But I'm hearing that, Dan, from people who never got it right for 50 years. They didn't solve it. So why do we dismiss this as a potential solution?
Yeah, you know, I covered President Trump's summits with Kim Jong-un, and this is a little reminiscent of when the president discussed with Kim Jong-un how he could turn North Korea into the same economic powerhouse if the Hermit Kingdom were opened up to the rest of the world. That's just kind of the way President Trump thinks. Now, look, the biggest obstacle right now are the thousands of Hamas fighters in Gaza. If the United States were to send our troops into Gaza, we'd be involved in an armed conflict there. There's no chance at the moment for post-conflict reconstruction, but it's worth talking about it. And what I think the president was doing yesterday is he's trying to kind of shape the narrative for how we're going to discuss the post-conflict reconstruction. He's talking about what we would like it to look like. We know we need to engage our allies in the region, specifically Egypt, Jordan, and our Gulf partners, as well as Israel. It's a complicated, messy kaleidoscope. But look, it's a discussion point, and that's what this president does.
So, Dan, you laid out sort of the phases of this. Phase one is to eradicate Hamas. Phase two is to figure out what to do with the Palestinians in a short term. Phase three is what Donald Trump perhaps is talking about now, the long-term future of Gaza. So, Mr. Burma, back to you on the Palestinians. I don't want to dismiss this, okay? Because the interested parties we talk about in the region, and for now we'll focus in on Egypt and Jordan, okay? That's the suggestion of where they would go. They don't want the Palestinians. They've made that very clear. And the reason for that is they consider it an existential threat to their kingdoms, be it in Egypt.
I don't understand why people don't want to tap that elite human capital that is otherwise known as the Palestinians. Like, would you not want your society to bloom? Would you not want your economy to boom? Right? Don't you want things just blowing up in your country? Like, embrace Palestinian human capital. Right, I'll get back to this discussion soon. But first of all, I want to talk about Rebecca Lobach, that DEI helicopter pilot who took out a civilian airliner on last Wednesday night. So here is a blog post from Dive Medic on February 3, 2025. So more stories coming out about who the pilot was, who was the apparent cause of the crash. Let me post a collage that shows you what I mean. Why do you know? A DEI hire because she hit the checkboxes for the Biden administration, a lesbian LGBTQ activist. And the statement from her family reinforces that position. Right? She had a partner. She was an advocate, right? She was a certified sexual harassment, assault response and prevention SHARP victim advocate. She hoped to continue her education so she could serve this country with her advocacy. Now, sexuality wasn't a factor in the crash, perhaps, but her lack of experience was, and she was in the White House because of that sexual orientation, that sexual identity. Once an Army officer is favored by the president, right, these officers are promoted and given opportunities that they are otherwise unqualified for. That was a major factor in this crash. Right, she was the commander of the helicopter squadron responsible for transporting Democratic bigwigs. Right, if you were the commander responsible for transporting Democratic bigwigs all over D.C., I suspect you would not bow to DEI pressure from the White House, because we know that President Joe Biden was in full command of his faculties. There were absolutely no shenanigans from the lefties who were really running the show. Right, some other points here from Matt Bracken on X. So she moved up very quickly in the armed forces. Right? She was recruited in 2018. By 2019, she was a shiny first lieutenant in the army. Normally, you have to go 18 to 24 months, but she just moved through like grease lightning. So normally, it would take her 6 years to make captain. The shortest amount of time, 4 years. And that would have mean that she was better than General Patton at everything. Now it comes out that she was a planner at the White House. She was a certified sexual harassment, assault response, and prevention advocate. So she was also attending flight school, Army helicopter flight school known as Warrant Officer Flight Training. Typically takes 18 months to complete. And she's been going at it for years and years and years. So she went directly to flight school after graduation. Right, we're talking she's 4 years in. And then she gets a coveted spot right out of flight school and gets a platoon leader slot and an executive officer's slot. And she's spending 2 years at the White House. Right, the timeline doesn't make sense. Anything I'm absolutely convinced of is that she made the right connections to get into flight school, moved up into the top echelon of promote ahead of peers to make rank that quick. She had to have had some kind of senior ranking officer who was hand-holding her. Right, she was not a ring knocker. She didn't have parents. So it absolutely reeks of special privilege.
Egypt or the Kingdom of Jordan. Now, I recognize that President Trump plans to talk to them in the coming weeks. But for them, they worry about the Palestinians upending their power into the future for, say, in Jordan.
Yes, well, let's first remember that it requires a change in paradigm to really move things forward. We were told basically since 1967 that until we solve the Palestinian problem, Israel will not be able to make peace with its Arab neighbors. Donald Trump in his first presidency came along, Abraham Accords, changed the paradigm. We can, in fact, have peace with our Arab neighbors prior to solving the Palestinian solution. Now, let's also remember that Jordan is 60% Palestinian in terms of their population. It's not as if they're not going to be taking a population that doesn't already exist within their country. I certainly believe that Donald Trump has the ability to think out of the box and find a way to get these two countries to see things differently that benefit both their own countries, but the broader Middle East as well, as he did with the initial Abraham Accord negotiations when it came to the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and other neighbors.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we should be in the business of doubting Donald Trump that's not sycophancy, and that's not partisanship. That's being able to read the past. That's being able to read the room. And so I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to play this for you, Joey, our current and always future friend, but our former co-host, Pete Hegseth, now the Secretary of Defense. He said this, as I mentioned, the definition of insanity. Watch.
I would just say to the question of Gaza, the definition of insanity is attempting to do the same thing over and over and over again. And as the President and Prime Minister pointed out last night, the President is willing to think outside the box, look for new and unique dynamic ways to solve problems that have felt like they're intractable. So we look forward to more conversations about that, creative solutions to that.
While I'm short on time, Joey, I'll leave it to you. We're both struggling with both sides of this debate. What do you think about what we hear from the Secretary of Defense?
So Polymarket says 16% chance that the United States takes over Gaza this year. You can bet on this on Polymarket.
Yeah, after hearing Caroline talk today and Pete talk today and the president talk again, I think this is the president saying, if in the middle doesn't work for you, let me pull it all the way to the other side. And now let's see where you are. If you can't live peacefully, then we'll just take it. And then maybe now there's a renewed energy to live peacefully and get others involved like Egypt or Jordan. I think that is the end game. But, you know, if you had a United States-owned Gaza, that would be the largest target for terrorism in the world. And I'm not there for that.
I mean it when I say this conversation could and should probably go on for another half hour. I appreciate your time, all of you. It's thoughtful, and I hope we can continue it. Dan, George, Joey, thank you.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't take Donald Trump literally. This is Ezra Klein.
Hi, it's Samantha Shea from Wirecutter, the product recommendation service from the New York Times. We all gift guides.
Stop it. Give me Ezra.
Administration
Go back and listen to what Steve Bannon told PBS's Frontline in 2019.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with three things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. But we got to start with muzzle velocity. So it's got to start, and it's got to hammer. It's got to muzzle velocity. You got it when you get anything in life.
Muzzle velocity. Bannon's insight there is real. Focus is a fundamental substance of democracy. It is particularly the substance of opposition. People largely learn of what the government is doing through the media, be it mainstream media or social media. So if you overwhelm the media, if you give it too many places it needs to look, all at once, if you keep it moving from one thing to the next, faster, 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 no coherent opposition can really emerge. It is hard to even think coherently. Donald Trump's first 2 weeks in the White House have followed Bannon's strategy like a script. The flood is a point. The overwhelm is a point. The message wasn't in any one executive order or announcement. It was in the cumulative effect of all of them. The speed with which things were happening and changing. The sense that this is Trump's country now. It is his government now. It follows his will. It does what he wants. That he is limitless. If Trump tells a state to stop spending money, then the money stops. If he says that birthright citizenship is over, then it's over. Or so he wants you to think. In Trump's first term, people said, don't normalize him. In a second, though, the task, I think, is a little bit clearer. Don't believe him. Because Trump knows the power of marketing, the power of belief. If you make people believe something is true, you make it likelier that it becomes true. He clawed his way back to great wealth by playing a fearsome billionaire on TV. He remade himself as a winner after the 2020 election by refusing to admit he had ever lost. The American presidency is a limited office, but Trump has never wanted to be president, not the way it's defined in Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. What he's always...
So I'm curious how Steve Bannon is handling Trump's announcement about Gaza. He has on Frank Gaffney here. Let's see what this conversation's like.
Start with the list of all of the countries that have been professing their undying commitment to Palestine. Let's go through that list. I mentioned Qatar. Qatar's got a Olympic-sized village that's ready to go. Start there. How about Turkey? Turkey loves the Palestinians. How about them? I'm sure some will wind up in Syria no matter what we do, but maybe Afghanistan. I don't know. There's places around the world that have, and the president has said, some are saying they'd like to take these guys. So that's possibly the case. That there's others on the list besides Sharia supremacist nations.
You've seen the geostrategic reorientation of President Trump around a more what I call a Mahanian strategy or Mahanian strategy, more naval strategy, looking to take. He sent Marco Rubio, Secretary Rubio, down to Panama. They come out, as you and I have talked about. The CCP signs come down. The president of Panama walks out and says, we're out of one belt, one road. Now today, I think the contract for Hutchinson and Whampoa to run the stevedore system there has been torn up. Panama Canal is coming back to the United States. On the other hand, we had Tom Dance today at the commemoration of the four chaplains commemoration in Greenland. The people in Greenland seem like they're very open to some sort of independence and maybe partnership with the United States as part of the naval strategy to block the Russians. Arctic is up for grabs now as a great power, a great game between the CCP, the KGB, and the United States of America. With all this going on in reorientation, he's talking to BB today about building an Iron Dome for the United States. Who knows if it's technically feasible? Who knows if it's financial?
So apparently the NFL is going to end that end racism sign that they have in every end zone. And Amazon has restored a book against the transgender movement. All right, they were banning it as hate speech, but a couple of more positive vibe shifts.
Financially feasible. We got Bolsonaro, on deck in Brazil. Malay's already down in Argentina. You've been focused on this forever. Drive the CCP out of Latin America. I think the APEC conference or the Pacific Conference in Chile woke people up to the fact that CCP is everywhere and they got to go. With all that said, and now you got Ukraine, President Trump's going to do Ukraine. Are we getting too wrapped up? Is President Trump by actually stepping forward and said the Gazans have got to go? Are we getting too involved here? I mean, the American First people say, yo, we got enough to worry about. Next thing you know, we're talking about a war with Persia, more involvement, and we're saying Gazans got to go. That means if they got to go, you got to find a home for them. It's just going to happen. And that means you're going to have to negotiate because none of these folks are going to welcome with open arms, even to the desert in Sinai. You know it. The rabbi knows it. Is President Trump getting sucked in to too much in the Ukraine and in the Middle East to take his eye off the ball, his energy against the CCP, who came back today and said, hey, we heard about your 10% tariffs. We got a couple of three things that we're going to throw back at you. You got the CCP in one hand. You've got the hemispheric defense on another. He's got a million and one problems here. Is Ukraine in the Middle East worth it? Is it worth him getting sucked in to finding a home for the Gazans, sir?
Steve, as you and I have talked about on many occasions, the reason there is a Ukraine, the reason there is a Middle East war, is because of what I call not World War III, but World War Z. These were orchestrated by the Chinese Communist Party. Make no mistake about it. Their strategy, including the Belt and Road Initiative, is to be everywhere. So this idea that if we just focus on China or just East Asia, then we can let everything else slide is wrong. As Pesach has said, they're in our hemisphere. They're in our country, for heaven's sakes. There are tens of thousands of People's Liberation Army soldiers in our country at the moment. So you said it better than anybody, Steve. This president has inherited from Joe Biden a catastrophic situation around the world. It's crisis. It's World War III. So I'm simply suggesting that, and I know that Pesach Willicke agrees with me on this, as does our Victory Coalition, which you've been a founding member. We need victory. And the victory that we can get most immediately in the Middle East is entirely one that the Israelis can deliver, I believe, against all comers, provided they have our material support, as we've done in the past, as Biden tried to strangle, but as I believe Donald Trump understands has to be renewed. That means we don't have our boots on the ground in that particular fight. The president is not interested in getting into a fight in Ukraine. He wants to resolve it with a negotiation. Godspeed. We do have to keep our eye on the Chinese, but it's not just in East Asia. My point is victory in the Middle East will conduce to not having to fight the Chinese elsewhere. I'm convinced of it. Retreating, creating vacuums of power that they were already filling. Pesach talked about the Chinese funding this war through Iran with oil sales or oil purchases. That's the kind of thing that we have to be confronting, but not with our boots on the ground. Let Israel do it. Just be clear. And I hope this is going to be the leitmotif of what the press conference is talking about, is this strategic partnership, special relationship, is going to be rooted in the principle that there is no substitute for victory if you genuinely want America first.
Rabbi Pesach is with us. The rabbi's got a great piece up on Real Clear Politics. I think President Trump might have read that. A lot of things President Trump was saying seems like it came from that, or at least directionally. Rabbi Frank Gaffney's with us. Rabbi, correct me if I'm wrong. You saw it, and did the president seem a little reserved to Bibi? I mean, in the press reveal they had, he kind of fielded the questions. Bibi jumped in there, but it wasn't normally President Trump's, over. Is this because of you think it's an issue with Bibi coming to embrace Biden? Do you think it's Bibi supposedly backed out of the situation where we took out the Iranian, the Persian military commander, right, Soleimani? Or is it because, there's still a lot of hurt and questions? President Trump thinks the October 7th situation is horrible, and, it happened on Bibi's watch. Did you notice it seemed like any of the lack of traditional chemistry between these two? Or am I reading too much into it?
I'm not sure if you're reading too much into it, but certainly there is some residue of those past issues in their relationship. But at the same time, one of the reporters asked President Trump directly that you've had ups and downs in your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and President Trump said more ups than downs, mostly up. That was what he said. In other words, he was dismissing that, but at the same time, you're right, he wasn't all smiley and gracious in the way that he often is. And I think that part of that is just being non-committal. This was an impromptu press conference. During the photo op in the chairs, the main press conference is coming now, and I think that before he had the conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, he didn't want to be too generous in what he's going to be saying. He doesn't want to be committal, but I think it's also clear that President Trump wants to make it known that whatever policies are going to come out of this are his. They're not him accepting Prime Minister Netanyahu's policies. He's driving the action, and that could have also been part of it, as I see it.
You first, and then we'll go to Frank. Make us smart here. Through the eyes of America's, not Israel's, through the eyes of America's enemies in the region, what are they going to be looking for? What's the thing that we could say to put our enemies on the back foot, and what are they going to be looking for in this about any kind of gap between the American historical relationship with Israel. Particularly President Trump, as you know, greatly admires the Israeli military, right, as being a force that has had some tremendous victories in the past, sir.
Well, they're going to be looking for two things. They're going to be looking on the Iran front for what comes out of President Trump's mouth in terms of being open to Israeli strikes against Iran. He already announced earlier today that he's renewing the sanctions and pointing the finger at Iran, and as you mentioned earlier, threatening them if they try to come after him. Let's remember that Iran was broke when President Trump left office. They had no money to fund Hamas and Hezbollah, so they're going to be watching for what he says about Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made it his life's work to take them down. And on the Gaza front, they're going to be looking for what President Trump says about Phase 2. Phase 2, which we're now on the day 17 of this 42-day ceasefire, and they've started.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East.
Morning glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt in Studio West. May I have 10 minutes of your time and have you listen closely to an appeal for humility? Because in the 12 hours since President Trump made that statement about the United States in Gaza, I've seen 100 takes, I've heard dozens, and none of them come with context or humility. Now, I know a little bit about land use law. I spent 27 years advising the largest landowners in Southern California and Nevada, one project in Palau, on the front end. Land use permitting, development agreements, federal agency, state, local agency permitting, that kind of stuff. So I know a little bit about development. Don't know anything about actually building the buildings, but about entitlement. I know almost nothing about Gaza that I haven't read. I've never been there. I've only been to Israel twice. But I began this monologue by doing just some basic research about how big is Gaza. We know there are 2 million Gazans, right? Roughly 2 million Gazans. In context, there are 112 million Egyptians. There are about 11 million Jordanians, 2 million Gazans. There are more Palestinians in Judea and Samaria. That's the population context. How about the size of Gaza? I want to put it into context for you. Gaza is 90,000 acres. I want to use a frame of reference. Most Americans understand what an acre of land is. They know they're on a quarter acre of land if they have a house, or a half acre of land. An acre. Gaza is 90,000 acres. In context, Disney World, all of Disney World, is 25,000 acres. The Woodlands development in Texas is 28,000 acres. The Villages in Central Florida is 35,000 acres. And Gaza is 90,000 acres. And you say, well, that's 3 times bigger than the largest master plan community we've ever done. No, not really. Because the Irvine Ranch, which is still being developed in Southern California, spans a couple of cities, Newport Beach and Irvine, and maybe further south. It's over 90,000. It's closer to 100,000 acres. Now, that's a lot of land, and none of it happens quickly. Every master plan community, MPC, takes 10 years minimum to get started, permitted, and building. And what the president is talking about there, Gaza 2050, whatever the plan in his mind is, he's been thinking about it a lot. Because I've talked with him at least twice about it. Most recently on October 7th of last year, we talked about Gaza. And I talked to him more on the air than I think any other broadcast journalist has. I've only had like one private meeting with him and a half dozen private conversations. But I do most of my interviewing of the president on air. And when we've talked about it, he's always talked about it in the terms that he did yesterday. It's a beautiful piece of land that is in rubble and ruins. Now, Trump does know development. He knows a lot more about development than just development in Manhattan. He's developed in the Palos Verdes Peninsula in California. He's developed in Florida. He's developed around the world. He has Trump names on buildings in which he has an ownership stake in Chicago and in Nevada. I don't know what his ownership interest is, but ownership interest is not necessarily a real estate term of art. It's an accordion term. It can be a term of art. I'm going to take X% of this project, or I'm going to handle that. Sometimes land developers entitle, and builders come in and take the entitled land and build on it. So it's not unusual to get a big land use development project with a dozen different builders building their best product that they have researched for that market. So I don't know what he has in mind. I know that he is used to developing, and I know development takes a long time. Another example, when I trundle in Northern Virginia, I will sometimes park at Gravelly Point, which is a parking lot sort of between Memorial Bridge and Reagan Airport. And you can run towards the Memorial Bridge and onto the mall from there, or you can run from Gravelly Point towards Mount Vernon as long as you want. When you go towards Mount Vernon, which I'll call roughly south, although some people say it's east, seems south to me, I've been running past, or trundling past, for almost 10 years now, the redevelopment of a corner of Old Town Alexandria where an old pumping station was, and where there's a very complicated redevelopment of that pumping station that took forever to dismantle, probably because it was very old and who knows what was in it. And they're dealing with water, and they're dealing with Clean Water Act, all sorts of issues. I don't think they're endangered species there, but Alexandria has a play in that. The state of Virginia has a play in that. The District of Columbia has a lot of gentrification. Now there's a lot of degentrification. Urban environments are complex, and it's best if you can begin with to you the deep dysfunction in the Palestinian understanding of history. And it's very unlikely, unless we lean on Egypt and Jordan, that they'll take a proportionate share. So 112 million Egyptians, they would take 1.8 million of the Gazans and give them purple passports or something that says, in 3 years you can go back to Gaza, and in the meantime we got redevelopment and demo the subway that's not a subway but a terrorist infrastructure. Jordan has 11 million people. Could they take 200, 300,000 Gazans for a few years? Perhaps. They might go back and you would clear it, and you would begin to lay out a plan, and you would stub up the infrastructure, and you would do everything that developers do. And it's wildly optimistic to think that can be done. But I know what I don't know. I don't know what Trump is thinking. Nobody does. And in October, when I interviewed then candidate President Trump, and Gaza came up, cut number 5. Mr. President, you're a developer, so I want to talk to you about Gaza. I worked with land use developers for 35 years when I was actively practicing law. You know how to build things. Gaza is in ruins. Could Gaza be Monaco if it was rebuilt the right way? Could someone make Gaza into something that all the Palestinian people would be proud of, would want to live in, would benefit them?
It could be better than Monaco. It has the best location in the Middle East, the best water, the best everything. It is the best. I've said it for years. When I've been there, and it's rough. It's a rough place before all of the attacks and before back and forth, what's happened over the last couple of years. And I said, wow, look at this. I mean, they'd have the back of a plant facing the ocean. They'd have there was no ocean as far as that was concerned. They never took advantage of it. As a developer, it could be the most beautiful place. The weather, the water, the whole thing, the climate. It could be so beautiful. It could be the best thing in the Middle East, but it could be one of the best places in the world. And, there are other civilizations. I don't know if you know this. It's crazy, but that's been a rough neighborhood. That's been a rough place. Underneath that are 2 other civilizations where they were wiped out and they started over and they build on top. It's amazing. I mean,
do you think your
partners? That's been a very contentious area for a long time, I can tell you that.
Can you get the Abraham Accords going again and get your partners like UAE, Bahrain, and possibly Saudi to help you, and Egypt to help you in Gaza if you're president again, to rebuild it the right way and get rid of the fanatics?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I think not only the Abraham Accords, the Abraham Accords is one of the great things that's ever happened in the Middle East. That should be loaded up with everybody right now. And, I made the statement the other day. People said, I would have gotten, in my opinion, 50-50 chance, maybe more than that. Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords. They wanted to make a deal so bad until
then we're off and talking about Iran. I want you to. We have talked about Gaza before that. He's been thinking about. He's a land guy. Of course, he's thinking about the land in the Mediterranean. Yesterday, he does a joint press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he says, cut number 3.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for.
Okay, let's check in with Megyn Kelly's show.
I don't even know how to feel about this. I'm like, what? We're buying Gaza, or are we buying it, or just taking it over? And I was saying to my team, I'm like, it feels a little like, your best friend has pancreatic cancer and you feel really sorry for her, but instead of just feeling sorry for her, you somehow transfer the pancreas to your body. Now you've got pancreatic. I'm not sure I wanted to help quite this much. I'm not sure I want to help quite this much, but I am open-minded to what Trump is saying. Let's play some sound just so people can hear from the president himself. Hold on. Stop list dropped off by Doug Brunt, the Brunt Bureau. Here it is in SOT 2, where he's proposing this. By the way, Netanyahu's here. He had a meeting with Trump, and they had a joint presser last night. And Trump surprised everybody. Even his senior staff reportedly did not know this was coming. I'm sure a couple of them did, but most of them did not. And there'd been no major announcement coming tonight. So everybody was like, what did he just say? And he did say something very significant. And he said it repeatedly. It wasn't a mistake. So here's SOT 2.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
But if you pay people a high enough wage, they'll be willing to go in there and risk life and limb to do the dirty work.
Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace.
So the proposal appears to be that we are going to, all right, it hasn't been like sketched out exactly, but it appears to be that we would not, though he gave an answer that was ambiguous, send troops necessarily over there, but that we are going to take over Gaza, at least temporarily. We're going to level what's left of the buildings. We're going to excavate the ground to get rid of the some 30,000 bombs that they say are still there planted and awaiting, explosion or on reserve for Hamas. That during that time, we are going to strongly encourage Egypt and Jordan to take the Palestinians that they have steadfastly resisted for years, and especially since 10/7. They don't want them. They're like, this is the troublemaking group, and that we don't want them moving into Egypt or Jordan. But he says they will take them. Trump actually said, they say they won't take them. I say they will. And that we're then going to develop Gaza into what Trump says will be like a new Riviera. And we're not going to pay for it. We're going to somehow get the Saudis, UAE, and I don't know who's the third to pay for it. And that then there's going to be beautiful buildings where everyone can go and work and, visit like a tourist. But who's in charge at that point? Like, he doesn't seem to be saying we'll own it forever, though he might be. Again, it's all very unclear today with me because it was unclear last night with Trump. But so far, I'm hearing very positive reaction from Alan Dershowitz, who's been a major advocate for Israel since the start. Ben Shapiro tweeted something out very, very positive. He tweeted out in part, undoubtedly the most extraordinary and unexpected element of Trump's first term was his remaking of the Middle East and the Abraham Accords. He achieved that Nobel Prize-worthy accomplishment by thinking outside the box, recognizing hard realities and ignoring the conventional idiocy of the blob. Here he goes again with Gaza. This vision is absolutely transformative. And then you have Rand Paul with the following. The pursuit for peace should be that of the Israelis and the Palestinians. I thought we voted for America first. We have no business contemplating yet another occupation to doom our treasure and spill our soldiers' blood. And the Palestinians don't seem too keen on it, 18 hours in either. So what do you guys make of it?
I mean, the argument against it is pretty easy and obvious, which is that Americans didn't sign up for another nation-building project. When you've got Lindsey Graham saying, "I don't know about this one, man," then you know that you've really gotten to some special kind of place. You can't own a piece of this land. You can't run a whole chunk of it and guarantee the removal of debris without deploying American forces. That's just not going to happen. So if that was to take place, we would have our soldiers there, which means our soldiers will die on Gazan soil. I don't see how you avoid that happening. No one has been able to avoid that happening with whoever's in charge of Gaza in its history. So it's pretty easy to argue against that on the Rand Paul terms. The argument for what Trump did is that he's not going to actually do it. That what he's trying to do is kind of a nod to what Ben Shapiro was saying, which is, and Trump reiterated this yesterday, and he's been saying this since he's been president and president-elect, which is that October 6th of 2023 was intolerable. We need to think differently about that going forward. And the October 6th mindset is that Palestinians will run Gaza. If that means Hamas is in charge, then I guess that means Hamas is in charge, and the people who live in in the Gaza Strip will sort of periodically wage constant war against Israel. That's unacceptable going forward, as is the notion that the neighboring countries are not going to lend a hand in helping out what comes next. The sad thing is that neither Israel nor the United States nor people in Gaza and the surrounding area have come up with any plan about what to do with Gaza after this war. The ceasefire deal is not a plan of what to do with Gaza after the war. So what Trump is doing, the defense of what Trump is doing, is that he's sort of moving the Overton window. He's saying, hey, look, maybe you should take some refugees. Maybe there is a future that we can imagine in which this marvelous piece of real estate on the Eastern Mediterranean is actually used to build positive things and not just terror tunnels. That's to the good. The problem with it is that you are using an implied threat, and what happens when you have to go through with it. And it'll be very interesting to see what Saudi Arabia in particular says. I think they woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning Saudi time to say, no. Because Trump was insisting that Saudi Arabia is going to be basically cool with something like this and as part of their normalization.
Here's what we have so far in terms of world leader reaction, at least from that region of the world. Hamas, according to the New York Times, immediately rejected mass relocation. A senior Hamas official said that this is a recipe for creating chaos and tension. What's needed is the end of the occupation and the aggression against our people.
Well, look, if Hamas is against this, then we should call it off right now. I mean, who are we to go up against Hamas?
Then Egypt, their foreign minister spoke to the prime minister and the foreign minister of the Palestinian Authority about removing debris from Gaza, expediting humanitarian aid, and starting recovery programs without the Palestinians leaving. So not going there. Jordan's King Abdullah II has also strongly opposed the plan, saying that peace can only be achieved through a two-state solution, not through forced relocation. Okay, there's not going to be a two-state solution, so fine. We can continue pretending that that's on the table, but it's not. Then there's Turkey. It's even wrong to open that discussion, to discussion, says the foreign minister. Turkey's against any initiative that would exclude the Gazan people. And the Saudis, their foreign minister said in a, quote, sharply worded reaction that it is backing an independent Palestinian state, and that backing is a firm, steadfast, and unwavering position. So, I mean, no one's talking about a Palestinian state in this Trump plan. It's like they're going to disperse to Egypt and Jordan, the ones who have not wanted them all along. I mean, I got to be honest with you guys. How are they living in Palestine right now? How's anybody living in Gaza? It's rubble.
Through enormous amounts of international aid. I mean, the thing about this is it is crazy in about 1,000 ways. I mean, Donald Trump exerting pressure on the Canadians and the Mexicans to say, this is what we do. You need us, so therefore we'll turn the screws and you'll do what we want. The same thing cannot apply to the Middle East. I mean, like the Abraham Accords, which Ben Shapiro said was a great achievement, I agree with him, but those fall apart the second the Trump administration says we are going to, against international law, by the way, and against the Geneva Conventions, which prohibits, large-scale.
Oh my God, if international law and the Geneva Conventions forbid this, then we ought to just stop it right now. My God, if Geneva Conventions.
But it's clear that we're going to be stuck in this cycle of violence as long as Hamas remains in power. And that's why Israel is saying, look, give us the tools that we need to finish the job against Hamas. And then it will be possible to move to a day after in which Gaza is no longer under this jihadi ideology that is committed to a forever war against the existence of Israel.
Hello and welcome to the Americano Show. Today we are going to be talking about Donald Trump's plan to build a new Riviera in the Middle East. That's because at an extraordinary press conference yesterday alongside Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, Trump outlined his plan for the US to take over Gaza and possibly turn it into some kind of resort. We don't quite know. The idea would be that the Palestinian people would be resettled, possibly in Egypt, possibly in Jordan. Donald Trump was a bit vague about that. It's all pretty extraordinary stuff, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Eylon Levy, who was a spokesman for the Israeli government, to discuss what he thinks. Eylon, first of all, I think I just need to start by asking you, what did you make of it all?
Extraordinary indeed. There is astonishment in Israel, people trying to work out whether President Trump was being serious, whether this is a hot air balloon to prepare for a negotiation. But I think the president puts his finger on a very real problem. It is impossible to rebuild Gaza as long as its government, Hamas, says that Israel must be destroyed. It is impossible for Gaza to be rebuilt peacefully.
Let's check in with the five.
Weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out. History is, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
Eylon Levy giving the media some details on the building blueprint for the MAGA strip.
President Trump is an outside-of-the-box thinker and a visionary leader who solves problems.
Okay, I've already played those excerpts.
As long as its government says that it will continue to wage war against Israel again and again until Israel is destroyed, and it's impossible for Gaza to be rebuilt permanently while the world continues to tell the people of Gaza that they are refugees and they are only there temporarily. Gaza is rubble now. And Gaza is rubble because its government, Gaza, decided to declare war on October 7th. And it decided to wage that war from inside and under civilian buildings. And there is a major question now of how we rebuild Gaza. And I think what's most interesting is not the logistical question of how on earth do you clear that much rubble and rebuild those buildings when you have civilians in such a small area. But how do you rebuild
Trump and freaking out over the MAGA in the Mediterranean plan? Watch.
It is part of the culmination of what I view to be genocide of the Palestinian people. And this is genuinely one of the most horrific humanitarian catastrophes that we've seen in modern history.
It's the wackiest idea, hard to say, he's ever come up with.
He thinks that the coastline of Gaza is going to be great for some new hotel.
It's preposterous and it's illegal.
American imperialism at its roots.
Ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Throwing a match on an already very volatile region.
I will bring articles of impeachment against the president for dastardly deeds proposed and dastardly deeds done.
All right, Dana, they say it's a crazy idea, but you know what's a crazier idea? Having the Palestinians live next to the Israelis.
Well, yes. Okay, so yes, when I first saw it, I was like, wait, what? We're going to do what? I'm like, okay, I'm here for it because you know how I am on all of those things. Next stop, Cuba for me. But I think this is the most compassionate thing that anyone has said about the Palestinians for a long time. Because if you think about it, what was the alternative? Go back to the rubble? There's no sewage system. There's no plan. And just allow the continuation of the festering of the hate against the Israelis so that they could lob rockets from Gaza into Israel? That was the plan? So what was Biden doing? They basically allowed Iran to continue to get more and more power. And I know that the Democrats are going to freak out about 5 things a day, and he knew exactly what he was doing. They certainly did that. But now everybody's saying, wait, well, maybe there is another way to do this. And what's interesting from the Israeli political standpoint, on Bibi Netanyahu's right, and he has a little bit of a problem keeping his coalition together because everybody's always after him, and it's a difficult situation there. It's a tough neighborhood. On his right, they're very frustrated with him for not doing more, but they love this idea. They've been bringing it up for about 3 decades. Like, why don't we ask somebody to do that? Plus, if you think about what Trump did in the first term with NATO, he said, you guys want us to be a part of NATO? Then you got to pay up. What this did is also say to the Arab world, if you're not going to help take care of the Palestinians, okay, I guess I will. I guess I'll have to do it. And now they're like, well, actually, no, and now you can have the focus on, okay, so what about those innocent Palestinians? What are you going to do with them? I'm not saying that there's going to be like, I don't think that not even one boot of any American is going to be on the ground to do this. What it did is it changed the conversation. I think it's very interesting. I don't think the alternative to going back to the way it was before, to just wait for the next October 7th, was the best idea. I just want to add one other thing. Abe Greenwald is an executive editor at Commentary Magazine. I listen to him a lot. He has a new newsletter that's free. I think it's free. I'm a subscriber, but I think you can sign up for this newsletter for free.
Phew, thank God.
I think you can, but you should subscribe. But he said this today. Thomas Jefferson said, if you want something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. And he said the world is already different for what Trump put forward, meaning that now we can actually have a conversation about something else. And I think it's very exciting. And it's kind of fun to watch the Democrats freak out about genocide. Genocide? Well, what was the alternative? We're not talking about genocide. We're talking about getting them to safety and getting them back to a place where they could actually live in peace.
Greg, have you put down a down payment for a 3-bedroom condo?
I'm already investing in a Dave & Buster's. You know, being a new father, I can say that this is purely a dad move. You know, you're in a huge fight with your sister over the remote. Your dad comes down and he turns off the TV and he just takes the remote. Yeah. No Gutfeld. And that creates a common enemy. Dad. Right? So the quarrel is over. Now you got to deal with dad, and it forces the siblings to come up with some creative alternative. And suddenly all these Middle East countries, Jordan and Egypt, those are the kids, have to go, well, I don't want dad involved. What can we somebody? He goes, well, then maybe you have to start thinking about, you know, paying for the rebuilding or monitoring the peace or taking in some of the refugees. It causes the kids involved to go, whoa.
So I went to Ancestral Supplements website the other day. No, my friend was feeling a little low in his masculinity the other day. And so my friend, who is not Jewish, went to the Ancestral Supplements website, because my friend normally buys his beef organ capsules directly from Amazon, because he uses a credit card where he gets 5% back. So my friend was on the Ancestral Supplements website because he felt like his male vitality needed some optimization. And by the way, if you're ever concerned that you're about to confide something that might be subpoenaed, or someone might depose whoever you confide in, just use my friend. All right. So if you're ever going to confess to a felony or something really embarrassing, and it's not a privileged conversation, just tell it in the guise of my friend. So my friend's on Ancestral Supplements because my friend, who was kind enough to lend me all the following exhibits, right? My friend felt like, I need some male optimization mofo from Ancestral Supplements, and he was able to find it on the website for like $10 less than it was available on Amazon. And then, right, Amazon offered him like the grass-fed beef organs for like $10 off if he bought them within the next 10 minutes. And then after he did that, Ancestral Supplements offered him grass-fed beef liver for $10 off if he bought them in the next 10 minutes just to add to the order. And this is from New Zealand grass-fed cows. And then as he was ready to go about his day, then Ancestral Supplements gave him another pop-up, grass-fed beef tallow, like $10 off, about 25% off if he ordered them in the next 10 minutes. My friend said, I'm going to try that. Then he was ready to go, but then Ancestral Supplements popped on ancestral minerals, and he saved 25%. And so my friend is really pumped because my friend feels like his male optimization needs some optimizing, and my friend has great hope for Ancestral Supplements male optimization mofo. And how could he go wrong with some Ancestral Supplements beef liver? He also got these at 25% off. So my friend is really excited about the increase in his masculine essence that he hopes to get from these supplements. Now, I'm not recommending any of these. I'm just sharing an anecdote with you.
Not so fast. We didn't really want this. And they don't want America in the middle of everything, but exactly what you said. He said, well, you're not doing anything about it. And you're right. This is what, the way you described it, the fact that like he is creating a new conversation. He kind of forces the world to conform and react to him. This is why he's not a president. He's now officially a legend. And a legend creates a story around you, around yourself. And world leaders, they want to see him. They want selfies with him. They want to please him. It's a phenomenon. It's not about shaking the box. He throws the box into traffic. You know.
What a great line. He's no longer a president. He's a, phenomenon?
He may make more progress simply by doing this than has been done in ages.
Judge Jeanine, when you saw that Donald Trump was saying that we should take over Gaza, what was the first thing you thought?
Oh, my God. What did that say? Look, it's true that whether this happens or not, this is a starting point of a negotiation. Donald Trump is someone who is very clear and has a vision, and he is a humanitarian.
Look, people have been saying some very nasty things about U.S. aid, and they're asking, like, are we getting bang for our buck? We're getting bang for our buck, guys. We sent Ecuador, an Ecuadorian LGBT group, a $25,000 grant from the Biden State Department. Now, thanks to that money, these drag queens were able to produce a video of them strutting around topless. I mean, just really brave and just powerful stuff. They better not...
Mi primer tacón. Un espacio para todas las diversidades. Aquí te mostramos cómo aprendimos sobre el drag.
Powerful, right? And our taxpayers like created this. And so don't think that we're not getting bang for the buck. Right? We're getting so much soft power through just $25,000 and what a beautiful what a beautiful ad, what a beautiful video they were able to produce for just $25,000 of these amazing drag queens. Truly an inspiration. I think Trump needs to rethink this U.S. aid line.
Prime Minister of Jordan said this is a declaration of war on the Arab people. And if he's such a humanitarian, then you take those 2 million people and you bring them here to the U.S., which is the country you are in charge of, and you resettle them. Well, I'm just saying you can't force these people.
Okay, she does a good job of articulating left-wing perspectives. That's Jessica Tarlov on Fox. She does it with grace.
Podcast today with Dan Senor. He and Rich Goldberg were talking about, apparently Donald Trump watched the entire October 7th video on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
This is not something that he's like, oh, I can't wait to put my hotel down there. Like, what was the alternative? Where's the compassion for the Palestinian people from anybody else? Nobody is saying that they would do anything for them.
But then if you are the one who's going to drop in and save everybody for it, don't you have to put some of your money where the mouth is?
We have funded Gaza more than any other country.
But what are you
Jessica?
doing with the good people? Listen, I know that Gaza was overrun with terrorists. I've watched a significant portion of the October 7th footage. I have not watched the whole thing in its entirety. But you cannot say to all the neighboring countries that they just need to make room for millions of people that they don't want. And
why not?
Then you are the world's policeman. Then you are interventionist. Then you are going back on every promise that you made on the campaign.
States. They don't appreciate our
All right, Jessica Talov doing a very good job there, making the left-wing
What else? It's about making people realize.
Got a third
Where's
term.
the joy?
Maybe. It's already underway.
Sorry, it's non-consecutive. So.
Up next, sorry, Jessica, but it looks like the Democrats are having a bad case of Doge derangement syndrome.
All right, Spectator interviewing some bloke named Levy. Eylon Levy. I wonder what his perspective is on Trump's plan for Gaza.
Permanently and peacefully without setting the stage for the next war. And as long as Gaza remains under the control of Hamas, and remains under the control of Hamas's jihadi ideology, it's impossible for Gaza to be rebuilt peacefully, and that's what we need.
Well, it also might be impossible to resettle the Palestinian people. I mean, it does seem like pie-in-the-sky thinking to me.
Well, both UNRWA and President Trump think that the Palestinians should be relocated. Trump thinks they should be relocated to Egypt and Jordan, and UNRWA thinks that the Palestinians should be relocated to Israel. That is why, nearly 80 years after the war of 1948, there are 1.6 million people in Gaza who are officially classified as refugees, even though almost all of them were born inside Gaza, because they believe that Gaza is not their home and they have a right to relocate into Israel. And one of the most welcome things of the last 24 hours has been to hear people in Gaza saying, Gaza is our home. We belong in Gaza. Gaza belongs to us. And I agree with them. They are not refugees. And the focus after this war should be on rebuilding permanently and peacefully so that they can build better lives inside Gaza, instead of the world fueling those fantasies that one day they will relocate into Israel and live there instead.
American foreign policy under Donald Trump is meant to be about putting America first, America's interests first. And I can see that America benefits from having an ally in the region. But the sheer cost, and also perhaps the military investment of troops and possible lives lost to actually achieve.
Donald Trump is not going to do this if it's going to cost the United States lives or money, right? He's only going to move forward with this if other people are paying and other people do the dirty work.
Achieve this dream state in Gaza is extraordinary, is it not? I mean, it's not necessarily something that Trump's voters would have been thinking about when they cast their ballots for him.
And I have no idea what President Trump is planning, whether he is envisaging some sort of American military intervention or facilitating somehow the voluntary departure of people while Israel finishes the job against Hamas. But he puts his finger on a very real problem, which is that as long as Hamas remains in power in Gaza, we are doomed to the same cycle of violence. Hamas, the government of Gaza, decided on October 7th to launch war. It decided to launch war with barbaric atrocities that shocked the world, the families burned alive, the beheadings, the torture, the mutilations. And Hamas is telling us that it is going to do that again and again. Hamas is threatening to do it on multiple borders from Israel. And that is why Israel is determined that Hamas has to go. It has to be defeated in order to give a chance of a better future for people inside the region. And what we need to hear coming from inside Palestinian society now is that what they want is to rebuild permanently and peacefully, and that they want to embrace the vision of rebuilding Gaza as an amazing place. Gaza has so much potential. On that, President Trump is right. You know, Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005. It pulled out its army. It's pulled out 9,000 Israelis, 9,000 settlers, and there was genuine hope that the Palestinians were going to be given a chance to create their own mini-state there and show what peace would look like. But it was taken over by Hamas, a jihadi regime that used it to declare war on Israel.
So I wonder what Democratic Senator John Fetterman
Another reason
thinks.
that the left is so suspicious of you is because of your unwavering support of Israel. And speaking of Israel, what do you think of Donald Trump's proposal that the U.S. occupy Gaza?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I described it as provocative, and it is provocative, but I don't think that that's really in an actual serious kind of a way. But what I think it was more to kind of shake things up and to get to start a very more honest conversation of Gaza. And now 90% of the housing has been destroyed or severely damaged. And where are you going to live? What are folks going to do? There's no utilities. There's no water. There's no kinds of structures. So where are they going to go? Where are they going to live? How are they going to do that in a hygienic kind of a way? And how are you going to rebuild it, especially when Hamas is still allowed to function too? And where's the money going to come from? And who's going to be doing all the building and do all that work? I mean, that's a gigantic kinds of undertaking, and now no one's been honest about it. So from right now, it's like that's starting to have that conversation, and that's what I've always been maintaining. All of the experts on the Middle East throughout all this were wrong, and for me, my top priority in that region is destroying Iran's nuclear facilities.
Okay. Donald Trump, though, did specifically talk about sending U.S. troops. We just pulled out of Afghanistan and Iraq. What do you think about sending troops to Gaza?
That's not part of a conversation that we're not really at there for that.
I mean, he said it, and he's a president, so.
Yeah, he had said that, and I understand. It's like, no, I'm not really thinking we're an American boots on the ground in Gaza. That's where we should go. But I do think we should go where we have to hold Hamas.
Okay, Senator Fetterman seems open.
And we need to see permanent, peaceful reconstruction inside Gaza, with people committed to building real, permanent, peaceful lives inside, instead of being committed to waging this forever war against Israel until it's destroyed. And that is what we are going to be doomed to, that eternal cycle of violence, if this war ends with hostages.
All right, let's get more here from the morning meeting.
This consensus of you can't swing at every pitch. And then, Sean, you quoted from the Politico piece of Axelrod and Rahm saying, this one is not a pitch we should swing at because we shouldn't be defending foreign aid. I think we found the most effective way that Democrats are in fact fighting back to make the case against Trump and Musk clear. I think we'll all agree this is brilliant. 101, please. Please. So brilliant.
I'd like to see Sean just keep dancing.
Yeah. Do we have 101?
Mark.
Okay.
I got it.
All right. Here we go.
They're too focused on Shake Shack versus In-N-Out.
Don't.
Yeah, they're focused on something else. I asked them to find something else. It's my fault. Guys, we have it soon, or should we move on?
Let's move on. Sorry about that.
All right. Let us know when it's ready. So this rule of don't swing at every pitch, I think there's agreement in the party. The problem is, Dan, how did Democrats decide as Nolan Ryan, throws 101 mile an hour fastball at them? How did they decide in a split second what to swing at and what not? What are the rules about what to swing at?
Well, I think you have to have your priorities. Like, you know where he's starting to go now, or if he's not there yet, he's going to be there soon. Like, I think you have to take an inventory scan. Everybody knows that foreign aid is not popular to defend. Go back to our Gaza conversation. America first.
So what's the rule about what to swing at? Not what not to swing at. What's the rule, or what's an example of something you think they should now be swinging at? Since they've been spending a lot of time swinging at the USAID, there's a consensus in some parts of the party. Don't swing at that. So what's a rule that determines, or what's a specific?
I would center everything around, is it making people's life safer, more secure, or more prosperous? I mean, it's a Trump line. So blowing out the entire CIA leadership puts you at risk. That is a grievance, not a smart way to run our national security agency. If it is, I would center back on the economic message, right? Which is where on the tariffs, look, it kind of folded apart. But like, Trump is doing all this stuff. Why aren't they doing things to make bring costs down and stuff like that? I mean, I think real
lives of real people.
Right. When it's about DEI, when it's about foreign aid, like, I would just kind of let that go.
Yeah.
But
Sean?
when it, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. That's okay. I apologize. Sean, go ahead.
I think, look, I don't agree with it. The CIA one troubles me because I think you have human intelligence sources that have cultivated, it could be in a place like China or, Iran or Russia that, who might, hey, I'll take the deal. And suddenly we lose years of human intelligence, which is critical. There's only so much you can get through signal intelligence, et cetera. So I think that one, but I also, I will tell you, to Dan's point, philosophically, I think there's a lot of sympathy for that, but I don't know that people are going to go to the mattresses for the CIA.
Yeah. But it's not the mattresses. You get your national security people who speak on national security. You get your people who are really strong on education. Like they're going to highlight the bad. You got to pull in the good. So
right, I think you just need to find a better example right now where people are going to go, oh wow, that's too far. Selling. I mean, again,
but that's where you have to inventory. You know the attacks are coming. You know that like.
Right, we got one more topic to do, but again, I think we have found the perfect example of how Democrats should be approaching this. 101, please.
We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest.
Gretchen. Yeah, so they need, the Democrats need a real.
So Dan, if they can just bottle that, that's the answer, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Last topic, real quick, because the reason I want to spend a lot of time on this, besides the fact that I want to get our community in here, is there is no answer to this question, really. But Republicans now are dealing with the reality of trying to figure out one beautiful bill, two beautiful bills. Right now, the ball's in the House court. They're having a huge amount of time agreeing on the instruction legislation to lead to reconciliation, how much they should be.
Everything you said, Dan, regarding Israel, like, I don't see this as contrary to what Trump ran on at all. I mean, he ran on a lot of things, and one of them was world peace, right? Like peace in the Middle East. No, I mean, this is a big part of what he ran on. Like when I was in office, there weren't these conflicts. And, like talking about USAID too. I mean, Trump doesn't want to just like completely eliminate USAID forever. I mean, Marco Rubio said, like, we need to pause this so we can make sure that the aid aligns with our American, America First interests. Part of that, of course, being influence over the areas of the world where we need influence. And so it's the same thing, like peace in the Middle East is in line with American interests. And like, this is nothing like Iraq either. I mean, A, tiny compared to Iraq. B, the U.S. wouldn't be going in if this is in the middle of the war. I mean, we're not going in there to start a war. And then, of course, the funding, completely different. And another thing is just we saw when Biden came into power, when the U.S. is exerting less control in the Middle East, is showing itself to be weaker toward Iran, and is not as outwardly aligned with Israel, countries like the Saudis, like UAE, like Qatar, they move themselves closer to Iran. They need a strong American influence there. And so I'm just so sick of everyone, like all the traditional conservatives, the never Trumpers, a lot of the Democrats just, this is just a crazy idea. I mean, maybe it's a bad idea. Who knows? Anyone who's saying that, what's the alternative? Like Mark was saying, are you going to leave these people in rubble? Like, how are these people supposed to live there? How are they going to de-radicalize while they're there? I mean, it's not going to happen.
Lauren, brilliant. Well said. Dan.
It's very well said. And I really appreciate you coming on, and you're super passionate and you speak for a lot of people. Frankly, you sound like a Democrat or the establishment Republicans the last 9 years who would make the exact same arguments. And I'm watching the reaction online. I'm watching the reaction of other Republicans who are saying, if we can do this without spending a single dollar or sending a single U.S. Soldier or advisor over there, right? So in other words, if he can be the general contractor for other countries to do this, then great. I totally agree with you, Lauren, that is in Israel and the region's best interest if this can be rebuilt.
In our interest.
Right. Which a safe and secure Middle East is in the world's interest, right? Everyone's interest. I live on the Upper West Side of New York City. I hear this all the time, right? Very passionate. The question is, do we get dragged into this with blood or treasure? And that is where, again, I think a lot of Democrats would support you. The people who have opposed this have been the people who have said, America first, and they are popping off online saying, bad idea, no.
So then where's the Democrat support? I mean, they're losing.
But also, we're not getting into a war here. Lauren's absolutely right. It's one thing to get into the war. We're going to cost things. It's another thing to say, let's go in. And instead of just sending a pile of cash to rebuild, let's get some skin in the game. You may not always appreciate Donald Trump's tactics, but the bottom line is he kept us safe for 4 years. Joe Biden, who could apparently, what was the line? I know more foreign leaders than you will ever know in your lifetime. Didn't do too good of a job keeping the world safe. So I will take the Trump model. And the third thing is, look, as I kind of said at the beginning, and Dan's right, maybe it's been more than like 2,000 years. We've been getting excuses and doing the same thing over and over and over again. Maybe it's time we started thinking a little differently in Washington, D.C. and had a different model and actually had some accountability. So if it means doing something a little different, I'm all for it.
Lauren, fantastic participation. We hope it doesn't take a world international. Can
I ask you, Republican? I'm an independent. I voted for Trump, which was wild to me. And I'm not affiliated with the federal government, but I'm graduating law school, and I wish I were. Yeah,
Lauren, thank you.
Come back, and Dan, I really like you. To be clear, like I really like you.
Oh, Lauren, when we go to dinner on Friday nights, is the conversation that's happening with a lot of our friends up here.
Lauren, come back regularly, even when Donald Trump doesn't make historic proposals. Enjoy it. Very grateful to you. All right, Monique, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Tell folks who don't know where you are, and then what's on your mind, please. And thank you for coming with that extraordinarily awesome mug. Your mind, please.
I'm in Florida, and as some of you guys may know, I spent most of my life in Israel in the military. And when I was listening to Trump yesterday,
hold on, Mikey, because some people won't know. Tell folks what you did in Israel.
I served in the IDF for 22 years. I retired lieutenant colonel. I was the head sharpshooter of Israel for 2 decades. I built the shooting school of Israel and trained about 500,000 soldiers to shoot. It's my one true gift. I don't have many, but that's one of them.
So you're a man of standing, and I'm sure you got a point of view. So we'd love to hear what your thoughts on this are.
Yeah. Well, firstly, I wasn't expecting it. I think someone said it wasn't on my bingo card. I wasn't expecting Trump to say that. Now, listen, I served in Gaza for a very long time. I've seen it from every angle, from underneath, from over, from inside. It is a bad, bad place. There is no good there right now. Now, if you go into depth with what Trump said, I know everyone's against him. There's people that are just against him for anything he'll say. And then there's the people that don't like Israel. And then there's the people that don't like Jews. And then you put them all together, they make a lot of noise on TikTok. And I guess you can see those comments. But he's not saying, they're using the word transfer. We're trying to transfer them out. No one wants to transfer anybody out. We want them to volunteer to go. Now, if you can give someone a better life, Gaza is filled with death. It's death all around. This is not a way to live. Until 67, Egypt had Gaza. It wasn't even Israel's. They made us take Gaza after we won the war and we gave them back Sinai. We didn't want Gaza. No one wants Gaza. Jordan doesn't want Gaza. Egypt doesn't want Gaza. But Canada and Mexico didn't want theirs either. In the end, Trump has his way to get things done. And if we can make this a better place, and everyone's lives improved, not just the Israelis, but the Palestinians' life is better. You have to understand, Iran doesn't want this. Why does Iran not want to U.S. to own Gaza? There's a reason.
On chaos.
They love the chaos, Dan. They love having someone bother the beast, to hit the bear, to throw rockets at Israel, 16, 17,000 of them. They enjoy messing with the Jewish state. So they don't care about the Palestinians. They don't give a crap about the Palestinians. They like them for one reason only, because they can mess with Israel. I think Trump came with a crazy idea. I love the outside the box thinking. Nothing else has worked. Let's give the guy a shot. And I will stand in Gaza, and I will serve in Gaza before one American troop goes there. We don't want America to pay for it. We don't want America to send soldiers there. Not one Israeli would want an American troop in there. God forbid American blood is spilled in Gaza. That's our problem. But if Trump, with his gifts, and he has gifts, you can say whatever you want about the guy, but the guy has gifts. If he can get the Saudis and all the oil countries to pay for this, and he's building Trump towers on the water. I just bought land in Alabama, on the waterfront. When you have waterfront, that's expensive real estate. He's going to make Trump towers there. I swear to God, he's going to do this. May take years. They're going to have a better life. Israel can have a better life. Everyone will be happier. Now, unfortunately, because Trump said it, you have to go against it, many people. But if you let this play out, whether it takes 2 years, as Sean said, or 3 years, or how many times it's going to take, I don't know how long it's going to take. But I'm telling you, everything else has been tried and nothing else has worked. Let's give this a shot. Let's save lives. We don't want anyone else dying anymore. Let's just stop this. And this is the way to do it.
Awesome, Mikey. Dan.
I mean, it's totally awesome. I want to be very clear to everyone. I am not saying this because I was just kind of playing devil's advocate and judging by the chat, speaking for most of MAGA here on the platform. Mikey, my one question for you that you just said is Iran does it because they want to F with Israel. Will Iran and let's say China and Russia, who don't really want to see the United States with a toe, will they all F with this such that somebody with real firepower has to defend this for the next 20 years?
I don't see China and Russia getting involved other than making noise.
I was going to say indirectly.
They're no way going to get into this. Russia has its own issues, and I really think that Trump's going to deal with that as well. And I think they're going to have a better world also. 1 million people have died over there. It's crazy. Iran will not like this. But if I can say this to you with what I understand, we can take care of Iran.
Okay.
Israel can take care of Iran. We don't need America. We like the sanctions. We don't want Biden and Obama sending boatloads and trainloads and plane loads of cash so they can fund Hezbollah and Hamas. It would be nice if you guys wouldn't give them money for Iran to hit us. That'd be nice. But sanctions good. We don't want military. We would never, ever want one American soldier to lose his life for Israel. Ever.
John.
So.
Look, I think this is great. The idea that I also will say, without getting off on a tangent, but first of all, Mikey, I appreciate your service and everything you're doing, and thanks for sharing your wisdom with us. It was noted last night Zelensky was on Piers Morgan and talking about how he actually thinks there's a deal. Look, I think that Mikey puts this well. There are a lot of people, because Trump said it, it's like, well, I got to be against it, and I don't like this. But at the end of the day, like, this out-of-the-box thinking, this ability to get deals makes our country safer, makes the world safer. and everything else hasn't worked. So I'm for all of this. And I think the idea that we're willing to give things a try is what we need to be seen as. And frankly, even if this is a play by Trump, in the back of my head, we've talked about this before with the tariffs, if part of this is to bring Jordan and to bring some of these other guys to the table in Egypt and say, all right, guys, look, we've tried it your way for decades. It hasn't worked. I got an idea. If you don't go with my idea, you get me something better. But I'm going, I got the bulldozers coming in and the cranes coming in. If you don't give me a reason, then but again, it's the mentality of willing to think outside the box that's going to bring fresh ideas to this and get these guys to the table. They're reacting. These guys are finally willing to say, no. And they're going to rush to the White House and say, Mr. President, you can't do this. This is why. And he's going to say, great. Then what do you got? Put something on the table. And that's what we finally need.
I mean, I totally agree. Mikey, I love it. If Trump is right, America, it's good for America. So that is my overarching theory. The problem, Sean, with what you just said is you're like, well, if they don't do it, we're coming in. No, we're not.
Well, no. I go back to what Mark said before. You're right. I mean, but whether it's him saying, hey, I'm going to get a private equity deal that's going to fund this stuff. I mean, I get my point is that he's going to say, I've got an alternative to do it a different way, unless you put something on the table, is more importantly. Whether we do it or not is more, I'm just speaking colloquially here, but we will come in with a plan through sovereign wealth funds or private equity that will fund this. And obviously, I think from the reaction from Netanyahu, maybe they say, hey, we'll help put the coalition together to defend it for a while.
Mikey, let me ask you one question, and I want to do one more thing. But thank you for coming. First of all, everybody remember the cover. This is Mikey on the cover of Soldier of Fortune. What year was that, Mikey?
You asked me that last time. This is obviously, I don't know, 2003, 2005, something like when I was younger and prettier. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, you're studly there. There's just
I was just going to say, you saw dark hair, everything.
Objective. I know I asked you last time. I figured you would have looked it up by now. Mikey, if President Trump said, we don't want American troops on the ground, which army of an Arab country can go on the ground and do a good job?
Listen. When you're talking about army, there's no fighting going to go on there. You have to understand.
No, I understand. But if you need some peacekeeping, who can parade around the sand in front of not fight with the valet parkers at the Trump Gaza?
I believe that in the end, it's going to be some countries in Europe and possibly Saudi Arabia and some Kuwait.
That's what I said. Dutch and Saudi. Mikey, thank you. Please come back regularly. Very grateful to you.
Okay, question in the chat. Am I still taking voice lessons? No, I pretty much got my monotone voice problem handled within a couple of lessons, right? With just an amazing teacher. I ended up taking 10 lessons from her, but I got this stuff handled about 6.5 years ago. I was very happy. I paid $250 a lesson, but I paid $500 for an audio consult. So I had terrible audio for years. And then circa 2021, 2022, I finally spent $500 for an audio consult. I bought a couple of pieces of hardware, and for all your complaints, all right, about my audio quality the last 4 years, it is so much better than it was 2016 to 2021, 2022. So not perfect right now, but as soon as I went into that initial voice lesson, she said, you've got the frog voice, all right? Your voice is stuck in the back and the bottom of your larynx, and so do this, she said. Nya, 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 nya. So notice when you do nya, 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 notice that there's upward direction. So I incorporate this into my Alexander technique lessons. To reach that nya, 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 right, you are now squeezing your projection at the top of the back of your throat. Nya, 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 nya. And it takes a little bit more energy, and it sends upward direction through your body. So to reach nya, 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 you have to go up. You can't slump down into nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. You're going up. So it's a good prompt for moving on up instead of collapsing down, which is a problem that many people have. So nya, 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 nya. I often use this as an Alexander technique tool to help people to start moving on up. And then you project from that place. So it was projecting from here. Now I project from here. And so it takes more energy, but I can effortlessly project my voice a long way and at a very loud level. Used to be, despite my years of Alexander technique, I would get a sore throat because my voice was stuck. I had this monotone voice, and it was embarrassing. I was an Alexander technique teacher who couldn't project his voice. His voice would get tired very easily. His voice was in a boring old monotone all the time, even though I was an Alexander technique teacher. And Alexander technique is supposed to help with the voice, and it does help with the voice, but my voice was stuck in the bottom and back of my larynx, and it was just stuck in boring monotone voice. I couldn't project. There wasn't much vocal variety. It sucked. It was embarrassing. And 2-3 lessons pretty much got it handled. So thank God for a great for a great voice teacher.
4, 5, 7, maybe 12 sites to move them to. And the idea would be, as Seth says, if it's prison, give them someplace nicer to live until we finish reconstructing Gaza.
And leaving the option of coming back. Right.
They can choose to come back, or they can make a beautiful life for themselves somewhere else. That is actually what the logic of the refugee status of the Palestinians living in Gaza is supposed to be. That's the idea of a fourth generation refugee is an oxymoron. It's a logical, there is no such thing. We have been living under this fiction, and again, in the Gordian knot sense, not that I think that Trump has thought any of this through systematically. He has just cut the bullshit and gone right to the source, which is this place is a hellhole. Now it's uninhabitable. Everybody's got to be moved off so that we can clean it up, rebuild it, and then the ones who want to come back because it's so nice can all come back, and then we can move forward. Because this only happened because these monsters who ran this place, who were supported by 80% of the population, cut through some fences, murdered and injured 5,000 Israelis, and caused a war that destroyed Gaza, that Israel did not want, did not seek, and was not pursuing.
May I ask a question? What do you think? I've spent some time puzzling over this since the press conference. If you're Qatar, or if you're Erdogan, or Sisi, and I believe King Abdullah is coming here and going to visit with Trump this week as well, and you're watching this, what are you thinking? I think you're thinking, okay, what should I do next? Right? I mean, publicly we're going to say this, we oppose this idea, which I believe MBS of Saudi Arabia has already come out and said we don't like this. But you have to think behind the scenes, some of these Arab leaders are thinking, maybe we should give a carrot or something, or maybe we should take things a little bit more seriously when Witkoff comes back to the region and says, okay, what about phase 2? Because we need the remaining hostages out.
All right, so this is the analysis. Maybe Donald Trump did this for bargaining. Now, you're all wondering, what does
That's just
Alan
an opening
Dershowitz,
posture. Let's see.
What does Alan Dershowitz have to say about this?
Wanted, obviously, to have something fresh to talk about. And that press conference was a hell of a press conference. I'm so glad I didn't miss it. Talk about making news. My God, there were more creative ideas, whether they're going to be able to be implemented or not, we'll talk about, but more creative ideas in that hour long or whatever press conference than in years and years and years of meaningless diplomacy and negotiations over such a long period of time. I really want to thank my son, Eylon. He was able to put it all together at the last minute.
Okay, so a lot of clips, and I presume that they're great clips from good friend of the show, Art Bell, on male-female relations. And here is my philosophy on personal issues, such as dating and relationships, and here we go. Most every problem that we have, whether it's at work or in relationships, is a symptom. It's not the problem in and of itself. So if you're not connected with a good woman, that is primarily a symptom of your life not working, right? There is something wrong with you that completely transcends the male-female stuff, right? It indicates that you don't have your finances handled, you don't have your health handled, you don't have your personal psychology handled, you're not embarked on your life's mission, right? There's something that's misfiring with you, because success with women is largely the result of other factors going on in your life. If men regard you as a loser, if people shun you, right, you're not going to have success with women. I remember there was a woman that I was intermittently sleeping with, and she came to my synagogue, and she picked up the vibe that people were shunning me in my synagogue of the time. And when she stood up and walked out of the synagogue after the lunch, I got up to walk with her, and she said, no, don't go with me. She didn't want to be tainted by my low social status. So usually we have low social status where we're not providing much of value to other people, where we're misfiring with other people. If we're on the same page with other people, if we are doing a good job meeting other people's needs and our own needs, right, if we are becoming all that we can be, if we're building up in social status, then things like relationships will usually take care of themselves. If you love other people, help other people, if you're a contributor, it's really hard to be poor. It's really hard to be financially poor, socially poor, internally poor, romantically poor, right? If you live a life contributing and loving other people, it's really hard to be poor. And that's far more important than trying to find some quick fix to seduce women, right? Your quality of women who are available to you will largely reflect the overall quality of your life. And the state of your romantic life is primarily a symptom of the rest of your life. It's not the problem in and of itself.
You may have seen him for a second because we did it so quickly. Somehow the camera got turned on, and there he was lying back on the couch, directing me and producing me. So we apologize for that. He wasn't supposed to be on the air, but I really want to thank Eylon because he made this all possible, as he makes every show possible. So today I was on the Piers Morgan show debating one of the heads of the Palestinian Authority, a man named Mustafa Barghouti. And you can probably get it if you just Google the Piers Morgan show. The beginning is other people. And then for the last, I don't know, half an hour, 20 minutes, it's me debating him. It wasn't really a debate. I went first and then he went second. As usual, he started, I gave a very rational approach. I talked about precedent. I talked about what happened in Germany after the Second World War. I talked about what happened in India and Pakistan. I talked about how movements of populations have been common throughout history and that therefore it's not a violation of international law if it can help produce the peace. But of course, he starts out by saying, well, you should never listen to anything Alan Dershowitz says because he represented O.J. Simpson. He represented a murderer. So you should never listen to anything he ever said. He represented Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God, you should never listen to anything he said. Fortunately, Piers Morgan cut him off and said, wait a minute, not on my show. He's a lawyer. That's what he does. He represents people. I've also, of course, represented people from the Palestinian Authority. I represented Students for Justice in Palestine. I have stood up for the rights of anybody, of Palestinians, I represented Nazis. So that's what lawyers do. If you don't like it, become a doctor. But that's what doctors do. Doctor from Texas has said he was going to file impeachment articles against President Trump because he doesn't like what he's doing. Well, Congressman, read the Constitution. Treason. He didn't commit treason. Bribery. He didn't take bribes to give bribes. Other high crimes and misdemeanors. What ones? Which ones? I mean, this congressman, would impeach President Trump for opening up a candy wrapper in a movie theater. Talk about Trump derangement syndrome. This congressman from Texas has it, unbelievably. So we won't see an impeachment resolution pass. Obviously, it won't pass the House because the House is today under the control of the Democrats. That may change. Certainly, it may change in the midterms. But you can't impeach a president unless he's committed an impeachable offense. We are not the British system or the Israeli system or the Canadian system, where you can have a vote of non-confidence. No, the Constitution of the United States rejected the British approach and said you have to commit specified offenses, treason, bribery, other high crimes or misdemeanors. So we're not going to see this president impeached, and we're not going to see other office holders impeached. The Constitution provides for a mechanism of impeachment. It also provides the 25th Amendment, which many Republicans thought should have been used against President Biden. And it wasn't. And catastrophe may have been, but it was a Nakba caused by the Palestinians and by all the Arab countries in the area. Not if you listen to this character Barghouti on television today. He said, no, the Israelis started the 1948 war. In what sphere of imagination did that happen? Israel accepted the partition plan. 1947, the offer. No, you rejected it. Maybe. Hamas, it's in the Hamas charter. The Hamas charter wants to ethnically cleanse every single history. And what we've learned from the history of the Second World War is that resolution at the end of the First World War did not guarantee the end of fighting. The Second World War was really a renewal of the First World War. What happened is Germany lost, and then the winners imposed the Versailles Treaty, and Britain and France didn't comply with it. They should have prevented Germany from rearming, and had they done so, there wouldn't have been a Second World War with 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust and millions of other people of every background, Romani and everything else, being murdered. It could have been prevented. And one of the ways of preventing it would have been to take the ethnic Germans out of Czechoslovakia and move them back to Germany. Remember what the cause of the Second World, the immediate cause, it would have happened anyway. Hitler was determined to take over Europe, but his excuse for doing it was, first of all, the ethnic Germans in Sudetenland and at the conferences that preceded the Second World War. Chamberlain gave the Nazis.
All right, Alan Dershowitz saying give Trump's plan a chance.
And then finally, if you're Iran, what are you thinking as well when Bibi is the first foreign dignitary Trump visits with in the White House? This whole list of executive orders. Trump says the goal of the maximum pressure order is to end the Iranian oil business. And now we have this idea that, well, you know what? You're cut out, Iran. Forget about it. You're not part of the issue. Hamas is going to go away. We're going to move the Palestinians out for a while. Then we're going to rebuild it and turn it into this kind of like, Monaco on the Riviera, where the Americans will have a controlling interest in the wealth. I'd imagine that there are a lot of capitals that are saying, one, he's crazy, but two, what are we going to do next?
Okay, so here's where, and maybe we should sort of transition into the why this could be a catastrophic mistake portion of the discussion, even though every part of my being says it's not a catastrophic mistake. But I mean, or that it is. You don't make giant shifts in world policy like this and destabilize things.
There are downsides to everything.
Okay, right. Okay, so I am now going to use an analogy that will get people very angry with me, but I'm going to say it. Okay, so why is it that Egypt and Jordan don't want Gazans on their territory or Palestinians on their territory? You know how cancer cells work? Like if you have a relative who's had cancer and you chemo and radiation, you do this and you do that, you do all these things, and you do all these incredible things. One cell remains. One cell remains, and that cell metastasizes and can reignite the cancer. It's not like, well, we got most of it, and it's all good. So that one cell will die off. One cell remains. They look at the people of Gaza, introduce them into the body, introduce them onto their territory, and you are introducing cancer. You are choosing to move, let's say, let me go even more offensive. Leper. It's a leper. You're choosing, this is a diseased death cult culture that is dominated by an educational philosophy that has said that the only way to get ahead in life is to martyr yourself for your cause. They don't want them. They're terrified of having them. They don't want a single one of them on their territory. Every Palestinian who lives in the Persian Gulf, in the Philippines, all over the place, workforces in Dubai, places like that, are the ones who left of their own volition because they were looking and searching for a better life and said, I need a way out of this trap that I'm in, either on the West Bank or in Gaza. They've moved. They're gone. They left decades ago. They're all over the Far East and the Indian Ocean areas and in the Persian Gulf.
And some are in America.
And some are in America. They were enterprising, and they weren't going to let their lives be destroyed by this perpetual status as a stateless refugee, whatever. Okay, and maybe their lives are really hard. Apparently, it's horrible to work in Dubai. So I'm not saying that they necessarily made the best choice, but voluntarily, electively, many people have left and gone to make better lives elsewhere. They don't want them, and that's where the rubber meets the road. Because you're saying, okay, throw Trump a bone.
We'll have to give him something.
But if you're Sisi, do you want 150,000 Gazans on your territory?
So John Spencer is a professor of war at West Point, and he's a pro-Israel voice consistently, and he's retweeted here a statement from the International Legal Forum. So it's a bunch of pro-Israel advocates, and they approve of Trump's plans for Gaza. Key point is that President Trump's comments about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip, it was from a prepared statement. It was not said off the cuff in the Q&A. Start a war, lose a war. It is not that hard. The construct of nation states, international laws of war, do not prevent that. Do not target civilians, but not being able to win a war when attacked, little or no consequences for the aggressor cannot be a norm. So here is the key context of Donald Trump's comments on Gaza here from John Spencer, professor of urban warfare at West Point. So talking about the reality of rebuilding. Public focus is often on the visible destruction, but the true challenge lies beneath the surface. So it's similar to past urban battles in Mosul, Marawi, Aleppo, and Raqqa. Gaza faces an even greater crisis. More than 400 miles of tunnels run under both destroyed and intact structures. Many are still uncleared. Many are still stocked with weapons. So I presume we get most of the people out of there, essentially just leaving Hamas, and then just drop the biggest bombs that we have. The presence of unexploded ordnance, so bombs, artillery shells, mortars, is significant, as in other war zones. Gaza also has many buildings rigged with explosives by Hamas, so just bomb the bejesus out of it once you give people an opportunity to leave. So the sheer volume of rubble removal alone presents a major obstacle. You have critical infrastructure such as water desalination, sewage systems, food production. Right, these have all been in a state of decay for years due to neglect under Hamas rule. So rebuilding Gaza is not just about construction. It requires a complete reconstruction of essential services. All involved nations, all the key Arab states, have agreed that Hamas must be removed from political power, that its armed groups must be dismantled to prevent attacks on reconstruction efforts. So the vulnerability of humanitarian aid convoys illustrates the risks of any rebuilding operation in post-Hamas Gaza. And no country has stepped forward to provide the necessary security for external construction so that companies can begin to operate safely in Gaza. Without this security, rebuilding efforts cannot begin. And Victor Davis Hanson has an essay, What We Have Forgotten About War. So ancient aims like unconditional surrender, occupation, and the defeated coerced to embrace the conditions of the victor, supposedly now impossible. The more affluent and leisured Western capitalist consensual societies grew, the more fertility rates fell, the more radically egalitarian they became, the more in the post-Cold War era the traditional aims of war to defeat, to humiliate, and to win concessions from the defeated became constructed not just as unnatural but anachronistic and pre-civilizational. So right now, Westerners live in an age where they have fewer children, so they cannot imagine losing an only child. They expect to live until their late 80s. They rarely see anything more than, they rarely see violence, right? Not even the killing of animals. So classical tactical methods to achieve strategic resolution, right? Preemptive attacks, continual offensive operations, the use of constant, overwhelming, and disproportionate force. These are now deemed passé and barbaric. So Western militaries are bowing to legal constraints, civilian or internal concerns about disproportionality, high casualties among the enemy, culpability for striking first, televised carnage, or nuclear brinksmanship, now seek insidiously to find ways to finesse wars. Right, this is not unique to Israel. So we've got Western nations now informally trying to just fight limited wars, right? Liberal, humane wars. Right? It's not realistic. So millions of people the world over, including the International Criminal Court, will judge Western soldiers from their television screens. In the West, half of our youth expect to go to college and to be trained by PhDs. They don't expect to join the military. You saw what happened on elite American campuses all through 2024. Right? All these protests championing Hamas, using rhetorical gymnastics to explain away the barbaric attacks on Israelis, and try to pressure Israel to try to pressure American politicians to cut off aid to Israel on humanitarian grounds. And so the whole use of military force in the West has become suspect. And any kind of transparent admission of waging war to annihilate an enemy force such as Hamas, and thus strip a bellicose opponent of his powers of resistance, is the only way to preclude the need to refight the war, to avoid endless wars, right? That's not on. So we live among our elites in an end-of-history utopianism where waging war is deemed anachronistic. It's all a result of misunderstanding and miscommunication. So generals, military planners should not become psychologists. They should not try to outthink enemy populations. They should not worry about separating radical and bellicose leaders from their supposedly peace-loving and thus coerced Gazans. Right? We need to use overwhelming force and collective punishment to remind people, such as civilians in Germany and Japan during 1944-45, what are the real consequences of triumphantly applauding their leaders when they then have to pay the fiercest price for losing. Right? For the nation state to survive, you must understand the only thing worse than war is defeat. Militaries must return to the ancient confidence it is better to kill more of the aggressor's population than to lose a little bit of its own. Concepts such as disproportionality, asymmetry, a marked difference in material capability and morale. Right? These are good things. Right? These things alone lead to strategic resolution. After Israel has destroyed much of the terror infrastructure of Gaza and Hezbollah, why cannot Israel finish the job, force them to surrender, and make them all agree to Israeli demands to disarm, dissolve, and disappear? So all of Israel's current terrorist enemies are supplied and guided by Iran. What if 100% of Gaza had been entered, disarmed, occupied, and purged of Hamas terrorists? Would Israel have eventually destroyed the entire Hamas leadership, dismantled the entire subterranean labyrinth, told the population that Hamas would no longer be politically viable? What if the quote-unquote moderate Arab countries had been willing to ally with a formidable and unpredictable Israel? What if the United States, under the sanctimonious and sermonizing Biden administration, had been more willing to aid Israelis? Would we then have hostile enclaves and nations, whether in Egypt, Iraq, Qatar, or Yemen, be more willing to negotiate with Israel in a post-Hezbollah, post-Hamas, and post-theocratic Iran era? The more sophisticated we become, the more difficult it becomes to remember that war is fought collectively by people. Human nature stays constant across time and space. The only way to mitigate the violence of war is to have a complete and strategic victory.
Territory. You've been spending 13 years beating back the Muslim Brotherhood only to import a different form, a connected form of Arab nationalism onto your lands in the form of this population that you have been bribing to stay where they are with the trucks that you allowed to drive in to build the tunnel city. That was a payoff to keep them inside the gates of Gaza, to have the Hamas keep the Gazans from leaving.
So here's what you might do instead.
Okay.
When the next round of negotiations, you tell the Hamas leadership, you're going to have to go. You're going to have to leave Gaza. We have to give him something to show. So it doesn't, again, the most total picture of what Trump is painting here won't be achieved by this. But I do think it's a way, just as we saw in our episode on Monday where we were talking all about the tariff war, and then by the time the video appeared on YouTube and our YouTube channel, the tariff war with Mexico and Canada had been delayed a month because the leaders came in and said, okay, well, we'll do this stuff. And he said, fine. I think there might be something that these governments say at the end, we'll exert a little bit more pressure. We'll tell them they have to give Israel answers on the Bibas family, something like that. Something has to happen. Right. And it won't mean the whole population transfer, but it will be something like that. If that's the optimum
So the reason I said we needed to move into the sort of the bad news part is they don't want them. They will do everything possible they can to prevent this Trump policy from happening because they have domestic considerations that say, I can't take these people onto I got enough trouble. I got enough problems. Like I got my own restive populations. I got my own, I got my own issues. Like I'm the head of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I've been spending 50 years keeping the Palestinians squashed down so that I can rule as a minority here. That's all I need is another 500,000 Palestinians here to knock me over, right? So they say no, which is what actually happens with all.
Okay, let's check in here with Fox News.
The president signed an executive order to keep biological males out of women's and girls' sports. There's also new reaction tonight to the president's comments Tuesday about the U.S., quote, taking control of the Gaza Strip. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy starts us off tonight live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. The president is going to try to pitch the U.S. takeover of Gaza to the King of Jordan next week. Remember, so far Jordan is one of the countries in the Middle East that has said they don't want Palestinian refugees.
This is an out-of-the-box idea.
The idea? A U.S. takeover?
You know that Foreigner song, I Want to Go Where Love Is? Who knew that the place that love resides is a remade Gaza?
Over of the Gaza Strip.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East.
Democrats condemn the expansionist effort.
An invasion of U.S. troops into Gaza would not make Americans more safe. It would make Americans a target.
But that's not a sure thing.
The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza.
A Trump commitment on the campaign trail became the latest executive order today.
The war on women's sports is over.
Effective immediately, the new order prohibits biological males from competing against biological females for sports teams at schools at any level that receive federal taxpayer dollars.
If you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding. There will be no federal funding.
Shrinking federal funding overall, another top priority.
The long list of crap that this administration is cutting.
A White House official tells Fox News Doge engineers are not uploading new code to government systems and have read-only access. But Democratic lawmakers want the whole project shut down.
We have to fight this in the courts. We have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets.
That will not include Pennsylvania Avenue. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not. If you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today.
The big concern Democratic lawmakers say they have is that this Doge cost-cutting project could somehow impact Social Security or Medicare.
Okay, let's leave it there. I'll talk to you later.